And good morning. It is Tuesday, October 15th. You realize in 6 months we're going to be doing taxes? That's insane to even think about. Absolutely insane. Who is in here? Look at that. 2 Boston moms. Sorry about the confusion yesterday. We were streaming from the other channel, and I never want to let you all down. You guys are family by choice, remember? I made it extra confusing today because we are streaming on Crime Lines and Lies. Next topic was CLL and Facebook because I want everybody that can see this to see it. Good morning, Tanya. I missed you. Missed you, girlfriend. Glad you are back. Look at snow. It's effing freezing today. Well, it's very cold here too. I actually turned to the heat on this morning. Yes. Middle of October, turned on the heat. But you know the rule. No effing socks. None. Good morning, Diva. Linda Listen said, you're the best girl. You are too, my friend. 2 Boston moms rubbing it in. Shonda, look at this. Here us Okies are freezing our taint off, and 2 Boston moms said it's still hot here, 80 plus. Tanya, our friend from the land down under, says it's middle of spring here, and today was cold. Ooh, what's your favorite season? What is it? Do you like the heat of the summertime? Do you like the rain in the spring? Well, for us, Shonda can tell you, and Mel can tell you, and Karma, if she's in here, our springs aren't very pretty. It's a lot of rain, and we get a lot of really nasty storms. I will say, once Christmas is over, I'm done. Done with winter. And we have all the pumpkin spice people that just 100% cannot wait for fall. Good morning, DS. She said, I'm in Pennsylvania and my heat is broken. Boy, ain't that a bitch. Oh, I couldn't imagine. Look at this, Walking Dead. Walking Dead got us through the show yesterday because hashtag WWPD, which is what would Pat do? She decided to go outside and start painting her house and shit. So Walking Dead took care of everything. Hell, I was wrapping Christmas presents and watching the show on the TV, and I just sat back and I was like, Walking Dead's got this. Let's have a round of applause for Walking Dead and shit. I'm loving it. Absolutely. She said, here I am. Thank you. Nufflin said, there you go. Walking Dead saved my day. Also threw a wrench, not like the movie Dodgeball. Remember when they said anyone can dodge a ball, but you can't dodge a wrench? I threw a wrench at Diana Howery, and we need to give her some extra encouragement because she's like, girl, I don't think you want me doing that. I say too many things people don't like, so let's do it together. Diana, 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 Diana. We know she can do it. That girl, James, where have you been? I have a feeling Walking Dead's going to be going back and forth. Like I said, I made it a more confusing day. No one can confuse anyone more, though, than what Court TV's been doing to me. It said 10:30 Eastern time, then 9:30 Eastern time, and now here we are, 8:30 Eastern time. What to do? Also, from one of the Facebook groups, love this. I love it. I posted this in Discord. You guys are going to love this. You're just going to love it. Okay, hang on. That's the grandkids' Christmas outfits. It said I was spamming a Facebook group. Spamming the Facebook group. I'm like, no. So, before Court TV decides what in the hell time we're going to start today, what did you think about yesterday? I thought it was quite the jaw dropper. Not going to lie, I thought it was quite the jaw dropper. For one, I had the time, go figure, because I'm not an investigator. I had the whole timeline wrong. I kept thinking something happened between like 2 and 4, and she put Quentin back in the pack and play. Question is, what did Danny see that morning as he was coming out of that frigging rat trap of a room? Nobody, and I mean nobody, would leave their grandkids in a room like that. No, not one person. Let's look at some of the pictures. When I get them pulled up, I promise we will. All right, let's go through these with me. Good morning, Brooklanthrope. When I saw the pictures of the room, I didn't even know what to think. Do not forget, even for a minute, that Billy was told, they said she knew or should have known that Lazy is unfit. Unfit. Then you look at this room. Oh, hold on. That's Seth's fat ass. Let me take that down. No one cares about Seth Rogers in this case. All right, look at this. What the hell? Stained ass carpet. Toys in a Rubbermaid bin. Looks like a dirty diaper on the floor. There's the pack and play. What? Billy, you knew or should have known. Unfit. Unfit. And this is where you put your grandkids, with an unfit mother. Look at this. Now, this picture is what really gave me chills. This is Quentin's pack and play. This is Quentin's pack and play. This is what was tested by the FBI, that little pillow right there, for brain matter. MTB reading my mind. She said, I'm sorry, but Billy needs to be held responsible too, in my opinion. In my opinion, you're exactly right. I'm not going to be surprised. I'm not going to be surprised if when she takes the stand, they don't say that there was a proffer agreement to get her to testify. That, look, we're not going to go after you, but you better testify. Now, if you look at the edge of this pack and play, we're going to find out for sure in trial. I'm just giving my speculation and uneducated opinion. I think she beat him there, because that is blood on the side of that pack and play. The only question is, how could Danny not hear it? Or she put him in there after, or as she's been talking about how he teethes, She probably didn't have a proper teething ring. And he's been teething on the side of that. Look at all the blood. Can't tell me that's not blood. Britt said, oh my God, I missed the blood yesterday. Poor sweet boy is right. Diva said, oh my God, it does look like blood. Yeah, it does. So either he's teething on that. You know, when babies, when they cut teeth, a lot of times, you know, some blood will come out. This is disgusting. And remember, Billy knew or should have known that Leilani was unfit to take care of Quentin. It's going to be really eye-opening when she takes a stand, and they're going to ask her how she came to be, if you look on the screen, how she came to become, horrible grammar, good morning, Amy in Boston, how she became the permanent guardian, not temporary. No, not temporary. The maternal grandmother has a permanent guardianship order as to the child, Zane. Pursuant to documents from the juvenile court of Burke County, the maternal grandmother failed to provide adequate supervision for the child, Zane, by leaving the child, Zane, in the home and in the care of the mother, a person the maternal grandmother knew or should have known was unfit to provide proper care, while the maternal grandmother traveled out of state. She dropped her responsibilities. She did. She let the inmates run the asylum. She certainly did. Tried to hang Diana up for it. Tried to get Danny in trouble. Let's look at what, and this is definitely coaching one-on-one. I can't put it on the screen because if I do, I won't be able to read it. So I'm just going to read it to you. This is the text message sent from Leilani to an FBI agent. She said, I'm not lying for Danny anymore. The reason my story about Oragel and shit didn't make sense was because Danny told me to say that he was the one who left and my phone was in the car from my previous trip and his was on his charger. I was already smoking a blunt on the porch, and when I got done, Danny was already laying in bed. All lights were off, and I glanced at the kids as I was getting in the bed to go to sleep. That is why he took off. I'm innocent of this. He was the last one to see Quentin. He was the one that texted the babysitter. No, she texted the babysitter from his phone, which was a huge shock to him. And he texted the babysitter, texted the babysitter, and he was wasn't in bed when I woke for just a moment, and it was still dark, and he was the one who, the only set of keys to my car the morning of my son's disappearance. Okay. Very, very bad English, not gonna lie. Barb Murray, she said she complained about the food. She's not missing any meals, I guarantee. We saw her waddle into court yesterday with that sweater on. I understand showing off your curves, but not like that. She looks horrible. Acting like she's taking notes and shit. That was ridiculous. Ridiculous the way she was acting. I couldn't believe it. Matter of fact, our friend Paper Slut deciphered what she was saying, and here it is. So she's sitting there acting like she's really into her defense. Paper Slut said there she is playing tic-tac-toe, Oragel, and Bubba. Oragel and Bubba. Guarantee she's sober now. Doesn't look to me like she's getting all the rugs she used to like to enjoy. Let's take a second and tell all of our friends, hola, happy Taco Tuesday. Stillwater said, I said she's playing pony squares against herself and keeps losing because her dumbass keeps drawing triangles. There you go. Amy in Boston. I know I cracked up at that too. Thicker than grits. She is. Wow. My goodness. This is disgusting. Well, Court TV can't seem to make up their mind, so we are going to do what I call a quick recap. And we're going to go through what brought us here.
Who went missing. Her 20-month-old baby boy was missing from his pack.
All right, I'm already interrupting. What did you think yesterday when they showed how many people came to the house? Now, remember, when all this was going on, just starting up, we didn't know what was going on behind the scenes, okay? We had no idea. But there was a lot of people that were extremely frustrated with law enforcement. But did you see who showed up to the house? The chief. Yep, the chief did. Then they explained what it took to get all the equipment to go search the landfill. Tyvek suits. Son of a bitch.
So there was initially a period shortly after your arrival where you took a few pictures of the pack and play.
Yes, sir.
And then you backed out.
Yes, sir.
And took many more photographs later.
Yes, sir.
And was that after a search warrant had been obtained for the residence?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How many pictures did you take total, if you remember?
A lot.
Would it refresh your memory to look
Yeah,
at
let me
the
look at
report?
this real quick. On that day, I took 475 photos.
In the course of taking those photographs and walking around the residence, did you have an opportunity to examine the front door?
Yes.
Did there appear to be any signs of forced entry or anything like that?
There did not.
Did you see anywhere in the house any obvious signs of a struggle?
I did not.
Okay. Do you see in front of you an exhibit marked as States Exhibit 10?
I'm sorry, what did you?
States Exhibit 10?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Could you leaf through that and tell us what that is? You don't have to necessarily look at every picture.
This is the photo from the first day.
Is that all of them or just a selection?
Just a selection.
What is going off the number in here? What is the total number of images? You looked at the last page.
114.
All right. Now, do those images fairly and accurately depict the residents and the surrounding area as you photographed it that day?
Yes, sir.
Do they appear to have been altered or modified in any way?
They do not appear to be.
Your Honor, I would move State's Exhibit 10 into evidence at this time.
Having reviewed it, Judge, no objection.
State exhibit number 10 is submitted in it.
And I would ask to publish this exhibit to the jury.
Yes.
Thank you. All right. Now, this is photograph number 1 of State's Exhibit 10. Can you tell us what this is?
This is a photo log. It gives our case number, the location signal, which is the crime or what we're responding to, who went to it, the date of it, and then the time approximately we arrived. We put this at the beginning of all of our photos, so you kind of get a summary of what you're about to look at.
Now, moving on to image 2, what is this?
This is the front of the residence. I'm standing on boat halter looking towards the front of the residence.
Now, can you see the front door in this image?
Yes, sir.
And where is it?
It's all the way to the left, right behind the green chair.
Okay, is that what that is? There a green chair?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and is that like a little small patio area outside the front door?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Moving on to the next image. Well, let me ask you this. Are there any other doors on the front?
There are no other doors on the front.
Were there any doors on the sides of the house?
No, sir.
Okay. There are other doors on the back,
Yeah,
correct?
there's 2 in the back.
Okay, so 3 total exterior doors on this house.
Yes, sir.
Moving to image 3, where are we now? Where have we moved?
So I moved further down boat halter just to get a different angle of the front of the house and the side.
And 4, where are we here?
4, I am at the end of the property line, further, I believe it's west, of their yard, looking towards pretty much the front and the back of the house.
Okay. Now, is that there, the driveway for 535 Buckhalter that you see there?
Yes, sir.
And where are we now?
Now I'm standing at the edge of their driveway looking into the backyard.
And there's a truck here, right?
Yes, sir. I believe that belonged to the son,
The son, you said?
or brother.
Now, in image 6, where have we moved here relative to that last image where we were standing behind the truck?
I'm in front of the truck at the gate entering into the backyard.
And what do we see off to the right there?
There's a detached carport with the RV, a white truck, and an SUV.
Are you referring to the white SUV more or less in the middle of the frame?
Yes, sir.
Now, this next image, how have we moved or changed our position relative to the last image?
So I had just panned right and started taking photos of the fence line.
Okay, so you've made a 90-degree turn to the right, and this is just a front corner of the yard.
Yes, sir.
The next image,
I'm starting to pan left. You can see the carport on your left-hand side from the previous pictures.
and in image 9, still panning left.
Yeah, still panning left.
Image 10
Continuing to pan left.
and image 11.
Image 11, continue to pan left. Just got some more vehicles in the trash cans and starting to get the side of the house.
Can you see my cursor on the screen, my pointer?
Yes.
All right. What is this here?
Those are 3 trash cans.
And what is that structure that they appear to be sitting on?
It's just a wooden structure that they built, I believe, to keep the trash cans in.
All right, when you began taking pictures, were those trash cans closed?
Yes, sir.
Moving on to image 12, where are we here? What movement have we made and where are we looking?
So I have made my way around. I am at the back edge of their property looking. Now I'm looking towards the, I guess, back of the house, towards the street.
Okay, so you just moved to the back of the property line and you're looking back the way you just come from.
Yes, sir.
Image 13,
I have moved to the right a little bit more.
we're talking about kind of a side step along the back fence.
Yeah, just a little distance.
Okay, and we can still see that white SUV on the left-hand side of the frame,
Yes, sir.
and 2 other vehicles in the center there.
Yes, sir.
Okay. What is this structure on the right-hand side?
That is a detached barn or garage.
A detached garage?
Sure.
Okay, so far in terms of structures, we've talked about the house itself, right?
Mhm.
There was the detached kind of carport with the RV in it.
Yes, sir.
And now we're looking at a detached garage in the back as well.
Yes, sir.
In image 14, where have we moved relative to the last image?
Further right, this is just kind of the side of the garage, and there's also a carport attached to that garage.
Is this the back side of the garage, the furthest side away from the house itself?
Yes, I'm still on the property line.
And what are we seeing there on the side of the garage?
2 trailers, a car, and some tools and ladders in the background.
Okay, so is there like a carport that extends off the back side of the garage?
Yes, sir.
And is that what that car is under?
Yes, sir.
Now, where are we here relative to the last photo?
The back property line, and then I guess you'd say the far right from where I'm standing, property line looking towards the street. The garage is on my left, and the house is a little bit further on my left.
So is it fair to say that relative to the last image, you've just sidestepped further to your right, to where your right shoulder is basically along the fence that bounds the
Yes, sir.
property? Okay. Now, what is that in front of us beyond the detached garage? What are we looking at there?
There's a pull up here, and those are a couple like fire pits.
A pool, did you say?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and a couple fire pits. And is that area where we're going to go next?
Yes, sir.
All right, what movement have we made here?
I just traveled down the fence line. Garage is now on my left. Pole's on my right. If you look at the bottom, you can see the fire pit.
Oh, I see. Is that what's at the
Yes,
bottom
sir.
of the frame?
So I'm standing right next to the fire pit, looking towards the detachable carport.
Okay, and then is that the RV we see off in the distance?
Yes, sir.
So essentially, you've just kind of made a loop around the detached garage.
Yes, sir.
Moving on to number 17, what are we doing here? Just panning to the right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what is that area that we see on the other side of the pool from where we are right now, on the
That's
back
a-
side of the house? Can you just describe that area there?
Like a covered patio area.
Okay, and what's in it?
There's like a little seating area, and if you go towards I guess you would call that a carport, attached carport, there's a little children's play area back there.
Children's play area?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Moving to 18, we've just panned all the way to the right here.
Yes, sir.
In 19, what are we looking at here? That seating area
Yes, sir.
beyond the pool?
Beyond the pool. And the barn is behind me at this point. Or not the barn, sorry, the garage.
Now, in image 20, where are you standing? Where have you moved now as you take this picture?
So I am in the underneath the patio in the little seating area, like right in the middle of the seating area,
Okay.
facing you. I'd be facing the carport if that's a good point of reference.
All right, so you've gone across, like on the other side of the pool from where you were in the last image, and you're standing in that seating area?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And this is the house on the right here?
Yes, sir.
You mentioned earlier that there is one exterior door on the front, none on the sides, and two on the back.
Yes, sir.
Are those two on the back visible in this image?
Yes.
Can you tell us where they are?
The white door on the right-hand side, that's the dining room door. And if you look a little bit further past it, there's a little dark area. That's the living room door.
Can you kind of step down and just point to where the living room door is in this picture? All right, so it's right beyond that play gate, I suppose,
Yes, sir.
on the right side of it? Okay.
Yes, sir.
And that opens into the living room.
Yes, sir.
Number 21, where are we here? What are we looking at?
I just moved forward. There's the dining room door would be to my right, and I'm looking into the play area.
Okay, so that dark bit we can see on the far right side of the frame, is that the part of the frame of the dining room door there?
No, that would be.
Or I mean the living room door?
Yes, sir.
Okay. 22,
Just inside of the play area, you got a couch, a little trampoline, slides, play or kid toys.
and 23.
This is from the back of the play area, looking towards the patio.
Okay, now, this area right here in the far side of the frame, is this up here the seating area that you were initially in?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what is this dark structure in towards the top left?
It's like maybe a little bar.
Okay. Now, where are we here?
Here, I have just moved over to the right a little bit. I'm kind of standing in front of that trampoline, pointing towards the doors to enter the home.
And can we see the living room door and the dining room door in this picture?
Yes, sir.
All right, living room door being the dark one towards the top center,
Yes, sir.
and the dining room door being the white ones off to the right.
Yes, sir.
Now, does that pretty much cover the exterior of the house?
Yes, sir.
I think Ann plugged it down.
No, it's not unplugged. Because it's, if there were a better place to plug it in than right at somebody's feet, we would do it.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that. Is it on that side?
When I drop my water, I do apologize.
Apologies needed.
Okay, so here we are at the front door, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and that was 25 and 26, we've just moved a little bit closer.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, before we're about to go into the house, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, let me ask you this. You walk through that house.
Yes, sir.
How would you describe the layout in a word?
Clustered.
A cluster?
I feel like that's the
Okay,
best
don't.
way to describe it.
Was it confusing?
It's very confusing.
Okay. Do you see in front of you an exhibit marked as States Exhibit 9?
Yes.
All right. What is that?
This is, I guess, the internet layout of the home.
Okay. Now, you've been in the house and you've had the chance to walk through it. Other than than where the front door is denoted as being on there. Does that fairly and accurately depict the general layout of the first floor of this residence?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I would move this into evidence as State's Exhibit 9.
Real quick, Judge. No objection, Judge.
And may I publish, Your Honor? Okay.
Do you have to say it looks like there's a door leading from the kitchen to the room. That door's not there.
Okay, well, let's do it this way. Can you step down? Well, I'll tell you what, you sit there, I'll come up. We're just gonna work through these rooms, starting at the front door and going more or less clockwise, okay? The front door, first of all, is labeled as being right here. Is that accurate?
No, that's a window.
All right. Is the front door kind of in the top right-hand corner here?
Yes, sir.
All right. When you walk in, what is this first room on the far right?
Looks like a living room, bedroom area.
Okay. Now, you mentioned that there's a spot on here where it looks like there's a door from that room into the kitchen, but it is not in fact a door.
It is.
Can you come down and describe what you're talking about?
This area right here, that is a wall.
Okay. And so is it the case that when you were in that room that day, you cannot pass through there into the kitchen?
Yes.
Okay. And why is that? Just so I understand.
I guess they walled it off,
Okay.
or it appeared to be walled off.
All right. Do you have something to write with in front of you there? And I didn't ask you to bring one, so if you don't, that's okay.
Thank you.
Can you, on that exhibit, can you just draw an X at the spot that you were just talking about as appearing to be a door, but not actually being a door?
Let's trade pins. Use this one instead, that's better.
Thank
you. And just for the record, I handed the detective a pen and I've handed him a Sharpie because I think that would be better.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, so how do you get from this room into the main body of the house?
From the front door, you have to walk through the whole room.
Come on down.
From the front door, you gotta walk through the whole room, go through a door here that leads to a bathroom, and then you'll enter the dining room. From here, you have to go through this door to go through the kitchen, and then this door to go into a hallway, and then come down here. You can go up the stairs right here, or go through another door to the main, or I guess the master living room, and then another door to go to the master bedroom.
Can you do this with that Sharpie that you have in front of you? Can you, and go slow and make sure to do it right. I want this to be in the record. Can you draw the path that one would have to take through the house to go from the front door, not on the screen,
I'm not
but
gonna.
on, yeah, show us again on the screen and then draw it on the paper, please. To go from the front door to the
Front door.
living room door.
Front door, you walk through. You have to go through this door, go through a bathroom, another door to go through the kitchen, another door to go through, dining room, another door to go through the kitchen, through a hallway, either upstairs to 2 bedrooms, or through another door to go to the master living room, and then another door to go to the master bedroom.
What about the living room door?
Living room doors right here, and then the dining room door is right here.
All right. So let's just take a moment. Can you, on the paper exhibit, can you draw a path from the only path, as you've described it, from the front door to the living room door? Not the dining room door, not upstairs, but the living room door.
Okay. Okay.
All right. Now, so you said That front door, top right, bedroom, bathroom, dining room, kitchen, hallway, living room, master bedroom, right?
Sure.
Okay. I want to ask you a couple things, and I'm doing this because the pictures are a little confusing, fair to say.
Yes, sir.
Can you come down and describe to us what parts of the kitchen we're seeing in this image? Where are the sinks?
So coming from the dining room, you will have your stove and your oven right here on your right. Your sinks are here, refrigerator's right here, and you have a little pantry here. There's a pass-through window leading into the hallway right here above the sink.
Thank you very much.
Well,
All right, with that, we can get back into the images, okay? All right. 27, where are we standing as this picture is taken, and what are we looking at?
so I am at the doorway looking into the room all the way down the far left wall.
And what's in the foreground closest to us?
There's a couch, and then, or I guess that was a kid bed too,
Say again.
a child's bed.
The child's bed is where?
The couch.
Okay. And what's just beyond the couch?
There is a baby swing. Beyond that is a desk, and then there's a bed in the far back corner.
And what is that to the right of the bed?
Dresser.
28, where have we moved relative to the last image?
I've just panned right a little bit. So you'll see the dresser, the full dresser, there's a closet door, and then another kid bed on the right-hand side.
29,
Pan right a little bit more. You'll see the kid bed, a dresser, a projector screen, and that's where the that door would have been on the previous picture.
the door that you mentioned as having been walled off and not operational, that's behind the projector screen.
Yes, sir.
And then 30, where are we here?
That is the pack and play that I mentioned earlier.
31,
The pillow inside the pack and play.
and 32.
Again, the pillow inside the pack and play.
Now I'm going to zoom in on this picture a little bit. Do you see that substance there?
Yes, sir.
Did you get a good look at it while you were out there?
I did, sir.
And what, if anything, did it appear to you to be?
I believed it to be vomit.
Okay. Did it appear to be blood?
It didn't.
Okay.
It's a lot redder in that picture than it actually was.
You're saying it's appearing redder on the screen
Yes, sir.
than it actually was when you were out there?
Yes, sir.
Did not appear to be blood to you?
No.
Did you do any testing at any point to determine whether it was blood?
I did not.
33, another picture of the same.
Another picture. The blanket is out because we searched the pack and play after
Okay.
the picture.
Now, let me actually go back. Okay, so in 34, where is that pink blanket?
It is, or on 34, it's on the, I guess you call it the rail with the side.
Now, I want to go back to, pardon me, to 31. I'm on 31. Where's the pink blanket in this picture?
It's inside the pack and play on the pad.
All right, so we've got some pictures where the pink blanket is in the pack and play, and some where it's on the rail.
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us when it was moved and why?
It was moved due to, or I guess it was moved when we were looking for, see if there's any blood on the inside the pack and play.
Okay, so
And then we just moved it to look at the blanket itself and to look at the mat.
okay, thank you. Did you have gloves on when you did that?
Yes, sir.
Moving on to 35, just another view of the pack and play after the blanket has been moved.
Yes, sir.
36, same.
Same.
All right, 37, where are we here?
My back is towards the pack and play, and I'm looking towards the bed in the far left corner.
So you're essentially standing at the pack and play here.
Yes, sir.
38,
38, I just pan left, same spot.
39,
39, pan left. You can see the front door in the left side, the couch, and then there's a safe and a projector on the window back there.
40,
40, at the desk, looking towards the front door. You can see the street in the background.
41,
I have pan left, front doors on the right, pack and play, and the projector screen. Continue moving to the left.
43,
Oh, sorry. Pan to the left even more. Kid's bed and the closet door.
44,
Just continue panning.
and 45. What are we looking at now?
45. That's I guess the entrance into the rest of the house. That's the bathroom right there. You can see the dresser right there on the left-hand side.
All right, and then what is this through that door that I'm,
Just a little storage cabinet.
all right, that's inside the bathroom?
Yes, sir.
46,
Pan to the left a little bit more. You can see the bed now and the dresser.
and 47.
Just a view of the bed.
All right, 48, where are we?
48, I am by the bed and the dresser looking into the bathroom.
49,
Starting to take photographs into the bathroom. This is the little storage cabinet from the previous photos.
and is that on your left as you walk in?
Yes, sir.
50,
Starting to pan right. That's the door leading into the dining room. And you can start seeing the shower bathtub on your right.
we can see those dining room drawers that you were talking about earlier through the door we're looking
Yes,
through. 51,
just continue panning to the right. Now you can see the shower bath.
52,
That's the shower. I'm starting to make my way around the bathroom.
53,
Continue panning right. You got a sink and a mirror.
and 54.
54. This is above the toilet. The toilet's at the bottom. And then you got a little storage shelf.
I'd like to zoom in on this storage shelf here. See that little bottle with the blue, red, and yellow label? What is that?
Ambisol.
Do you know what Ambisol is?
It's a oral pain relief.
Okay. Something like a liquid you rub on your gums or teeth to relieve dental pain?
Yes, sir.
Now 55, where are we here?
55, we're at in the bathroom looking into the dining room. The dining room door from the previous photos is on the left. And then you have a little dog cage and then dining room table on your right.
56,
Just panning through the dining room. You can start to see the kitchen entrance door or entrance on your right hand side.
57,
57, the dining room doors are right behind me looking into the kitchen through the dining room.
58,
Continue panning right. That's a little storage closet and you have a deep freezer.
still in the dining room here.
Still in the dining room.
And 59, where have we moved and what are we looking at?
So I have moved around. The kitchen entrance is to my left. I'm in that corner and I'm looking towards the bathroom door. And you can see the dining room door on the very right of the picture.
Right, so that dark wood door in the middle that we're looking at is the door that you came through to get into the dining room?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then the white door on the right is the door to the outside that
Yes, sir.
they call the dining room door. 60?
Now I'm on the other side of the dining room or the kitchen door. The closet is going to be on my left. And then you can see the edge of the bathroom door that I came through. And now you can see the dining room door leading outside.
61, you just pan to the right a little more.
Yes, sir.
62, same.
Same.
63, same.
Same.
And 64, where are we now?
64, we are in the kind of the doorway and looking into the kitchen from the dining room.
And can we see the sinks in this picture?
Yes, sir.
You mentioned there's something that you called a pass-through window over the sinks. Is that at least partially visible in this picture?
Yes, sir. If you look at the, looks like pill bottles, right behind that is just the pass-through. There's an open window right before you get to those pill bottles.
Kind of an unusual feature of the house.
I think so.
65, where are we here?
Back, I'm still at the doorway. I just kind of pan left. You can start to see the oven and the stove.
And that stove is on sort of a peninsula that juts out into the kitchen.
Yes, sir.
66, where are we now?
So now I'm on the, you can see the doorway entering the kitchen from the dining room.
That's on
Yeah.
on the right there. That's the door you came through.
Yeah, and then the oven and the stove are now on my left.
Okay. So you stepped into the kitchen and turned around, basically.
Yes, sir.
67.
Continue or just panning left from the same position. You can stove and then a little storage closet.
And 68, where are we here?
68. The stove. Kind of from that picture earlier, I went around the stove, and I'm on the other side of the refrigerator, looking towards the sink, and then you can see the little pass-through window from there.
What's that in the bottom right corner, or I'm sorry, bottom left corner of the image?
That's the trash can.
And was that trash can full?
Yes, sir.
69,
Just pan to the left a little bit, same spot.
70,
Continue to pan left.
and what's that on the left side that we're seeing there?
That's the pantry
And 71,
and the full pantry.
72.
Continue to pan left for the pantry.
All right, 73, what are we looking at here? Where are we going?
So I am closer to the pantry now, and this is the doorway into that little L-shaped hallway.
74,
Just looking through the little doorway into the L-shaped hallway. The white door on the right is another little storage closet pantry thing.
and that's out in the hallway.
Yes,
All right, 75, where have we moved? What are we looking at?
I am in the hallway now. The opening to go into the kitchen will be on my right, and this is the little storage closet that I had in the previous picture with that door.
All right. Just in case anybody is dizzy or confused at this point, I'm pulling up this diagram. Can you just come down and point to us where you are at this point in time and which direction you're looking?
So right now, I will be right here, looking this way.
Okay.
This is gonna be where the closet is.
So the hallway in the top center of State's Exhibit 9.
Yes, sir.
Okay. 76.
Pretty much have done a 180, and now I'm looking down the hallway.
Okay. 77.
I've walked through the previous opening, looked left. The doorway in front of you is the doorway leading into the living room. On the left-hand side is the opening to go from the kitchen. And then on the right very right hand side, you can start seeing the stairwell that goes upstairs.
So you're looking down the hallway that's on the other side of that pass-through window over the sink.
Yes.
78,
Move closer to the living room opening. The opening or the kitchen opening will be on my left, and that stairwell will be on my right.
79,
A little bit further, starting to get into the living room.
and can you describe that piece of furniture that we're looking at there?
It's one of those. It's a couch, like an L-shaped couch.
Okay. 80,
Into the living room, starting to pan to the right, getting the full living room. You got a big entertainment system, and the L-shaped couches on the left. So
now 81, where have you moved here?
this I am behind the couch. I guess you don't have the other picture up. Kind of between the front door and the laundry room area.
82, where are you here?
I'm on the other side of the couch looking towards the front door. That big TV entertainment thing would be behind me.
And what is the living room door
I'm sorry,
partially visible? in
living
this
room
image?
door. Yeah, the very right, you'll see the living room door.
Okay. Is it the blue thing or is it beyond that?
Beyond that, it's I guess the white door with the colors on it. I don't know if y'all can see that in that picture. Far right.
So right here?
Yes, sir.
Okay. 83,
83, I've panned left from the view of the front door, and now you can see the little laundry area.
84.
Continue to pan left.
Now zooming in here in the middle, is this the hallway that you came through to get in
Yes, sir.
to the room in the first place?
Yes, sir.
And what have we done here?
So I have panned left all the way, and then this is the doorway to go into the master bedroom.
Now, did you go in the master bedroom?
I did.
And did you take pictures in there?
Did.
Is there
Yes.
a bathroom in there as well?
There is, sir.
Did you take pictures of all of that?
Yes, sir.
Where are we here? In 86?
This is going back into the hallway that I entered the living room from.
All right, and what are we looking at in the top middle of the frame?
Top middle is the that pass through for the kitchen.
87, where are we here?
I've panned left and starting to get pictures of the staircase.
88,
With a staircase to go upstairs.
89. When you get at the top of the stairs here at the landing,
To your left is a bedroom. Straight ahead of you is a bathroom, and then to your right is another bedroom.
90.
This is entering the bedroom on the left-hand side.
Okay, the left as you're looking up the stairs.
Yes, sir.
91.
This is the view into the bedroom from the doorway. You have a closet door on your right. The bed was kind of at an angle. Yeah.
92.
This is from a view from that closet door I mentioned previously, looking towards the other closet.
93.
Just continually panning left.
94.
Pan left even more. You can see a little L-shaped couch, little seating area right there.
And 95.
This is from the other side of the room, and that's the door I entered to come into the room.
Okay, so this you just walked in the room to the far side of it, turned around. 96, where are we here?
This is the view from the bedroom I'm in across the hall into the next bedroom.
97.
This is from the doorway, looking right. You can see oh, I can't remember what that, it was kind of like a little dresser thing. There's a little closet door and you can see a start of a children's bed.
All right, so you just stepped into the doorway for the other bedroom upstairs.
Yes, sir.
Turn to the right.
Now,
98.
now I've panned a little bit left. You can see the bed. You can see another mattress on the floor.
99.
99, pan left a little bit. You can see a crib and a closet in this
100.
one. I've stepped into the room. I'm on the right wall looking towards the closet, panning to the left.
So what is all this stuff over here?
A bunch of clothes and toys, I believe.
Did this room appear to you to be being used, or did it appear to be something more like a spare room or a storage room?
It didn't appear to be used at this point in time.
101 is, are we looking here at the door that you came in?
Yes, sir.
And is, on the left side, is this that
So like,
dark wood piece of furniture that we saw earlier?
yes, sir.
And 102, where are we here?
My back is towards the bunk bed, looking at the wall across. You can see the door I entered on the right-hand side.
All right. 107, where are we here?
That is the detached garage outside.
Now, the carport with the RV under it, or the garage with the door and all that?
This is the garage with the door.
Are we still looking in the garage here in 108?
Yes, sir.
109, another picture of the garage.
Yes, sir.
And what is that right there in, on the door of the garage in 109?
That's a stuffed Mickey Mouse toy, a little racing suit.
Thank you. 110, were these the trash cans that we saw very early on outside in that rack?
Yes, sir.
Did you guys take them out of the rack, open them up, and see what was in them?
Yes, sir.
Just trash?
There were some other items in there. We had a pillow, a red rag, and some documentations, and a welcome home mat.
111?
111. This is the Dodge Journey that was parked outside the garage. Or
Could you just read the tag into the record?
TEN 9300
Georgia?
Georgia tag.
112, what are we looking at here? What is happening?
These were items taken out of the trash can in the kitchen.
So y'all looked in the garbage, see what was in there?
Yes, sir.
Normal household garbage?
For the most part.
113,
These are receipts that they located in the garage or the trash can.
Cheddar's Restaurant,
Yes, sir.
and then in 114, some other trash. All right. So, after the 5th, were you involved in processing and photographing some other evidence?
Yes, sir.
Did you photograph the Dodge Journey?
Yes, sir.
And where did that take place?
FBI Savannah.
And how did the vehicle get from 535 Buckhalter to the FBI Savannah office?
It was towed.
Do they have a secure lot there that they can hold vehicles in?
Yes, sir.
And when did you search the Journey?
That would be on the 6th.
6th of October?
Yes, sir.
And you took photographs of it when you did that?
Yes, sir.
Do you see in front of you a document marked as State's Exhibit 11?
Yes, sir.
Can you look through this and tell us whether that is a selection of the photographs that you took of the Journey?
Yes, sir.
Is it that? The document in front of you, is that the selection photograph?
Yes, sir.
Is it, do those photographs fairly and accurately depict the vehicles that appear to you on the sticks?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I would offer this in as State's Exhibit 11.
Objection, Your Honor.
State's Exhibit 11.
All right. First image in State's Exhibit 11 is on the screen. Can you tell us what this is?
Again, this is the photo log that we put at the beginning of all of our photos. The case number, the location where I was at, 2003 Chatham Center Drive. Signal was still missing child. I was still the investigator. The date was 10/6/22 and the time was approximately 16:14.
4:14 p.m. for
Yes, sir.
those of us on 12-hour time.
Yeah, sorry.
All right, slide 2, what are we looking at?
This is the view of the front of the journey.
Slide 3,
The driver's side front,
4,
driver's side,
5,
the rear,
6,
passenger side rear,
7,
passenger side. And just kind of pan to the right and got the rest of the passenger side.
8,
Passenger side front.
9,
This is the driver's side door open.
10.
Oh, sorry. 10. That's
Yeah,
the
go
driver's
on
side.
the screen with me if you can see it. All right.
That's the driver's side door.
11,
Driver's seat and the floor area. That's some trash on the floor. Yeah, two alcohol bottles and like a little wooden skewer.
what's this alcohol bottle here?
Fireball.
And then this other one here is something called
Curveball.
curveball. Do you know what that is?
Not 100% sure. I think it was whiskey, something like that.
13,
That's still the driver's side steering wheel, and you can see the gear shifter. That's the driver's side rear door.
all right, and I just gotta be clear for the record, we're on 14. That's the rear driver's side door.
Yes, sir. This
15,
is looking into the back seat from the driver's side.
16.
This is the rear of the vehicle with the hatch open.
Now, this whitish substance, is that something that you all put in there?
No, we did not put that in.
Was it already in there when you opened the car up?
Yes, sir.
And had you in fact seen it at the scene the day before on the 5th?
The trunk?
I mean, had you seen through the window that there's
Yeah.
some stuff in there?
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
So this was in there during the police response?
Yes, sir.
It's already there. It's not something that got in there between the 911 call, or at least between police arrival and your photographing the car.
They had it.
Do you know what it was?
Not 100% sure. We did do a little, we took a sample of it and we did do a little self-test there. Kind of appeared to be like kid cereal.
What do you
baby
mean?
cereal.
You said you did what
Like
test?
we took a sample of it, put it in some hot water and stirred it up. Kind of had a grainy oaty smell.
A grainy OT smell?
Yeah, or weedy smell.
And did it dissolve in water?
It did.
Did it appear to you to likely be some kind of children's cereal?
It did.
$17.
This is the passenger side rear door. And looking into the vehicle from the passenger side.
What's that there in the floorboard?
That is a natural light beer can.
19,
Front passenger door.
20,
That's the front passenger floorboard and the seat.
21. That's it for Stacy's exhibit. 11.
Yes, sir.
One of them. Is it also part of the duties of the forensics unit to collect video footage?
Yes, sir.
You sometimes get them from Ring doorbells on people's houses,
Yes, sir.
for businesses.
Yes, sir.
Um, Did you participate in an effort to obtain relevant video footage in this case?
Yes, sir.
And was that centered on the Chevron Azalea Mobile Home Park area near the intersection of Ogeechee Road and Buckhalter?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you go to the Chevron that's right next to Azalea Mobile Home Plaza?
Yes, sir.
And did you obtain video footage from there?
Yes, sir.
And when was it that you did that?
On the 7th.
7th of October,
Yes, sir.
2022.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So 2 days after the 911 call, you were out there at the Chevron getting video footage?
Yes, sir.
And for what time period did you obtain video footage from the Chevron?
Can I look at my report real quick? We got from approximately 1:18 to 1:30ish.
Is that all you collected, is 1 minute of video footage?
Looks like it's more than 1 minute.
Okay, well, what I'm asking is, what general time frame, I'm not asking what the notable or relevant portion was. I'm asking you, what is the general time frame that you were getting video footage for?
Approximately maybe like 2 to 5 minutes.
Okay. Now, did you see during that time period, what was you said, 115 to 118 or something like that?
1:18 to like 1:30ish.
118 to 130-ish?
Yeah.
Did you see on that footage what appeared to be the Dodge Journey that you photographed?
Yes, sir.
And did you see whether that vehicle did or did not stop at the Chevron?
Yes, sir. It did not.
And did it stop at the Chevron during
No,
that
sir.
time period? Okay. Could you nevertheless see the vehicle in the Chevron footage?
Yes, sir.
And what did it do?
It would travel north on Ogeechee, it turned into the Azalea parking lot road, and drove past the Chevron into Azalea.
Okay, so you can see it in the footage, but it's not stopping at Chevron, it's driving by the Chevron and turning into Azalea Mobile Home Plaza.
Yes, sir.
Did you also collect surveillance footage, security footage from Azalea Mobile Home Plaza?
I did.
From a number of different cameras, correct?
Yes, I believe there was 3.
And did that footage appear to show the Dodge Journey that you photographed entering and driving around in Azalea Mobile Home Plaza during the period of, say, I don't know, 1:15 in the morning to 1:20 something in the morning
Yes, sir.
on October 5th, 2022?
Yes, sir.
When did you go out and get that Azalea footage?
The same day.
All right, October 7th?
Yes, sir.
And you mentioned that Sergeant Coleman is your sergeant with the crime scene unit, forensics unit.
Yes, sir.
Was he present with you on the 7th when you got that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Was he supervising the operations as the sergeant for the unit?
Yes, sir.
And did he see and participate in, did he see the footage that y'all were looking at and participate in its collection?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Sometime after the 7th, when you'd gotten this footage from Azalea showing the defendant's car, did you realize that the timestamps for Azalea's cameras appear to be off?
Yes, sir.
Like incorrect?
Yes, sir.
And did you do anything to memorialize what the timestamp discrepancy actually was?
We returned back to the scene and used our phones we put our phones up to the live view and took pictures of it so we could get a real time compared to their time.
And is the idea there that the time, the time on your phone is accurate?
Yes, sir.
And so you can compare the time showing on your phone to the time showing on the camera and figure out how far ahead or behind it is?
Yes, sir.
Right. And what was the time stamp discrepancy with the Azalea footage? How far ahead or behind the actual time was it?
I believe it was right around 80 minutes
Behind or ahead?
behind,
Okay.
if I remember correctly.
On the 7th, when you went out to Azalea to collect the footage initially, did you take some photographs while you were out there?
Yes.
And when did you go back and do this deal with the phones to document the timestamp discrepancy?
On the
Would it refresh your memory to look at the photo card from that?
yes.
Do you see in front of you a document labeled States Exhibit 55?
Yes.
Feel free to look through that and tell me whether it refreshes your memory as to when you went out and memorialized the timestamp discrepancy.
The 9th.
9th of October, 2022.
Yes.
Looking at States Exhibit 55, does it clearly, fairly and accurately depict Azalea as photographed by you on the 7th and as photographed by you on the 9th as well?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would move this in as States Exhibit 55.
Objection, Your Honor.
And may I publish, Your Honor? All right. States Exhibit 55 is up on the screen, specifically the first image in that exhibit. Is this your photo card from the 7th?
Yes, sir.
And this is the day you initially collected the footage?
Yes, sir.
Now, slide 2, what is this here? What are we looking at?
These are the community dumpsters in the Azalea Mobile Home Park.
All right. And what is that we see on the far right side of the frame?
There's a white Jeep
All right.
belonging to one of the staff members of Azalea.
Okay. And that is sitting right next to the standard dumpsters, right?
Yes, sir.
Moving to slide 3, where are we? First of all, where are we?
So this building on my right is the Azalea main office, right as you enter the park. If you look in the distance, you can see the white Jeep from the previous photo.
I've zoomed in here. Is that the white car that we just saw in the last picture?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And off to the left of it, is this one of the dumpsters?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And in this picture, zooming back out, did you take this picture?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And were you standing right underneath the camera?
Yes.
All right. And that camera, is it affixed to the side of the management?
It's
office?
yeah, I believe it's on a little patio covering.
Say again.
I believe it's on a patio covering.
Okay. And again, were you standing more or less right under it?
Yeah, my camera was right under it.
And was the goal of this photo kind of figure out what direction is this camera looking and what is the field of view going to show in terms of the car sitting at the dumpsters?
Yeah.
Okay. So we see, at least as you're standing there, you can see this car sitting at the dumpsters, but it is a ways off.
Yes, sir.
And what is this in the foreground here, this area that's bounded by this fence?
It's like a little maintenance area where they store, I guess, their machinery. It's in the property, the office property.
Moving on to slide 4, what are we looking at here?
This is the photo log for the 9th, when we return to get the comparison photos from the phone and the timestamp on the videos.
Now, how many cameras did you all collect footage from Azalea for, I don't know, the early morning hours of the 5th and the late night hours of the 4th? Do you remember how many cameras total?
I believe there was 3 cameras at Azalea.
Okay. And did each one of those 3 capture, at least seem to capture the Dodge journey that you photographed?
Yes, sir.
I want to just talk to you about these next few pictures. Slide 5. Where are you as you take this picture?
So this one, I'm inside the office, holding a cell phone here, and then had another officer hold their cell phone on the camera view from outside, and then you have the timestamp right above that.
Okay. What is this monitor here that you're looking at?
That's their computer monitor for inside the office.
And is that monitor showing you the current video feed from that camera that you were just standing under in the previous picture?
Yeah, it's the live view.
Okay. What is the time showing on your phone?
12:20.
Okay. And that's 20 minutes after noon, is that right?
Yes, sir.
On the 9th.
Yes, sir.
And it's the same for the officer standing outside holding a phone up to the camera?
Yes, sir.
Was your iPhone time working that day?
Yes, sir.
Has it ever not been working? That's a no?
No, sir. Sorry.
Okay. Now, this camera is showing, when we zoom in here, it looks like it's showing 10:59.
Yes, sir.
All right. And so is that where you're getting that these cameras were about 81 minutes behind, 80 to 81 minutes behind?
Yes, sir.
And that's because the difference between 10:59 and 12:20 is about 80 to 81 minutes, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, this next image, slide 6, is this you looking at the monitor for a different camera pointing a different direction?
Yeah, same monitor, just different camera.
Oh, same monitor, different camera.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And does this camera that we're concerned with here in image 6, does this point out towards Ogeechee Road?
Yes, sir. That's Ogeechee Road, right past those U-Hauls.
Okay. And that's, you're indicating to like the top right corner of the picture?
Yes, sir.
All right. Can we see any part of the chevron in this image?
Yeah. If you look at my vehicle, the
Well,
chevron's right.
Which one's your vehicle?
The police truck
All right.
on the left side,
All right. And then where's the chevron in relation to that?
just past it.
Okay. Are those U-Hauls in the chevron parking lot?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did this camera have the exact same timestamp discrepancy
Yes, sir.
as the last one?
Yes, sir.
80 to 81 minutes?
Yes, sir.
Slide 7. Same monitor, different camera?
Yes, sir.
And does this one just point the other direction as the camera we were just talking about?
Yes, sir.
All right. And did that camera have the same timestamp discrepancy as the other two?
Yes, sir.
Whole system has the same time, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. Therefore, the time discrepancy is going to be the same on all 3.
Yes, sir.
One moment, please, Your Honor. Let me just ask you this, did the cameras themselves appear to be working when you were out there collecting the footage?
They did.
Did you have any issue collecting the footage?
No, sir.
As we were looking at this image, image 6, we see a police truck out there and U-Hauls in the Chevron parking lot.
Yes, sir.
At that time, was there in fact a police truck out there and U-Hauls in the Chevron parking lot?
Yes, sir. That's a live view of what was going on right there.
Okay, so were these cameras accurately capturing what was actually happening in the real world?
Yes, sir.
And does the timestamp discrepancy have anything to do with the accuracy or reliability of the footage itself?
No, sir.
No further questions, Ron.
All right, thank you. Mr. Hilliard?
Thank you.
Mr. Hilliard, before you start, I don't want to take a full break, but if you need to if you feel the need to stand up and just kind of stretch it out, you can feel free to do that. I know you've been sitting for a long time. Oh, just stand up and shake it out a little bit. I'll show you what I do. I recognize you're sitting for a long time. Kind of change the channel. Get your blood flowing again. All right. All right. Okay. Mr. Hilliard.
Officer Schenker, I'm going to start where you left off because it just makes more sense to work back that way because that's where you were at. With regard to these, like State's Exhibit number 55 that we just discussed the 80-minute time discrepancy. Okay. Did you ever do any?
Just a moment. Mr. Schenker's.
Give me 1 second. I think it's me.
Okay.
Is that better? Thank you. Sorry about that, Mr. Cooper. Okay, so let's just start with the Azalea cams first. Okay, so on October 7th and October 9th, you noticed some sort of time discrepancy, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you documented it, and that's what we just dealt with, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever inquiry or find out when the discrepancy began?
No, sir.
You were just sent out there to collect the footage then?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you made no further inquiry other than just to note it?
I personally did not. I don't know if my sergeant or the other officer did.
And again, I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, just asking you what you did, okay? So you noted the discrepancy, but you didn't get to the bottom of it or find out when it started, correct? All right. So let's back up a little bit and go to State's Exhibit 11, which was the one you did prior to that one. So on October 6th, you got the Dodge Journey, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you photographed the Dodge Journey,
Yes,
correct?
sir.
Did you do anything else other than that or just take photographs?
Photographed it. We did alternate light on the vehicle to see if there was any like fabrics or anything from the scene. We did do a couple swabs of the substance in the back, and we did blue star the vehicle.
Well, and that's why I'm asking is just based upon the testimony I heard, it seemed like it was just a bunch of pictures you were taking, but there was a lot more to it than that, wasn't there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so how many people were out there that day on October 6th, I guess, examining the vehicle?
Myself and Corporal Shriver.
Okay, so two of you.
Yes, sir.
And so you went through the vehicle and you've noted the alcohol containers, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you seize those?
Did I see those?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so they were taken into evidence, correct?
No,
They weren't taken into evidence?
No.
Just photographed them?
just photograph.
All right. Just curious, why not?
Didn't feel that they were pertinent to the case.
So you don't think it's pertinent to the case, you don't log it into evidence?
Well, if it's not evidence,
And who determines whether or not something's evidence?
I guess that would be me.
So you determined it wasn't evidence, so you didn't log it, you didn't test it, you didn't swab it, you didn't keep it, correct? All right. let's go on to the next picture. You had a picture of a natural light can in the back, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that was back in the passenger seat. And did you seize that and take that into evidence?
No, sir.
And again, I guess for the same reason, you didn't consider it to be evidence.
Yes, sir.
Let me ask you, whenever someone drinks from a can or touches a can or does something like that, is it possible to have some sort of DNA contact or transference between it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you think that that might be relevant to testing to see who may have been or not been in the truck at that point in time?
It could be, but if they both had, or whoever had access to that vehicle, their DNA and prints would be all over the vehicle.
Okay. All right. But again, you didn't think it was evidence, didn't seize it, didn't test it, didn't do anything further with it, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, the substance in the back of the vehicle, which was kind of weird, okay, admittedly. You did take that, though.
I took a sample of that.
And let me ask you this. You said it was some sort of kid cereal,
I believe, I'm not 100% sure.
but it wasn't any biological material.
No.
Okay, it wasn't any sort of cleaning solvent or anything like that,
No,
was
sir.
it? Okay, but it was, from what you could tell, and I don't have any reason to think, you're wrong, it was some sort of kid cereal or breakfast cereal of some sort that was in the back.
Yes, sir.
Now, when you were taking pictures of the inside of the van, I'm going to assume you looked throughout the entire thing.
Yes, sir.
Did you ever find any feces or blood or anything like that in it?
We did find a spot that reacted on the driver's side seat, but that was it.
And what was that?
Appeared to be blood. We just boost started it, and it fluoresced. And it was just a little spot on the front driver's seat.
Okay, did you seize that or send it for further testing?
No, sir.
You didn't?
No, sir.
And again, just curious, why not?
Didn't believe at the time it was pertinent.
Now, with regards to the rest of the vehicle, did you find anything else of any substance in there? Of any relevance?
There was a spot in the back that we took swabs of and logged in. And there was a couple fibers from the back seat or the back of the vehicle that we collected and logged in.
And what did you do with them once you swabbed them and collected them and logged them in?
That was all I did with them.
Okay. And just out of curiosity, if you look at number 15 from State's Exhibit 11, what was this orange thing and this white thing in the back of the plane?
Those are traffic vests, kind of like safety vests. And then the white paper was from the dentist, I believe it was.
Okay.
Paperwork.
And what's the little orange thing on the ground right there?
I believe that was another safety vest.
All right, and that was the extent of everything that you found or found relevant from the call, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's back up and go to State's Exhibit number 10. And actually, it might be easier to look at State's Exhibit number 9. Do you have that in front of you?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's do that because it's a better overview and the other ones are just a lot of pictures to thumb through. So you took a bunch of pictures of the house and the surrounding area, correct?
Yes, sir.
So looking at State's Exhibit 9, and again, don't want to put words in your mouth, but from what my recollection was, there was a pool in the back, and there was a set of dining room doors and a set of living room doors that led out to the pool area, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And it looked like, and again, not trying to put words in your mouth, just going from my recollection, that the living room doors opened into a play area.
Yes, sir.
And the dining room doors open directly onto the patio area. Is that a fair and accurate assessment of what the pictures you took?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, when you got there, well, I guess it was on October 5th, correct?
Yes.
Okay. When you got there on October 5th, you were sent around to take all the pictures that you took in State's Exhibit 10, correct?
Yes.
All right. And Mr. Dean asked you to discuss and go through what it took to go from the front door to, I guess, the living room door, right?
Yes, sir.
But based upon that, it's a much shorter trip to go from the front door to the dining room door, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
And it's not nearly as circuitous, correct?
Yes, sir.
And I can't tell from the picture, so I'm going to have to ask you. The dining room door opens right out onto the patio, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The living room door opens into a play area, correct?
It's the same patio. It's just got a little gate. in
Right.
front of
And it
But
seems
yes.
to me, again, not putting words in your mouth, but the play area seemed kind of cordoned off.
Yeah.
And the dining room doors didn't. It kind of opened straight into the pool area.
Yes, sir.
Is that a fair assessment?
Yes, sir.
So it's much easier to get out through the dining room door onto the patio than the living room door, correct?
Yes, sir.
And when you were there that day, were those doors open, closed? What were they?
All the doors were closed when I got there.
Were they unlocked?
I believe so, yes.
So you didn't have any problem opening and closing, or the dining room doors, were they relatively easy to open and get through?
Yes, sir.
Okay, the living room doors, same thing. Were they relatively easy to open and get through?
Yes, sir.
Okay, did you have any difficulty getting through them?
No, sir.
And again, was there anything that indicated that the doors may have been kicked, smashed, broken in any way, shape, or form?
No, sir.
Okay, so they were operable.
Yes, sir.
Now, Mr. Dean asked about the route, I guess, through the downstairs. It's kind of a fairly odd layout in the downstairs area. I think that's safe to say, correct?
Yes, sir.
But was the kitchen in use?
Yes, sir.
And it was usable, correct? Was the living room in use and usable?
Yes, sir.
The dining room in use and usable?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and the front area that we're talking about, where you first enter into the front door area, that front door area enters, what's the street that is directly in front of the front door?
Buckhalter.
So that's Buckhalter Road.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the dining room and the living room, they open towards the pool, but I assume that's more around back to where the driveway and the garage and all of that was.
Yes, sir.
Again, if I'm misstating it, or I'm just trying to understand it, but that seems to me that, and the area had a gate on it, if I'm not mistaken. I remember you taking a picture of a truck.
Yep.
So there was a gate, and the gate goes around to the back, correct?
Yep.
So wouldn't that indicate that the main entrance and egress to the house is through the back, not the front?
Sure.
Well, I mean, you know the layout better than I do, so.
I don't know what entrance they use, but yes.
Okay. So now, when you were taking all of these pictures and you took a number of them, you took 475, right?
Something like that.
Somewhere there about a lot.
Yep.
Okay. I'm not saying these are all them, but you took a lot. When you came across the pictures, you said it was vomit that was in the pack and play, correct?
I believe it was.
You believe it was. Did you seize it?
Yes.
Okay. Did you send it off for testing?
I did not detect this.
So you basically did your job, seized it, handed it off to the detectives, correct?
Yes.
Okay. But the one thing is you're sure it wasn't blood, correct?
I'm not sure.
Didn't look like it, did it?
It did not look like blood.
And not a trick question. You answered this question for Mr. Dean quite readily, so I'm not trying to trip you up. Okay. So it was, but you believed it to be vomit, correct?
I did.
Okay. And you don't know how old it was or how long it had been there.
I don't.
Now, did you notice anything else of any significance in that front room? I noticed at least there was at least two other cribs, or I guess beds in there. Did you notice any urine, feces, vomit, diapers, things like that in the area as well?
I don't recall.
If you had noticed anything like that, would you have taken pictures of it and recorded it?
Yes.
Did you take any pictures of it and record it?
I don't think so.
All right, so this was pretty much the extent of what you did in the case, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you review you said you went and seized the camera footage from Azalea, if I'm
Yes,
not
sir.
mistaken. So that was you that went out and picked it up,
Yes.
seized it, and then I guess you forwarded it to the detectives, correct?
Yes. Well, we put it on a computer at work.
All right. So And does that conclude your involvement in the case?
Pretty much yes.
So there's nothing else you did of any evidentiary or investigatory importance at this point. It's pretty much everything that we discussed and talked about here today, correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Officer Fink. I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Just a moment. Turn to the state. Is there any redirect?
You were asked about blood in the car, and you mentioned something about this spot on the driver's seat fluorescing.
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us what you mean? Or blue star or something like that?
The blue star is the chemical we use to look for, it reacts to the hemoglobin in blood, and it will fluoresce blue. So we sprayed the whole vehicle with it. It's a liquid, and the only part that fluoresced was on the front driver's side seat.
Well, let's take it step by step. You spray the whole vehicle with this chemical, right?
Yes, sir.
Then what do? Do you next have to turn off the lights?
Yeah, it's got to be completely dark,
Okay.
or
Then,
as dark as you can get it.
again, step by step. Once you've turned off the lights, what do you do?
Then we spray the vehicle. We would spray each seat, the floorboard, and then see if there's a reaction. If there's no reaction, then we'll move on to another area, and then another area. And if we get a reaction, then we'll photograph it.
Okay. And then what does it mean for something to fluoresce or react on when you spray it with the blue star chemical?
It lights up blue.
Okay. Lights up blue?
Yeah.
Okay. In the dark?
Yes, sir.
It kind of glows a little bit?
Yes, sir.
First of all, this spot on the driver's seat that had this reaction, was it, before you turned the lights off and sprayed that chemical on it, did it appear to the naked eye to look like blood or not?
I don't believe so.
Okay, just like a little spot?
Yeah.
And where in the driver's seat was it?
It would be pretty much right where you would sit.
Right where you would sit?
Yeah.
Like dead center in the driver's seat?
Yeah, pretty
Okay.
much.
And how big was it?
It was just a small, like, line.
Very small, right?
Yes, sir.
Like almost like a pinpoint or something?
A little bigger than a pinpoint, but not a lot.
Okay. And does the blue star reaction necessarily mean it's blood?
No, it's just a presumptive test.
Now, did you take pictures of that spot before you had turned the lights off and sprayed it with the blue star?
Yeah.
And did you take pictures of that spot with the lights off, glowing blue with the blue star chemical on
I
it?
did.
And did you make those images available to detectives?
I did.
And is it detectives who ultimately make the decision about what particular things in the case need follow up?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Just one more. And just not to belabor the point, but that was one of those things that didn't need follow-up, correct?
I didn't believe it did.
That's all the questions I got. Thank you, Judge.
All right. Is there any reason not to excuse this witness?
There you go.
All right, you are excused, sir. Thank you. Thank you. I think it's a good time for a short comfort break unless you want to. Okay. I'm getting head shakes. Yes. So again, we're going to take a short comfort break. You're going to remain here in the jury deliberation room. Don't discuss the case. Don't do any research in me in this short time. Don't expose yourself to any media or social media. All right. Let's take 15 minutes. We'll be back at 11. Thank you, thank you, Deputy. Thank you. All right, so let's take a recess till 11. But before we go, Mr. Dean, is this where you're going to call Detective Lemons?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. So I would expect that to take some time. And Mr. Hilliard, you'll determine how you wish to proceed with that one way or the other.
Yeah, kind of make a determination and see how far we go this morning, and we'll go from
Hilliard.
there. Sorry about that, Judge. But,
That's okay.
But yeah, we'll just wait and see how we go. I mean, I don't know. Me and Mr. Dean have already discussed it. It just depends on how deep we go. I may reserve on Detective Lemons until later, or I may go ahead and do a little bit now. We'll have to wait and see.
Okay. And I'm thinking with Detective Lemons, it's probably going to get us to the lunch hour for the jury. So just kind of bearing that in mind, scheduling wise. But otherwise, I'll see you back here at 11. We're in recess.
What time did the court want to take a lunch break? Because I suspect that Detective Lemons will go longer than that.
Well,
Oh,
Maybe about 4 hours.
absolutely. We're not going to finish Detective Lemons before a lunch break and anything that could reasonably be called lunch time.
okay.
So she will, if we start her now, she'll go over.
Okay.
On the other hand,
So-
I don't know whether people want to take a lunch break at 10:45. So
The time right now I have a quarter to 11. So we're going to start up again at 11. We're going to go into an hour or so, an hour-ish. So my folks who are dealing with the jurors, let's figure we're going to break for lunch for them between 12 and 12:30. Okay. All right. Thank you. Good
you.
question. Now we're in recess.
Damn. The judge has to piss and get a sandwich. She runs the courtroom. Why do they need to know when they're going to go to Subway? This is craziness. Live court is on a break. We'll be right back. Let me look through some of your comments. Diana Howery said, I like this judge. She is polite. However, don't underestimate her roar. She said, I seen and heard her. Oh, yeah, she don't put up with any shit. She's very, very pretty, but she can have what I would call a pretty short temper. Paper Slut. Judge is the type at the family reunion to sit back with a smug grin because she knows her mac and cheese is about to destroy her sister-in-law for the 6th year in a row. Damn right. Absolutely love it. Nani said, in this case, a comfort break might just lead to hugging oneself if you're alone, and it's okay if you need to do that, sending virtual hug to all. It's a lot to listen to. And I was looking at your comments, and there's a lot of questions about the car. Now, I can't wait for the FBI to get on there. Don't get me wrong, I'm on the edge of my seat waiting on Billy, Danny. I think we already know what the babysitter's going to say. But I really want to hear what Danny has to say, especially when they confront him with what Leilani sent to the FBI agent about how she's tired of lying for Danny. Why would you lie for Danny? Why would that cross anyone's mind? Your son is missing. Why would you even think to lie for Danny? No, I think at that point she knew Danny wasn't going to lie for her. Two Boston moms said, this judge is very pretty. Yes, she is. You better believe it. Rosebud says, feels like I have a hangover. I'm telling you, and we just shit, and it's only 10:22 here. This is ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Russ said, did Lilazy pack on a bunch of weight? Oh, she did. Those county carbs are stacking up on her. Let me tell you what, she's not taking the free Jell-O they pass around. Oh, no. She is on the white bread only diet. Plus, it's not like they have carpet or nice fluffy rugs. She's pounding around on county concrete. So imagine how her bowels are stopped up. Yeah. Let me tell you. Remember when we were covering the case of Harmony Montgomery and we see step meth, and then the next time we see step meth, she's much fuller in the face. She's got a couple of extra tires around the midsection, and she looked like a totally different person. Look at this. Joy Callie gifted 10 Crime Lines and Lies memberships. If you received a Crime Lines and Lies membership, you thank our girl, Joy Callie. And thank CR, because I couldn't stop the trial. So thank her as well. We got a lot going on here, my friends. Sparrow said, well, why lazy? By the way, that nickname is always going to stick. When Kat first said that, I about fell out of my chair. I was laughing so hard. Sparrow said, well, why lazy is so full of shit. Well, she is. Think about her. Stomping around on concrete floors. Looking at cinder block walls. Iron bars. Iron bars. Kat, what are you doing? She said, StreamYard hours for next week. Girl, I'm put you in the corner. I got a lot of you to put in the corner. Kimberly Mann, $20. Thank you for that. Thank you so much. Because I can have 200 hours through my welfare StreamYard plan. Thanks to my husband, okay? He won't let me go up. Anyway, joke's on him when they bite him back. CR gifted 5 Crime Lines and Lies memberships. Welcome to the family. CR has been a member for 25 months. Look at that, Stacy, 24 months? My, how time flies. Love one another. 14 months? Girl, what am I going to do with you? Must be doing something right for all these fine people to stick around. Teresa, member for a year. It's her birthday. Look at that. Angel P dropping a 20. You better calm down, girl. You better calm down. Then Kimberly Mann, 5 Crime Lines and Lies memberships. Pat K. Now, Pat K's feeling under the weather. Plus, she's been painting her house. Thank you so much for the $10. Is that Canadian $10 or is that US dollars? I'm not asking. OJ is. Diane Howery, you just got out of the hospital. You don't need to be sending money to nobody. Look at this, boy mama, 20 months. And there's our girl, Lisa A, saying howdy. What am I going to do with all of you? My goodness. All right, so where are we at right now? What do you think that dumb bitch's defense is going to be? I think they're going to blame Danny. I really do. I think that is going to be their reasonable doubt. Listen, he doesn't have a squeaky clean pass. All right? He doesn't. And they're going to start bringing up one thing after another. In my opinion, that is the reason that the state opened their arguments with him running out when he got the phone call. Like Lazy didn't do it. Two Boston Moms says, Danny or the pool. They keep putting that green, nasty pool in the juror's head. What'd you all think about that garden that was nothing but weeds? Let me tell you something. Even Grandis and Candace could have done a better job taking care of that garden. I would love to have a garden like that, all mounted up. You see the railroad ties going around it. They just let it go to shit. They don't take care of anything. Yeah. Absolutely sickening. Fun to ski's been around for a couple of years. By the way, has anyone seen Elaine Cordello? She used to be the first person in chat. The first person. And I have not seen her in a good month or so. Both her and her boyfriend were sick. Well, let's go through a few things while they're on break. No reason why we cannot refresh our memories.
Frankly, I mean, there's a lot of aspects to that. I mean, knowing the hard work that went into this investigation, everybody, not just Chatham County Police Department, but everybody that chipped in, the FBI, GBI, DNR, Chatham County Sheriff's Office, the civilians, you name it, from A to Z, we were 100% committed to bringing justice for Quentin. And to appreciate the amount of human effort, the amount of human emotion that goes into a case like this, and to appreciate, hopefully, that this comes to a conclusion in terms of a conviction and things of that nature. You know, you have a lot of emotions about that. You also have a lot of emotions as just a general human being, as a person who has children. You see the impact that has on people. So if you step back and take a moment to kind of absorb that, I think that if you didn't have any feelings about that, you might have to ask yourself a few questions.
That statement has always really, really bothered me. All right, look at this. Sarah said, we're just getting ignored over here. Walking Dead's running the ship over at Next Topic with CLL. Sarah's over there. I saw Pink Phoenix is over there. I'm telling you what to do. Sarah's going to dye her hair red to be the redhead stepchild. How's the party going on over at Next Topic? I haven't checked in. You all have been running the ship. Did Diana Howery get her wrench over there or not? What am I going to do with you girls? I want to go back to the statement that the chief made. And it really left an impression with me yesterday when they showed that he himself showed up to the house when Quentin was reported missing. This case will never leave him.
Frankly, I mean, there's a lot of aspects to that. I mean, knowing the hard work that went into this investigation, everybody, not just Chatham County Police Department, but everybody that chipped in, the FBI, GBI, DNR, Chatham County Sheriff's Office, the civilians, you name it, from A to Z, we were 100% committed to bringing justice for Quentin. And to appreciate the amount of human effort, the amount of human emotion that goes into a case like this, and to appreciate, hopefully, that this comes to a conclusion in terms of a conviction and things of that nature. You know, you have a lot of emotions about that. You also have a lot of emotions as just a general human being, as a person who has children. You see the impact that has on people. So if you step back and take a moment to kind of absorb that, I think that if you didn't have any feelings about that, you might have to ask yourself a few questions.
I love that statement because we forget that our first responders, chief, sheriff, detectives, they have families too. Speaking of first responders, look at the one putting in the hard work over on Next Topic at CLL. I took a screenshot. Look at that shit. Day 2, the evidence is shocking. There's Sarah, Chrissy, There's the mod over there, Walking Dead. She said, we are rocking it. Rock the boat, baby. I don't see no Diana. Diana's on CLL too. Sarah's laughing. Walking Dead says, Sleuth, so glad you joined our shit show. Now that's how you do it, ladies. My goodness. Nothing wrong with that. You serving alcohol over there, Walking Dead? What are you doing? Having a pill party? Holy shit, you all are having a blast over there. Wow. I don't even know what to say about you girls. Look at that again. Man, they're having like belly laughs over there. Goodness. Let's look at what the chief said about Thanksgiving. Thanksgiving's just around the corner, believe it or not.
And we believe that this was the right move today to be able to do that. She doesn't deserve a Thanksgiving, quite frankly, if I can go off script a little bit. Quentin deserves that.
Shouldn't deserve a Thanksgiving. Checking back over at Not Next Topic. Look at this. CR said I switched to this channel. Do we have a competition as to who's going to be in what channel? Look at this. Walking Dead said, see? Red-headed stepchild being left in the dust. Walking Dead said, here I am. Heck yeah, we got the red solo cups over here. How am I going to do with you girls? Holy shit. What are we going to do? Nani said, are they serving slices of space cake over there? I don't know. They're having a big old time. Don't even know where to start with these girls right now. Sarah goes, that's how we roll over here. What the hell? Diana Howery goes, I'm on here now, Brooks. Did I do something wrong? No, not at all. No, you got your wrench, girlfriend. Look at that. You've got Diana Howery and you've got Walking Dead over on Next Topic. We are so high tech. What on earth? Yesterday I talked to Diana and she goes, I don't think you want me as a moderator. She said, I say all the wrong things. Well, you found the right place to say all the wrong things, my friend. You got to look at that. Look at Walking Dead. She's laughing too hard. Sarah said they're having anarchy over there. What the hell am I going to do with you girls? All right, let's go through a little bit of Little Boy Lost to kind of refamiliarize ourselves. I've seen some questions being asked about Danny, Billy, Tommy. If there are other children involved, and yes, there are. Question is, and it's going to be answered in trial, how did Billy get permanent guardianship of Zane and Quentin, but yet Sky tests positive for drugs, you know, the rugs. And she gets to take a baby home. Make it make sense. Come on, make it make sense.
A little boy.
She woke up, her door was open.
Who went missing.
Her 20-month-old baby boy was missing from his pack and play.
A little boy.
Toddler Quentin Simon was
who seemingly just vanished.
Her baby's just a baby.
Taken.
Someone came in and took him.
Grandpa called Lilani Simon a liar on day 2 of this search.
Everybody that was in and out of that house during the time surrounding this baby's disappearance, get them to agree to a polygraph and start pinging their phones.
A little boy.
Nancy Grace wasn't too far off. She said start pinging their phones and get every one of them to agree to a polygraph. Well, they all told on their damn selves, did they not? Linda Baker, welcome. She said, this case is so sad. I can't even imagine. Look at the screen. Look at his little face. Look at his little face. Tanya said, I'm so confused. There's been some changes around here. We are, call me the Elon Musk of YouTube. Okay? We are streaming on 3 different platforms, Tanya. And it seems like the I thought innocent Walking Dead should have known by her screen name, has a little friendly competition going on as to who goes to what channel. And don't think Diana's not part of it. Trouble was her middle name. Oh, they polygraphed their asses. Hell, Tommy was shocked as shit when Nanny and Lazy came dragging their asses back into the Buckholter house because he assumed they would arrest them both right there. His words, not mine.
Boy, whose case became a headline.
The search continues this morning in Georgia for a missing toddler named.
Our top story tonight, it's been nearly 48 hours.
Has been an entire week.
Is back at the Southwest Chatham County home.
A little boy whose face gave police a purpose.
Yesterday, our team posted this picture of Quentin.
A little boy who deserves justice.
This afternoon, Chatham County Police Department detectives arrested 22-year-old Leilani Simon and charged her with malice murder,
a little boy
concealing the death of another
lost,
person, false reporting, and making false statements.
And then I get a text at 9 o'clock saying, have I seen Quentin?
A little boy named Quentin Simon.
I thought Brett Buffington, I used to follow him when he was doing the news in Baton Rouge. And boy, did he not have a lot going on there. For sure. I mean, big time. But I thought Brett and the producers at WSAV did a great job putting this together. And just the name, Little Boy Lost. It's such a metaphor. We're not even talking about the murder. He was always lost in the family.
Leilani Marie Simon. We took a break and we're about to resume now for testimony, continued testimony. Is the state ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is the defense ready?
The defense is ready, Judge.
All right, please bring out the jurors.
Jurors entering.
Jurors inside.
All right, thank you. So as the jurors are being seated, thank you very much. I welcome you back from our break. And just to confirm, no one's discussed the case or seen any news stories or media. All right. So we are going to begin now, and we'll turn to the state to call its next witness.
Marion Lemons.
The evidence you shall give the court and jury on the trial of this issue shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Yes, ma'am.
All right, good morning, Detective. When you're ready, Mr. Dean.
Good morning. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury, spelling your first and last name?
Yes, I'm Marion Lemons. It's Marian Lemons, Lemmons.
And where are you from?
Richmond Hill.
And did you go to high school in Richmond Hill?
Did.
Are you a detective with the Chatham County Police Department?
Not currently.
Okay, but do you work for the Chatham County Police Department?
Yes.
Okay. When did you join the Chatham County Police Department?
Late 2018.
And can you describe your education leading up to joining the police department?
Yes. In May of 2018, I graduated from University of Georgia with a bachelor's in criminal justice.
And when did you go to the police academy?
Late 2018.
Okay. Had you already been hired on by the Chatham County Police Department at that point?
Yes.
And they sent you to the academy?
Yes.
And when did you finish the academy?
December of 2018.
And from that point, what did you begin doing for the Chatham County Police Department?
I did about a year and a half on patrol.
And after patrol, did you move into any specialized unit?
Yes, I went to the detectives unit.
And what do you all call the detectives unit formerly at Chatham County Police Department?
The Criminal Investigations Division, or CID.
I want to ask you just a couple of questions about the organization of CID at this point. Okay. Can you tell us about the organization and staffing of it? Who comprises the detectives unit or CID?
So in that division, there are several detectives who are general crimes detectives. We investigate everything. There's 2 sergeants who oversee us. There was a lieutenant at that time, and then a captain.
And how does CID become involved in any given case?
Typically, we are kind of like the follow-up unit. When a patrol officer goes out to a scene, they collect the initial information, and if it needs additional follow-up, it'll be sent over to the detectives unit. Or, like in this case, if something immediate and urgent is happening, a detective will respond out.
Now, as of October 2022, how long had you been with CID again?
About 2 years.
Okay. And what, if any, training had you gotten to that point, October 2022, in the way of homicide investigations?
I had taken, I believe it was in 2021, I took the homicide investigations course with GIPSTIC, which is the Georgia Public Safety Training Center. It's kind of like the mother agency for law enforcement in Georgia.
Okay. And can you describe that course for us? How long was it?
It was 5 days, and it was at the center in Forsyth County.
Had you taken, I'm sorry, go ahead.
It was in city, Forsyth City.
Okay. As of October 2022, had you taken any other pertinent courses at GIPSTIC?
At GIPSTIC, I also took Child First, which is a course kind of showing the best practices for interviewing children. And I've also taken interviews and interrogations, probably some other minor ones up to that point.
Can you describe what you mean by the best practices for interviewing children through the Child First training that you mentioned?
Yeah, so interviewing children and adults is different. You want to be kind of broad with your questioning. Children are hyperactive too, so you want to make sure you can keep them on, track.
Now, this Child First child interview training, how did you end up going to that? Did you volunteer, or were you voluntold, as they sometimes say?
Volunteer.
And why was that?
So, like I said, our unit's general crimes, but we do kind of specialize. At that time, I had an interest in working child crimes, so any training I could get on the subject, I wanted to go to.
And as of 2020, October of 2020, did you have any collateral duties involving crimes against children?
In 2020?
As of October 2022, were you involved in the investigation of crimes against children?
Yes, I was.
Can you tell us about that?
Yep. So at that point, I was a part of the Georgia Bureau of Investigations Internet Crimes Against Children Task Force, which mainly focuses on child exploitation. I also did a large number of child abuse and child molestation cases.
In your normal capacity as a detective with the Chatham County Police Department?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So as of October 2022, you had investigated child abuse cases?
Yes,
And had you investigated child deaths?
I have.
And had you investigated homicides?
I have.
And had you investigated any child abductions?
No,
And why is that?
they very rarely happen, if ever.
Now, your current positions, what are you doing currently?
I'm currently at the counter narcotics team.
Okay. What is the counter narcotics team?
It is a joint task force in Chatham. It's a collection of different law enforcement officers from different agencies in the area investigating narcotics.
And how long have you been with the counter narcotics team?
About 10 months.
Do you guys call that CNT?
We do.
Is that why when I asked you at the outset, are you a detective with the Chatham County Police Department, you said no?
Yes.
Okay, so you're tasked out to CNT?
Yes.
But you still get paid
Still in,
by,
yes.
by Chatham County Police?
Yes.
Okay. Are you a task force officer with any other task forces other than the counter narcotics team?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that, please?
Yes. Beginning last year, I was a task force officer with the Federal Bureau of Investigations Child Crime Unit.
And are you still on that task force?
I am.
And how did you get involved in that?
So I had expressed my interest in working those kind of crimes, and I had worked jointly with the local FBI office on several cases, and I was asked to come over.
Now, with that background, I want to ask you about October 5th, okay? And I first want to ask you about the scene. Did you respond to 535 Buckhalter Road?
I did.
On October 5th, 2022?
Yes.
Okay. I think we heard one witness say that you may have been the first detective for CID present on the scene. Is that accurate?
No.
Okay. Who was there from CID before you?
Detective Wilkins and Detective Noble.
Okay. And about what time of day did you arrive? Best of your recollection.
I believe it was after 12.
So when you got there, I'd like to ask you some questions to just kind of set the scene.
Yep.
Who was there and what was going on?
So by the time I got there, both Detective Wilkins and Noble were there. Our forensics team had the drone up and they were beginning kind of a grid search with patrol officers. And we had several outside agencies coming to assist in the grid search.
Outside agencies, who are we talking about?
Yeah, we had a bloodhound, I believe, from Beaufort or maybe Liberty County out there that was trying to track. We had mounted patrol from Savannah was out there. Our Marine Patrol unit was out there, and I believe the sheriff's office as well.
Mounted patrol, meaning horses?
Patrol? Yes.
Okay. All hands on deck.
Yes.
Did you yourself ever enter the residence during your period of time on scene?
Yes.
And how did that come about?
I asked Sergeant Stewart to kind of give me a layout where everyone was staying, what the house looked like, since he was already familiar with it.
And did you go in? Where did you go in, and what did you look at?
I went through the front door into the main living area for the family and looked at where Quentin's playpen was.
And what did you make of the playpen when you looked at it? Any observations that you remember?
It was covered in stains, specifically, a large one on the pillow.
Okay. And what did that stain to you appear to be?
Vomit.
And did it smell like vomit to you?
Yes, immediately when I walked through the front door, I smelled vomit.
Okay. One moment, please. I'd like to pull up a picture for you. Now, this is image 30 from State's Exhibit 10. Is this the pack and play that you're describing, looking at?
Yes.
You said it was covered in stains. Can you point us to any of those in this image?
So, I mean, there's some on the lip right here that I can see, and then on the actual bedding, there were several stains.
Okay. So all this stuff around the edge there, did that appear to you to just be kind of general grime and dirtiness?
Yes.
Did it appear to you to be blood?
No, I was thinking more like Cheeto fingers and the kid touching the side.
Okay. As someone who was actually in the room and looked at it, that's what it looked like to you?
Yes.
Now, this is image 32 from State's Exhibit 10. In Officer Schenker, I think, said it appears redder on the screen than it appeared in the residence. Do you agree with that?
I do.
Yeah, I have published a paper version for the jury just by getting a little red and white here.
Yes.
I can pass that around. Just to be clear, did this substance appear to you to be blood?
No.
You said it looked like vomit?
Smelled like vomit, yeah.
Now, I would like to play for you a brief portion of what's been introduced into evidence as State's Exhibit 2 and identified as Sergeant Bobby Stewart's body-worn camera footage. Was your observation of the pack and play captured on his body-worn camera?
It was.
And did you make any statements while looking at it, at the pack and play, about what it smelled like?
Yes, I immediately said it smelled like vomit.
Smelled like vomit? I'm trying to get just right to the right spot here.
Is that the exhibit? Is that the exhibit?
Yes.
Okay, you can hand that back to the state's table.
Okay. It's not mine anymore, now it belongs to the clerk, so I'll bring it back up.
All right, thank you.
All right. This is State's Exhibit 2, correct?
I'm not sure on the number, but I do remember seeing it.
Okay. In any case, what's the timestamp in the top right corner?
It is 12/31/20.
All right, what are we going to hear you say in this bit that we're going to play?
That it smells like vomit.
I can't stand the smell, so I don't stand that. Huh? They got them on the back porch. They're not in the house.
All right, I've stopped the playback at 12:31:50 on the timestamp in the top right corner of State's Exhibit 2. Did you see anything that looked like blood in the residence that night?
No.
Now, in State's Exhibit 3, slide 27. What time are we at here?
This is 12:43:12.
And is that you on the far right?
It is.
And who are you talking to?
I'm talking to Captain Wright, who's in the green shirt with the investigations unit, Captain Fandrich, Lieutenant Thompson, and Lieutenant Foster.
And what is going on at this time?
I'm informing them of our game plan, which was to move Daniel Youngkin, Paul Simon, and Leilani Simon to our main precinct for interviews.
And did that happen shortly after this exchange?
It did.
Okay. How was that arranged logistically?
Some of the patrol officers on scene drove the adults over.
And did they all agree to go in?
They did.
Now, where did you all go? I know you've mentioned it by some kind of shorthand.
Yep.
The precinct or something like that. But can you describe in a little more detail where this place is and what it is?
It's the Chatham County Police Headquarters on Chatham Parkway at 295 Police Memorial.
And why did you all want to go there?
So we had people showing up on scene, just more patrol officers, more search parties, and then some of the family members were also showing up, and we wanted to take the people that were living at the residence at the time that this occurred and get thorough interviews with each one of them.
Now, before we leave the scene, I want to ask you about what happened to the pillow and pillowcase and the pack and play that we were just looking at. I believe Officer Schenker testified that that was taken into evidence.
Yes.
And was the entire pack and play taken as well?
Yes.
Now, was that pillow and pillowcase and pack and play put into the property room or evidence room at the Chatham County Police Department?
It was.
And did you eventually sign it out?
I did.
And did you give it to FBI agent Savannah Solomon?
Yes.
And was that so that she could send it to the FBI lab for potential forensic analysis?
Yes, it had to be shipped to Quantico, Virginia.
And you were the one that signed it out and gave it to her?
I believe it was me, yes.
Now, how many interview rooms did you all have operational at the Chatham County Police Department at this time, October 5th?
So there's only one room that's set up for audio and visual recording.
And how is that room set up for audio and visual recording?
So there's a metal desk. I think it was metal at that time. There's a desk in the middle and then several cameras that are pointing towards one specific wall with whoever that you're interviewing sits against.
Now, is the entirety of the precinct that you're describing open to the public? Like if somebody off the street walks in and wants to walk around, can they access every part of the precinct?
No, they can't.
Can you describe what you mean?
Yep. So that precinct shares a building with the tag office. And once you get to the police side of it, there's locked doors with the police insignia on front. You can't get past those unless you have a key card. And then specifically where our interview room is, there's an additional set of locked doors you have to get through.
Now, past those locked doors into the police side, where the interview room is, are there sensitive areas in there?
Yes.
Can you describe what those are?
Well, we have patrol officer offices for all of the command staff is there as well. Forensics is in there. We have our secured property room and records and dispatch.
So when a normal citizen is back there, is it routine for them to be chaperoned or monitored by a police officer at all times?
Yes.
Now, when you arrived, was the defendant already there?
To the precinct?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Was there anything that you did between leaving the scene and getting to the precinct?
Yes.
Okay. And is that why she was already there when you got there?
Yes.
Okay. What was it that you did between leaving the scene, 535 Buckhalter, and going to the precinct?
So I was told that there was a older child, I believe he was around 3 years old, Zane, and I wanted to speak with him as well as some family members.
And where was he?
Zane had been brought over to the babysitter, Michelle's residence by that time.
And where is that in relation to this house, 535 Buckhalter?
It's across the street about a block away.
Okay. Did you walk there or drive?
I think I just walked.
Did you make contact with Zane there?
I did.
And his last name is?
Wharton.
Did you attempt to talk to him?
I did.
Interview him?
Yes.
Can you tell us how that went?
It was on.
First of all, what were you trying to ask him?
Just if he knew where Quentin was. I think I asked if he knew where Quentin likes to hide. I don't know if anything happened last night.
And was that interview productive in any way?
No.
Can you describe what you mean?
Zane was showing me how fast he could run at that time. So his focus was not on me. And it was hard to get him to acknowledge me, not only to answer my questions, but to just acknowledge my existence.
Okay. So is it fair to say that the interview or attempted interview with Zane was kind of a bust?
It was.
And again, how old was he at the time?
At 3.
But you tried.
I did.
And again, you have specific training to interview children.
Yes.
And it just did not work.
It did not.
Now, at the scene, we saw an image of the public information officer in Sergeant Stewart's body-worn camera slides. What's her name?
Betsy Nolan.
Okay. Why was she there?
So anytime there's a critical incident, Miss Nolan will usually do some sort of press release or she'll respond to any media requests for us.
And did media show up to the scene that day at some point?
They did.
Okay. And they had to be kind of held off to the ends of the street to keep the scene secure?
Yeah, at that point, we would have had a grid search in that entire area. So we needed the media to go somewhere specific instead of responding to the scene itself.
Okay. Is it normal for the public information officer to come out to deal with them?
Yes.
Because they want to know what's going on.
Yes.
And she's the one that's responsible for giving a statement from the police department to the media.
Yeah, and then relaying any information about what the media needs to put out. At this case, it was a missing child, so she needed them to put out, has anyone seen this child?
Anything unusual or nefarious about Betsy Nolan, the PIO, having been out there? at
No.
this scene? Okay. All right. So when you get to the precinct for these interviews, Daniel, Paul, and Leilani are already there, right?
Yes.
Okay. And where were they, the three of them?
When I got there, Daniel was in our main interview room. Leilani was in a spare room that we also used as a lactation or nursing room. And then Paul was in a conference room.
Why were they all in separate rooms?
Because we needed to get their statement individually without any other influence.
And were they transported there separately in the first place?
I'm not entirely sure.
Who interviewed who?
Yeah, so at that point we had Agent Snyder's team had joined us. So we had a FBI agent and a detective paired off. So Agent Brad Snyder and I interviewed Leilani. Agent Solomon, Savannah Solomon, and Detective Noble interviewed Daniel Youngkin. And then Paul Simon was interviewed by Special Agent Burns and Detective Wilkins.
I want to ask you kind of a technical question about the indictment here. There are a number of false statement charges in the indictment.
Yes.
Have you reviewed it?
I have.
And it is an element of the false statements offense in Georgia that the matter that the person was being questioned about was within the jurisdiction of the Chatham County Police Department to investigate, right?
Yes.
Okay. Is it within the jurisdiction of the Chatham County Police Department to investigate the disappearance of a child who lives in Chatham County?
Yes.
Thank you. So you have these local and federal teams, and you said you were paired up with Special Agent Snyder.
Yes.
And what was the first thing that y'all did?
So Agent Snyder and I had not spoken to Leilani at that point. We wanted to hear it from her, what had happened in the last 24 hours.
And did you conduct an interview with her at that point, sometime shortly after your arrival?
We did.
And where was that interview conducted?
In the lactation/spare room.
And who all was there?
Myself, Leilani, and Agent Snyder.
And was that interview recorded?
It was.
How was it recorded?
I recorded it on my cell phone.
How was your cell phone positioned during this?
I did a video recording and kind of just set it down on the table, and the camera angle is facing up at the ceiling tiles.
Now, what was the goal of this initial interview? What were y'all looking for?
To hear it from her, what had happened in the last 24 hours.
Okay. And did you ask her for an account of her day on October 4th and her night on October 4th and the early morning hours of October 5th?
Yes.
And did she give that to you?
She did.
To the best of your recollection, I know I'm asking you to kind of summarize a lot, but what was that account?
So she described getting her wisdom teeth pulled, returning home with Daniel, eventually getting the kids, getting them, together that night. She talked about laying down to sleep that night. Her tooth started hurting, so she left to get Orajel.
And what time was she saying that Orajel trip was at?
Around 1.
And where was she saying that she had gone to get that Orajel?
To the Chevron gas station.
And where is the Chevron gas station that she was referring to?
I believe it's 4800 Ogeechee Road.
Is it the one that we were looking at in the pictures with Officer Schenker?
Yes.
The one right next to the Azalea Mobile Home Plaza?
Yes.
And who was she saying that she had gotten Orajel from?
Her former coworker, Misty.
Now you've seen the statement the recorded statement that Lieutenant Foster got from her on scene.
Yes.
Was her story to you about this Orajel trip that you're talking about her providing in the lactation room initially, was it substantially the same as what she had told him on scene?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in this this first interview in the lactation room, did she mention anything about a trip to her drug dealer earlier in the night?
No.
Was she asked about her brother Paul's whereabouts through the night?
Yes.
And as best you can remember, what did she say?
I believe she described him returning home that night from work and maybe stopping in to say hello and then going upstairs to his room for the remainder of the night.
Was she asked about Danny's, her boyfriend Danny's whereabouts and activity through the night, say from, 11 p.m. on or something like that?
Yes.
And what did she say about that, as best you remember?
That he was in bed. I believe she said they were watching a movie.
Okay. Well, all night or what point in time?
Before they went to sleep.
Okay.
Around 12:30.
And was she putting him in bed asleep after that point?
Yes.
Was she asked about when Quentin went to bed and where?
Yes.
Okay. And what did she say about that?
That around 10:30, she'd put him in his pack and play for the night. He took about 40 minutes kind of doing a babbling, crying until he finally fell asleep.
Was she asked about any drug use
She was.
she might have engaged in that night?
Yes.
And what did she have to say about that?
I believe at that point she said that she had smoked weed.
Did she mention any other drugs?
No.
Okay. Do you see in front of you, first of all, a disc marked as States Exhibit 12? What is that?
It is the 911 call from the communication center.
Is this something that you eventually obtained and incorporated into your case file?
Yes,
And does that include a certificate of authenticity from the 911 communication center?
it does.
Your Honor, I would move this in as State's Exhibit 12.
Okay, it is admitted.
All right, so this is the disc containing the audio of the 911 call that kicked this whole investigation off, correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd like to publish a portion of this recording at this time.
All right, please proceed.
And then I'm going to play from the very beginning to about 45 seconds in.
Time 38:37 seconds, October 5, 2022.
Where's your emergency? Yeah, I need to come 535 Buck Halter Road. We believe it's going to be kidnapped. 535 Buck Halter? Yeah. You said someone's been kidnapped? Yeah, we. Your 1-year-old son?
All right, so I've stopped the playback at 45 seconds in. That file's a few minutes longer, correct?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that the remainder of that is mostly Daniel Youngkin talking?
Yes,
And is that the male voice that we heard on there as well?
it is.
And there's also some of the defendant providing biographical information about her son.
Yes.
And which son did she say it was?
Quentin Simon.
At some point during the investigation, did you learn Quentin Simon's birthday?
I did.
And what was it?
It's 1/8/21.
1/8/21. So that would that put him at 20 months old on October 4th, 5th of 2022.
Yes.
So that's the initial statement that gets the police involved to begin with from the defendant, correct?
Yes.
And what time was that call made? Did you catch it?
I believe it was 9 and 9:40.
You want me to play it again?
Yes.
Time 38:37 seconds, October 5, 2000.
What time was that call?
9:38 a.m.
All right. So let's go back to the lactation room and your first interview. You mentioned you recorded that on your phone.
Yes.
Is that the only interview you conducted of the defendant on that day?
No.
All right. Do you see in front of you an envelope containing a thumb drive, the envelope being marked as State's Exhibit 13?
Yes. Yes.
Now, broadly speaking, what's on this thumb drive?
It was the October 5th interviews of Leilani Simon.
Okay. Do those recordings, they're video recordings, correct?
Yes.
From the lactation room on your phone, right?
Yes.
And then later from the interview room?
Yes.
Do those recordings fairly and accurately depict those interviews?
They do.
Now, have those ones been altered or modified in any way?
They've been redacted to comply with the court's orders.
Okay, so some portions have been taken out.
Yes.
All right. At this point, I would like to publish what is on that. Well, let me offer it, and I'd like to introduce that, Your Honor, as State's Exhibit 13.
No objections subject to the redactions, Judge. So.
Exhibit 13 is admitted subject to the redactions.
All right. I'd like to now publish what is on this thumb drive is lactation room first video. Would that be okay, Your Honor?
Yes.
And actually, as I open it up, I realized that this is a 28-minute video and it is 11:45. Would the court like me to proceed or not?
The next video is close to 30 minutes long. We can play that now, or we can hold it until after lunch. Okay, the general consensus is head yeses, and we can move on. So let's go ahead and hear that video, see that video.
My name is Brad Snyder. I work with the FBI. We work together a lot. What you have to kind of keep these anytime that you respond to something like this. That's the reason the FBI is coming out with this.
That's why he's here.
We're going to do everything.
I'm Detective Lemons. I haven't met you yet. I wasn't at the scene earlier, but I just wanted to come here and talk to him and get some more information too, okay? Will you spell your name for us?
It's L-E-I-L-A-N-I.
L-A-N-I?
Just one more time, I'm sorry.
L-E-I-L-A-N-I.
And what's your last name?
Simon.
Good, so just one. What's your date of birth?
11/30/99.
So right now, again, we're sorry for everything you're having. We can't imagine the emotion that you're feeling right now. But as difficult as it is, just once you kind of think back the last 24 hours and just kind of give me, what you've been through in the past 24 hours. So we're talking 24 hours would be this time yesterday. So from about 1 o'clock yesterday, just
I was
tell me your.
dentist getting my wisdom tooth pulled.
Okay.
And I just got it today.
Did you have your son with you?
No, I ended up babysitting. I went to work and I left because of the amount of pain that I had. So I just went there and I had them keep the kids.
Where are you working right now?
Eclipse IA in Port Whitworth.
Eclipse, what type of work is that?
Warehouse.
Loading.
And all that stuff. Or whatever. So I called the babysitter and I stayed home a little bit longer. All the kids, she had all three of them. Because I was wimpy. It was hurting. I wanted to go home and nap. So
Did they give you any sort of hydrocodone or anything for the
ibuprofen.
Ibuprofen.
800 milligram ibuprofen is $15 of 800 milligram ibuprofen. That's all I went. So I went home. I took a nap. We came out to
How do you think that was?
we officially got about 2, a little bit after 2. I had about an hour and a half nap before we got up and got things going to go pick up the kids. And I made spaghetti before we picked them up. And it's still in the fridge at the house. We went and picked them up and gave them all a bath. You had food? I sent Danny out to Red Box to get a movie for the kids and all of them to watch tonight. So that's there too. And I put them down to bed and Quinn he's a talker. He doesn't cry when he's tired. He just talks, babbles. So he lays there and talks to himself and it takes him about 40 minutes to fall asleep. He's like, blah, 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 blah. We're an hour longer than his. He probably fell asleep. It probably was 2:30. When he finished, baths, dinner, cleaning up, all that stuff was done, pulling out bed, 9:30, a little bit of TV time, and then, bed. Bed. Oh, my mouth was really bothering me about almost 1 in the morning. So we called Circle K to see if they had orange apple. No. So I got in contact with another one of my friends named Misty that I used to work with, who has a lot of mouth problems, and asked her if she had any orange apple. I met her up there at the Chevron. And I called her and got back and went back home. Y'all, it's gone 12 minutes. I got it for my like 360. I can show y'all where I'm from. Everything was on the left bills I got back. Got home, put it in my mouth, checked on all the kids again. They were all good.
What time was that?
It was 1:25. I looked at my app when they asked me to. Now I got home. Because I was on Tall Bird. Literally what I showed. And I go there, put it there. I checked the kids. Everybody's good. Sky. She fell asleep on the couch. Quentin knocked out like this in his playpen and was aiming with a tablet on his chest that I wasn't touching. It's all over the bed. I wake up about 9. Almost 9. And I was supposed to go to work, but because of this, I was just going to stay home today. Which is why the kids got the babysitters. So, the front door was partially open, but hopefully not wide open. The door's never open unless somebody is up going normally ever. And I get up and I go shut it, not even thinking nothing about it. I just got out of bed. The door's open. Let me shut the door. And I turn around and I check on the kids. Sky's there. Zane's there. Quinn's not there. So I searched the house under the bed, behind the couches, the closets, and the cabinets, outside, everywhere. The pool, everything. Couldn't find them. I called Jeremy. Did you take him to the babysitters just to give me an easier day or something? Did you forget to tell me, or did you tell me and I not remember? He's like, no, he was there. He was sleeping in the playpen room up this morning. I was like, well, he's not there. So then I called the cops and I called Michelle, which is the babysitter, to try to help me look a little bit farther out. Because I got 2 kids out of the house and my brother was asleep. And I had 2 kids and it was just me searching and screaming. And I couldn't find anything at all. I couldn't even find this copy hat. Put it in the bed. You couldn't find his... You couldn't find his cup. His cup? His cup. And then he had a little Mickey Mouse stuffed animal toy. He went to bed with. I wasn't in the bed either.
Does Quentin take any medication at all? Does he have to?
No, he only had one medical issue, which would hopefully fix itself by the time he reached the age of 10. And it's one of the arteries, one of the main arteries to his heart, doesn't pump like it's supposed to. And that's the only issue he had at all. This boy was walking before he was even 7 months old. It's a smart little boy.
Has he ever, describe me his bed? Is it like a crib or something?
A playpen.
A playpen.
We did a playpen for him.
Okay. Has he ever gotten out of the playpen before on his own? So he doesn't.
He cannot get out on his own. The boy can't even get his foot up there if he tried.
So he can't step on something. There's nothing in the crib.
Nothing in the crib but a pillow and a blanket. And that's the only thing he had. The only time that he's ever managed to get out of it was with my oldest son's help. He'd come and grab the side of the playpen and look quick at the time out. Nobody went to the bottom in front of my oldest. Then he'd go and grab that playpen and snatch it down and get his brother on out. But the playpen's always knocked over when that happens. Everything's out of it. The part that you lay on the, whatever, out of it. Everything's out of it. Nothing was flipped over. Nothing was messed, nothing at all.
And you have full custody of Quentin?
No, my mother does.
Okay.
I found myself in a very hard situation where my boyfriend at the time left me and I didn't have a job and my car broke down. He said I had transportation. So I voluntarily signed over in temporary custody to my mother until I could get up on my feet. I've just now recently got to where at the end of this month we were supposed to be going to put money down in the house. It's a 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom all of us. So after that happened, we were going to begin the process of getting me back because he did legal rights.
And your mom lives with you?
That is her house that we were at. And like, since she has temporary custody, I wanted to make sure, we would all want to make sure that we were, the kids were, they were supposed to be legally unbooked, because like I could have had to move up to North Carolina, even though it's a little 2-bedroom apartment. I could have done that after, but I mean, I was homeless for 2 months before I even got that. So, okay, y'all.
I know.
It's so little, it's so sweet.
imagine what you're going through, and I wish I had some tissue. Do you have any tissue right here? Is that any tissue?
No, I got serious that don't be even close.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I broke it.
What is that?
I broke it.
Ibuprofen.
The air I broke it.
I just, we're going to, you can rest assured, that everybody working this is going to do everything feasibly possible to help find your son. Okay?
My father, him and I have never been terms since before I was pregnant. We stopped talking, and 3 weeks later, I found out I was pregnant. So,
What is his name?
The father's name is Henry Moss.
Okay.
He goes by Bubba.
Okay.
And,
When was the last time you saw him?
I haven't seen him in over a year.
Does he know where you live?
He does. Because I try not to be like every other baby mother out there. So when I moved back down here and I knew that it was substantially closer to where he stayed at, I was just like, well, this is where I'm at. If you want to see your son, let me know. Here's an address. Or if all he was trying to do was use Quentin as an excuse to get in my pants. So I stopped denying him to visit his son.
When did you do that?
4 months, 4 or 5 months ago.
4 or 5 months ago.
Started denying him. Started ignoring him. Just we blocked him on everything. The Facebook that I have tried to pull up now is the new one that he recently sent me a friend request for. So I can see if I try to get in contact with him, but I'm blocked on that. So I have no contacts, I have no numbers.
Are those still on your phone?
Huh?
Or are those messages still on your phone, maybe?
I don't know if it's still on that phone. I have multiple different phones. I have like 3 Facebooks.
Do you have your phones here?
There.
Okay. Do you mind if we get the password to your phone so we can live
Okay. Yeah, you can bring it up. I tried to pull it up.
Is it a drawing or is it just numbers?
Oh, it's 1861.
1864?
1864.
I don't know about listeners because that phone, like I said, it's a phone that I use for my mother after my own pro. And you have to make new accounts. So I'm not too sure if it's on that account.
Gotcha.
Or if it's on the other account. But I know when I try to search them up today to try to show the officers or whatever, because one of the last messages I remember getting it from him said, "You do not deserve to have Quentin. I'm going to get a paternity test and I'm going to take my child." Yeah.
Henry said that.
Yes.
Bubba said that.
Bubba said that. Bubba Moss.
When did he say that?
Yes.
When?
3 weeks ago. And then today was the first time that my babysitter, when I heard her talk.
I paused it at 11 minutes and 54 seconds in. I just want to ask you some questions about what the defendant just said there. Can you just sort of recap for us what she was saying about these supposed Facebook messages from Quentin's father, Henry Bubba Moss Jr.?
Yeah, she was describing Henry Moss's Facebook account that they had been communicating and that he had been saying that he was going to take Quentin after he gets a paternity test.
And she was saying those messages had been sent when in relation to this interview?
I believe those specific ones she said a few weeks prior.
Okay. Now, did you look in her phone that day?
I did.
And were you able to see any messages along those lines in her Facebook?
No.
Was she able to pull them up and show them to you?
No.
Did you at some point obtain a search warrant for her Facebook records or a portion thereof?
Yes.
And did you send that to Facebook?
I did.
And did they send you some information in response?
They did.
Some of her Facebook records?
Yes.
Were you able to find those messages that she's describing in the Facebook records that you got back?
No.
And I'll resume playback at 11 minutes, 54 seconds where I left off, Your Honor.
Okay.
Cops there, but she's seen cars sitting in front of my house quite a few bit recently. And I looked at her and said, "Why didn't you tell me about that?" "I told your mother, but she didn't tell me I'm the one here."
Yeah.
I could have been more cautious if I felt like somebody was watching the house.
Now, every question that we ask, I promise you, you're going to think that, we're intruding on your privacy, but I can assure you every question that we ask has a purpose to try to figure out, every feasible possible angle there is focus to this case. So with that, you know, we're not looking to get you in trouble for past drug use, but it's important.
Listen, hey, whatever medicine they chopped up in my mouth yesterday.
So do you owe any debts to anybody? Do you have anybody that you?
I don't owe money to nobody. No, I do not borrow. I do not front. I don't do anything like that. I don't owe anybody any money at all.
How much marijuana? How frequently do you say you use marijuana?
Once a night.
Once a night.
Twice right before I go to bed. Normally, the kids are asleep. Everything's handled. Dishes, food, kitchen. Time for my to go to sleep. I have severe anxiety.
And where do you get the marijuana from? Do you purchase it yourself, or do you get it through?
I purchase it myself. There's been times that I've gone to the dispensaries and I've done CBD, actual, and that's what I've been doing a lot lately. I think the last time I bought, like, actually, like, off the street, 5 or 3 weeks ago, and it was nothing but eggs. Because I've been trying to use the dispensaries around the house.
So nobody has any sort of motives to do any harm to you, to get back at you because you owe them money. And going back to your time in North Carolina, there's nobody that would want to cause harm to you or to your family that you can think of. Any person that you got sideways with when you were running with the wrong crowd? Is there nobody like that at all?
No. I know Daniel's the one from North Carolina. I moved up there to be with him. Daniel's the one from North Carolina. I know that I have caught him cheating multiple times. I have been in contact with his exes before because of it. I remember I might even pull up messages where his ex was pretty much saying that send him on back home. You know, I miss my best friend. It's a long paragraph. Like I can't really tell you, but like I told Cheryl, I was like, he's a good man, he's a good husband, he's a good father, and you don't miss out, is what I told her. So any type of altercations between me and somebody else out there would have been over him and probably took another woman. But at that time, I didn't never have my kids touch me. I never had my kids touch me. Nobody even knew them. I didn't even know what they looked like. So, I mean, I'm confused.
And who all lives in the house that's your mother's? Who lives there? I understand the kids, but adults.
Paul.
Who's Paul?
That's my little brother.
That's your brother. Who's the gentleman that was sitting here with you? Okay.
And then Daniel and me.
And Daniel is
my fiance. And then my stepdad and my mom.
Is that
3 dogs. And the kids.
Tell me about Paul. What does Paul do?
I just got a job with me at the warehouse. He's honestly studying to take his ass back to go to the military. I haven't had much communication with my brother over the past year. He went down different roads, I went down different roads. Me and my mom were all on and off. So, like, I distanced myself from the family, which is kind of where North Carolina came involved. He just finished his GED. He works 2 to 10 shifts.
So he goes in at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, comes home at 10 o'clock at night?
Yeah, so like he's leaving, normally it's like 1:20 that he leaves. And by the time he gets home, it's about 10:30.
Is he driving himself there?
Yeah, he drives a white Silverado at the house. Which is my stepdad's truck. My brother just got permission to use it. I'm supposed to be taking him to go pick up his truck from Midway sometimes in a week.
Is that car at the house now?
Yes. Okay. The Silverado's at the house and my Dodge is at the house.
And Paul was at the house when Quentin was missing?
Yeah, because I got up and I started yelling and screaming for anybody and everybody, please just come help me. I couldn't find him.
Where was he?
My brother was upstairs in his room. I went to one of them and started yelling at him, please come help me, I can't find Quentin. I think one of the very first things I said to him was, please tell me for some weird reason you got him upstairs. He got up, he came another child.
Is Quentin a kid that, I know you mentioned he talks himself to sleep. Does he cry? Does he cry himself to sleep ever?
He's like I can't even explain it. He just lays there babbling. and he goes on and on and on. And, like, most of the time it's not even words. And if it is, it's Mama E.T. play.
What kind of relationship does Paul have with Quentin?
They're playful. When Paul gets home, if I need help, he is very helpful with the kids. If I need him to watch the kids while I'm cooking, if I need him, anything like that, cleaning wise, or he'll just go in there and lay on the floor and play with them, with the kids, and with the dog and the kids and the toys. That's normally it though. Maybe hang out and play an hour more a day. Because normally I kind of try to keep all my kids inside the house, but I was up running through the house trying to clean up everything all day long.
Any reason at all for Paul to leave the house after he got home? And what time he gets off work at 10? So what time do you normally get home?
At 10:30, and then he gives his friend a ride home. It's like 11.
So what time did you get home last night?
10:40.
10:40. Do you know whether he left the house after 10:40?
He didn't go nowhere.
So from 10:40 until you went and woke him up at about 9 o'clock.
He was upstairs in his room.
And no indication that you left. You didn't hear the door open. Nothing.
No door opening. The truck didn't even look like it was moved in the slightest way at all.
So from your perspective, 100% Paul was at the house from 10:40 until you woke him up this morning?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. What was Paul's initial reaction when you went up and said, "Hey, Quentin's missing"? I see that.
And he jumped up and he kind of looked like freaking out. He was like, "What are you talking about? What do you mean he's missing?" I was like, "He's missing. I can't find him. Come help me." And I started running back down the stairs and opening closets because I know there's closets and everything under the sinks, everything. And Paul was out there running and chasing and looking and finally looked at him. I was like, "Come on."
So the first phone call that went out, was that a phone call that Paul made or a call that you made?
The first phone call that went out was the one that I made to Danny. When I got up and I shut the door and I went and checked on the kids and I noticed that he wasn't there. That was the very first phone call that went out about Quentin being gone. The second one would have been to Michelle or whatever. And when she said that she didn't see anybody coming to the house and nobody picked them up, didn't see nothing like that. And then she came over and tried to help look as well. And she was like, "You want to check the closets again?" I was like, "We can't call the cops. We're going to call the cops." Called the cops. The cops were called by like 9:30.
And you made that call?
Yes. I'm going to call it.
Okay. Did Danny make any calls?
I think he was trying to, but something was going on with his phone. Which is why I was wondering if making a call.
And let's talk about Danny. So how long have you and Danny been dating? Or have you been engaged?
We've been together for almost 2 years, engaged for the past year.
So Danny and Bubba, they're aware of each other?
They have never met or spoke to each other at all. Never. I don't even think. I know Danny knows what Bubba looks like. Bubba don't know what Danny looks like. That I know of. That I'm aware of. So there has been no altercations between Danny or the other fathers to my kids. There's no altercations between them at all. I try to be the middle person about everything.
So what's Danny's routine? Any given day, what's his daily routine? What does he do?
His daily routine, normally if we gotta work, he's up normally about 5. He gets ready to start taking the kids to babysitters about 5:30. Because normally I'm like, I was sleep another 2 minutes. Because I said, "No, I get dressed." Then we go to work. We get off.
Y'all ride to work together?
Yes, we work the same shift, 6 to 2. 6 a.m. to 2:30.
Today just happened to be your day off.
Today just happened to be. I was to school yesterday and I wasn't going to work. So about that, when he gets off, we can't leave the warehouse at all once we get there. So there's no going out for summer for lunch or nothing like that. So when he gets off, we normally stop by the convenience store or gas station or something to drink, snacks, sometimes snacks for the kids or dinner. And then we go straight from there to picking up the kids. We pick up the kids and we go home. Daddy normally cooks dinner while I'm getting the kids adjusted from getting home. So when I take them inside.
Last night, did he cook the spaghetti last night?
No, I cooked spaghetti last night because no seasoning.
No seasoning.
No seasoning.
So when Danny got home from work last night, at what time?
4:30. No, it was we left work together yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
for my wisdom tooth. Because I knew I wasn't going to be able to drive. They were going to inject me or whatever. So we were home early yesterday. We didn't pick up the kids until 4:30. Because I wanted to know. But because we had before we were here.
What did y'all do when you got, from the time you got home until 4:30? Y'all just hanging out, the two of you at the house?
We did like clean up the laundry, setting the meat up for us. We got cutting up the sausages and mushrooms or whatever.
And y'all were there at the house together?
Yeah, we were there together the whole time. I think he went up to the store once for a beer. That was it.
What time would that have been?
Probably 3:45, right before we had our kids.
And then, did he leave the house at any other time between, once you went to get the kids, you came home, you ate the spaghetti, did Danny leave between that time and 5:45 this morning? Never at all. He was at the house the entire time. How do you know that?
Because he was on bed.
He was beside you.
He was on bed.
Y'all sleep in the same
Yeah,
bed?
we sleep in the same bed. We only have one side of the house. So we got the kitchen that we can only really use to cook in. Obviously, we clean up. We got our bathroom. Then there's the doorway to our bedroom. And that bedroom is just like pretty much like one big old studio bedroom. They had one side of the room is like the kids' sleep/living room. And then the other side is our bed. Whatever. That's the only side of the house we didn't remember. I can say for a fact that he was there and it was laying in bed pissing me off, not helping me do anything this week.
Now, who physically picked Quentin up and put him in the playpen last night?
And I did. I put him in there after we ate, bathed, bath, everything, laid down, had the tablet set up for him and everything. So he was laying there. I should have tablet. And when I took that away, he was like, for about 40 minutes.
And what time did you take the tablet away?
9:15.
9:50.
9:52.
Was he asleep at that point, or he was still battling at that
He was
point?
babbling at that point. He didn't fall asleep till about 10:30, 10:40. But no, he was still, when I took it away, that's when I was, I can't even make the noises again.
Yeah. So during that time, when you hear him battling, you don't go in there to check on him, you just hear him.
Yeah, we hear him babbling the whole time, or whatever. The way that it is set up, honestly, checking on him like he's like this on the bed and sleep. So I'm just hearing him babble. It's when it gets quiet that I check. That's when I'm worried. So when it got quiet, that's when we really in there checked. I'm 12 something before I left to go get some orders now. So I checked again. He's asleep.
Where is Danny when he left?
Thank you. I think we need to take a brief pause. I'm going to ask the jurors to step into the jury room.
Jurors exiting.
Thank you. Everybody have a seat. Tim, what was his number? So it came to my attention, I noticed it, and Mr. Bryant, the clerk, noticed as well that one of the jurors was sleeping. And I was keeping an eye on him, but it seemed to continue. So I thought it was better for us to stop and address it now. I can remind them all of the need to stay awake and to help each other stay awake. But it seems it's pretty early in the day and it seems to be a problem already. So I want to turn to counsel and ask you how you would like to proceed with this. Mr. Hilliard?
Judge, I can just tell you, in the past, sorry, in the past, the main, when you have long, dull, dry stuff to get through, just chopping it up, whether they want to take a break or not, tends to do that because they have to get up, go do that, come back. So it's the routine breaks are not just, it's to kind of keep them moving and keep them engaged. That's the first thing. The second thing, though, I didn't think about this, but it did come up, and I think we're probably getting to the time delay right now where it may matter, is I don't think it was intentional, but the child's names were mentioned on the record. And I just would like to know if there's any way we could possibly edit that out from going out over the air. I know normally routine is something that we'd redact along the way, so it wouldn't go out, but the names were testified to and dates of birth and things like that. I don't know if there's any way to possibly do it. So.
Mr. Dean. Let's first talk about the sleeping juror, and then we'll talk about that. So do you want to just remind them to stay awake at this point and we give it a go? Because I also understand too, we're mid-morning. It's a lot to have to listen to.
There's only 3 minutes left in this video. I think we could just press forward and take a lunch break and I don't know, tell them to get coffee if they're coffee drinkers.
Okay. Now, as to the redaction request.
I have no intention of doing that. I mean, these children, their identities and their presence in the house is part of the evidence of the case. I mentioned it in opening statement. The involvement of other surviving children is one of the reasons that I objected to the presence of cameras in the courtroom to begin with. I understand that based on aspects of Georgia law that impose a strong presumption for open access, that the court made the court's ruling on that. But I don't see any way around it. I'm not going to do an entire trial where I'm referring to these children as ZW and SY. It's just unmanageable.
I'm not asking them to do that. What I'm asking is that their personal identifying information like dates of birth and full names just not be aired. He can do whatever he wants. The request really has more to do with what goes out over the television, Judge. And it doesn't have anything to do with Mr. Dean or his presentation of the evidence. I understand he can do what he needs to do in here, but that information going out is what my concern is about the children, Jane and Scott.
So I understand that. So are you asking, for instance, that Detective Lemons not use the entire dates of birth of the children?
Not using dates of birth or any personal identifying information, and if the media could just maybe bleep the full names out. I'm not asking them to censor themselves. I understand they have to do what they have to do, but it doesn't have to be aired. That's my only real concern, Judge.
Okay. So I'm hearing dates of births, personal identifying information, and I really don't know anything else. The date of birth, I believe, was given for Quentin, and I understand that. I don't recall hearing that for any of the other children.
I think Zane's full name was given, if I'm not mistaken. Like I said, I'm not trying to hinder the state in any way, shape, or form. It really has more to do with Zane and Scott, Judge, at this point. So I'm just asking if maybe they could bleep it or modify it or in some way, shape, or form change what happens before they send it out. I know we're on a 30-minute delay. They have a few minutes where they can do that and at least edit that. That's all I'm asking. It's just to protect the children's identities. And other than that, like I said, I understand the state has to do what it has to do.
First, I do understand that you're not trying to affect how the state presents its case. I get that. And you bring up the point that we do have a 30-minute delay with the media. So I would ask the media to not publish full dates of birth of the children. You can use the birth year, and not to publish first and last names of the other two children.
doesn't hinder the state, and it does protect the children. That's really my only concern in this, Judge.
Okay, very good. We'll proceed in that way. We'll proceed in that way. And so let's, Mr. Dean.
I'm sorry, far be it from me to intervene on behalf of Court TV here, but I did say their full names in opening statement. That's been released. I think their full names are part of the public record even before we got in here this week. So I don't know, imposing an order on them to redact like a last name every time somebody says it, I think is maybe a little burdensome. And I think it's kind of water under the bridge at this point.
You know, I do think it's burdensome. I do think it's water under the bridge. I think that we're going to proceed as we have been. So I am not going to impose that restriction on the media. It's a 30-minute delay. I'm not going to impose that restriction on the media. That information, some of that information is already in the record at this point. We're going to proceed. Mr. Hilliard, I do understand your concern for the identities of the younger children or the other children being not published, but we're going to proceed as we have been.
I made the record, Judge. I understand.
Thank you, sir. All right. Please bring the jurors out.
And Samantha.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please have a seat in the jury box and in the rest of the courtroom as well. The good news as we begin this video is that there's only about 3 minutes or so left. Okay. I'm just going to ask you all, it's really hard and I get it. It's quiet and sometimes things are droning on. Do your best to stay awake and to pay attention to what's here. I know it's difficult, but let's give it a try. And so with that, Mr. Dean.
Just to make the record clear, I stopped the playback at 25 minutes and 12 seconds into the file, and I'll resume it now.
He was on the couch, on the bed. He was on the bed watching something. I can't remember the name. Cops go to heaven, or something about cops in heaven. After like 5 minutes.
This Danny, is he a drug user at all?
Mm-mm.
Not at all.
No. If anybody wants to say he does anything, he drinks. And that's only like 6 5 a day. On a good day.
Has Danny ever been violent with the kids at all? No.
Never ever violent towards me. The most violent I've ever seen him was hitting a horn and tragic.
So Danny gets up at 5 o'clock in the morning, this morning specifically.
Mm-hmm.
Gets up at 5. Do you hear him leave the house?
No, I didn't hear him leave at all, which is why I told him, I was like, well, if you did drop him off and you did I don't remember if you took him somewhere. I didn't even know how he got out of bed this morning. So
Do you normally sleep that heavy? No. You don't?
No, I think it had a lot to do with was tired, pain, everything. So I was out when I was finally out.
And Quentin, he didn't get any medications last night. He wasn't sick. No Robitussin, no cough syrup. Nothing like that. He didn't have anything.
They all the kids have been a little stuffy. Not fair, it's just a change in weather. So I'm giving medicine unless you're not in a fever or sound like you're about to die.
Do they, where do you keep all the medicine?
In my bathroom cabinet or in the kitchen cabinet above the sink.
Does he ever go in there by himself?
He can't get up there if he wanted to.
Okay.
Even with the little stools and chairs, the dude's short and bow-legged. Okay, his legs are like this, and he stands up, his head's maybe a little bit above my knee.
When did you call? What time this morning did you call Danny?
I remember looking at the phone while I was dealing with everything. I couldn't find quite, it was like 9:17 at that point.
Was that before or after 911? Did you call Danny?
That was before, and then when I looked around again and still couldn't find him, I called again. We called 911 after that. 911 was called by 9:30. I realized Clayton was missing by 9. That's a 30-minute delay of me trying to find him, see if I could locate him, and then calling Danny, see if he knew anything. And he did, and that's when I called the cops. And Michelle, she came over right away. It was like, I'm freaking out. I don't know what to do. I don't know how to act right now, man.
And is Danny, what is his normal routine? If you get up, if he leaves, well, this is a little odd because you didn't go to work with him this morning.
Yeah.
And I'll stop the playback there at 28:04.
Okay. Thank you. So I think this is as good a time as any to take a break. Ladies and gentlemen, I am going to release you now for a lunch break. We're going to break. The time now is 12, almost 12:30. Let's aim to be back ready to go at 12:20. That'll give them an opportunity to eat, maybe get an opportunity to get outside also. What did I say? Okay. Really, really bad math. So thank you for that. And I'm glad y'all got that. So again, do not discuss the case. Do not look any research. Do not look any media. And with that, continue to follow the instructions, and I will see you back at Ms. Dilly at 1:20. We'll see you back at 1:20. Thank you. Thank you. Another thing, as to redactions and that kind of thing, I'm not going to ask that the state certainly do anything any differently. I am going to ask, with a 30-minute delay, that the news media only use the other children's first name and not use their entire date of birth. They can use the year. I actually think that's a reasonable request, especially considering the fact that that's something the media can do and it affords some protection. Exactly. Exactly. Okay. All right. We're in recess. Thank you.
Okay. What did we learn today except for that Lilese has the most hideous laugh I've ever heard in my damn life? Then you got old boy that's fallen asleep and he's a juror? Has he already made his mind up? What is going on there? How's the partay going over at Next Topic? Let me look. Woo! Looks like Sarah's having fun. Diana said, awful, Brooks. My goodness. Rosebud said, my headache went away. Now, what's up the defense's crawl about using the kid's first and last name and birth dates? It's in the indictments. It's in the probable cause affidavits. Is it just one more thing to make things difficult? Do you think that the jury has possibly already made up their mind? Hence why old boy is asleep? Because the agent from the GBI that said that's basically Cheeto fingers. Excuse me, I gotta clear my throat. No Cheeto in my throat. Cheeto fingers. Which tells me why Lazy never cleaned anything and would just throw some Cheetos or goldfish crackers or whatever in the pack and play and just go about whatever she had to do. So he would stand up. He has these little bitty fingers wrapped around there. I think this juror is on his last leg, if you really want to know the truth. I think if he falls asleep again, he has screwed the pooch. I really do. That is not the way we do our civil duty. You're called to jury duty. You can't be a narcoleptic. And the judge is so kind. She keeps saying, well, you know, it is mid-morning. It's mid-morning. He's already asleep. You know what? Send fat ass to lunch. Tell him to get some sunshine. Walk around the block. Have some coffee. Have a glass of wine. I don't give a shit. And get him back in there. That's crazy. This is a child's life. You don't just fall asleep. And then I'm back on this. What I saw, me, on the, I'm going to go ahead and call them crib sheets, in Quentin's pack and play, GBI said, smells like vomit, but it clearly looked like fresh blood to me. I think she beat the hell out of him and put him in that pack and play. Then at some point she realized he wasn't alive. Yeah, I want Angel P's opinion on what she thinks would be the cause of death, because Cheetos never killed anybody unless you're that fat guy on the movie Seven. Cheetos didn't kill nobody. But when you have the vomit in the pack and play and the blood, that's the only thing I can put together in my mind. Plus, we know where they taped off the windows. It wasn't the whole house. Looking at the layout of the house, it looks like they taped it off when you come through the front door where the kitchen is. Then I guess if you're looking at the front door, to the left would be the living room, and that's where they taped it off and started spraying. It looks just like blood to me, but I don't work for Georgia Bureau of Investigation. No. But, who wants to hear our challenge for today? Today is Taco Tuesday. Today is Tuesday. And we're going to be going through it again next week because we're not giving up on this trial. Anyone around here do what's called DIY? You know, Halloween's coming up. Thanksgiving's coming up. Christmas is coming up. Check this out with me. I want to see, and don't ask my ass to do it. Hang on. The name of this channel is Kylie Rainbow. OJ and I watch her ass. Well, not her ass, but the stuff that she does. Nothing I makes, you know, like when Daisy says the Walmarts, ever turns out anything like what she does. But, we're going to start posting our own DIYs. Look at Walking Dead, modding and shit. Modding like a motherfucker. Look at her. I like to watch videos of people's DIYs, but I don't do them. Thank you for participating, Walking Dead. You have no idea the contributions you make to this channel. I love the party you're having over there, by the way. Look at that. Paper Slut, crafts and shit. V. Oakley said, me. She's going to do it. Sarah said, I've made some gravestones. Scary, and that's scary as hell. That's scary as hell. All right, let's get to it. I'm going to get Katie Bird to do this. Angel said, hey, Katie, where have you been? Missing you. Katie, she's an enigma. She will just float in and say, I agree. Or she'll say hi to one person, but then she's heard the whole damn case.
Hey guys, and welcome back to my channel. It's the end of August, which means it's basically Halloween. I wanted to kick off Halloween 2024 with a huge decorating marathon to get all of us in the spooky mood. So if you're looking for over an hour of Halloween decorating of all kinds, inside and outside, with some fun Halloween background music and lots of good spooky vibes, then you are in the right place. If you're new to my channel, my name is Keely and I make videos about home decor.
Okay, I said Kylie, but it's Keely. Natalie H. Nails, does that include nails? Better believe it. Yeah. DIY your own nails. Show me how to do it. Walking Dead. She's got to go back to the cool kids playground. She said, got to participate in some shit. Little red stepchild over here. I'm talking too fast. Kimberly Mann. She goes, I'm like that in most lives. Well, I tell you what, if this bitch makes me mad today, I'm going to just come unglued, because none of the stuff I've told you about, that damn toy soldier I made out of all those toilet paper rolls. You know how many shits DT Driver had to take for me to get all my supplies?
Decor and DIY projects, but the biggest and most popular part of my channel will always be my Halloween decorations. I like to do it up so big. I decorate inside and outside for all holidays. So if that's something that you're into, you should subscribe, and also follow me on TikTok and Instagram because I post a lot there too. If you're a longtime subscriber, you might recognize these videos. So this is a mashup of the past few years of Halloween decor, but I wanted to reshare it as a way to get everyone excited and also hold y'all over until I can get up my first 2024 Halloween video, which should be really soon. Plus, every year I always go back through and look at my videos before I decorate, so I thought it would be fun to do that together. Anyway, I'm going to stop talking now and let y'all enjoy this marathon. If you have any questions, comment down below, and feel free to check out the originals of these videos for all of the product links. I am so excited to get ready for Halloween 2024. I have so many fun things in store. Take a guess down below what you think this year's theme is going to be. You'll be seeing it soon, so get excited.
Brooks just hands DT another roll, like, I'm working on the arm now. He's working on the arm himself because he got that chicken sandwich from McDonald's. It's the chicken Big Mac. All right? Hence why we can't buy toilet paper from the Dollar Tree. He goes through it, well, like toilet paper. Okay, I'm already mad, okay, because this whore is always using pool noodles she gets from the Dollar Tree. Now, I have gotten fucked on these pool noodles. I can't tell you how many times because you cannot get them even. I don't care what the do-it-yourself people say, but go ahead, girl. Go with your bad self. I've been fucked on pool noodles too many times. Can she please explain the wind with the spray paint? Because anytime I paint outdoors, Toilet Paper Man, DT Driver goes, damn it, it's going to spray into the neighbor's yard. Excuse me, what is that? A golf cart? Is that seriously a golf cart? Loaded up with items for $1.25? A golf cart? You have money for a golf cart and you're shopping at the Dollar Tree. Hey, whatever. I have a gorilla cart and I've got all kinds of rocks and shit loaded into it. Waiting on DT Driver to get home and landscape and shit. Yeah. I think the key is the golf cart, okay? Cicada. We're having a little friendly competition for DIYs, you know, blowing off some steam in the middle of the trial. This is Kylie Rainbow that does all the DIYs, and she has a golf cart. Yeah, I have figured out the trick. It's not pool noodles. It's not toilet paper rolls. You have to have a golf cart to get this stuff done, Cicada. Jean Ellen said, I have to admit it, I love the huge skeleton stuff. Yeah, we thought that we were the toast of the town with our animatronic black cat in the front. We have these big inflatable pumpkins out by the street, this big ghost with a pumpkin and a black cat, until DT Driver went to the other side of the neighborhood and they have these huge skeletons hanging out of their trees. One of them has a Kansas City Chiefs hat on and a big Chiefs medallion. Okay. Now the competition around here is getting real serious. Susan said, I saw some smaller ones zip tied to flamingos. It was hilarious. I gotta try that shit. Golf cart and shit.
Tulsa Lowe's. Calls may be recorded or monitored.
Y'all just gave me an
Privacy
idea.
notice. Left your rights and options are at lowes.com/privacy.
I'm calling
Para
Lowe's to
español,
see if they have any
marque 9.
more of those big ass skeletons.
Now, what can I do for you today?
Skeleton.
Got it. And do you want to see what's in stock, price check an item, get delivery details, or do you need something else from that department?
Skeleton.
I didn't quite get that. Which would you like? Either see what's in stock, price check an item, get delivery details, or other help from that department?
Representative.
Transferring you to Garden and Seasonal.
God, please let it be an American.
Seasonal, how may I help you?
Hi. We live over in Glenpool, so I think you guys are our closest one. You're at Tulsa Hills, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you guys have any more of those big ass skeletons?
I'm sorry. Let me get Dwayne here for a second. What was that now?
Do you have any more of those big skeletons?
Big. All right, let's try it now. Maybe I can hear you.
You know, for Halloween, the big skeletons.
No, ma'am, we do not.
Dad, comment. All right, thank you.
We've got the real big ones. We have the ones that are about life size.
Yeah, that'd be a big one.
Yeah, we got plenty of them.
About how tall are we looking? Like 5'9", 6 foot?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I will be over shortly. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
I think he had me on speakerphone. How rude. I think he, oh God. Britt said he didn't know what to say when Brooks slid the ass word in there. Yeah, he's probably Baptist. You can say fuck a duck all day to him, but you throw the ass word in there, yeah, they lose their damn minds. I got to get a haircut afterward. Hold on. We have breaking news. This just in from my phone after my husband heard me talking to the Very Nice American Lowe's representative. 12:16 p.m., he said, watch swearing. It's starting to sound trashy. There's only a few ways you can communicate with Lowe's, Greg. You know better than that. What are you, Baptist now? Sarah said, try Home Depot. I'm not helping Greg out anymore today. I think I have done all I need to do. No. And he said to quit cussing. I sound trashy. See that teepee she's building there in the yard? I don't care if he comes home with one in his pants. He's not going to have anything to do with it. Just me said no wheelbarrow for DT. Yeah, unless you've only been to this channel for 5 seconds, you would know that DT Driver has what's called tennis elbow from putting a light fixture above the dining room table. He's talked to 2 doctors about it. You name it. So yeah. With the tennis elbow, there's absolutely no wheelbarrow for Brooks. Cicada, that's the thing. She said, poor baby Quentin, I'm sure any of us would have taken that baby in. Isn't that the rinse repeat we see in all of these cases where the family is involved? Where the family is involved. I'm not talking true abductions. Anybody would love to spoil and take care of that child except for their own family. Their own family. It makes me sick. Shonda, she's an Okie herself. I told Combat Vet. I said, the guy from Lowe's is from Oklahoma. He knows the difference between big and big ass. Do you have a big skeleton? He knows what that means. You have a big ass skeleton. He knows what that means. See, Shonda knows. We know the lingo. Hold on. I'm going to call the key driver.
Hi, the person you've reached is using a screening service from and will get a recording and transcript of this call. Go ahead and say why you're calling.
What? The hell's he doing? Just imagine what she does on Christmas. He hates when I call him when I'm live. Screen my ass.
Your call has been forwarded to an automated voice messaging system.
Damn it! imagine what this woman does for Christmas. If she's doing that for Halloween, by the way, I'm looking on Lowe's right now. The haunted living skeleton with lighted eyes is $34.98. Now it's going to take one Oklahoma windstorm, and that skeleton bones is going to be all over Linda's yard, and I won't ever hear the end of it. Paper Sweat had a question, wants to know what OJ is going to be for Halloween. Well, Linda's a good seamstress, and I want OJ to be, I thought about Batman, but since he's a black cat, I wanted him to be like a warlock. Now, obviously, this isn't OJ. So, Linda only has a white sheet. Now, before people start yelling at me, calling me racist, as she's putting the design together, I had to be nice and tell her. I said, Linda, he's going to look like a Klansman. All right? We can't have a black cat in a KKK looking costume. She got the hint. Okay, I actually did this in my backyard. I got this idea from this woman, but I use gold spray paint and I stick it in the ground. If I find like a stick, when I say a stick, a limb that's cool looking, and I have them like they're just ornamental in our flower beds. DT Driver is not all that impressed with it. Gaelic girl's here. Hey, Gaelic, what are you thinking about the trials so far? Because I'm mortified. You know, look at that. I still have time to do that. Yeah, I can just put them on the front porch because, I mean, I already have stuff that's kind of dying off, petunias and shit. Sorry, no cussing. We don't want the cussing police to come in. And you can use it for Thanksgiving, too. My son always says Thanksgiving never gets much attention. It goes straight from Halloween to Christmas. That's why I'm saying we can multitask. We can use our Halloween decorations for Thanksgiving. I'm loving this. Last year, Mermaid and I tried this thing where you just put a sheet over your Christmas tree and it looks like a ghost. Ours did not look that way. It did not look that way. They make everything look so cute until I get out the hot glue gun or the toilet paper rolls. Baby Kisses, thank you for the super sticker. Thank you, my friend. Britt, yes, she said you can use a tomato cage. Exactly. You know, they take them, they put them upside down, and then they they somehow put the wires together, and then they put all kinds of garland and stuff around it. They look like little Christmas trees. Yep, you're right. You can do it either way. Do a ghost or a little Christmas tree. we have a crazy decoration scheme. For one, everything outside is decorated for Halloween. But I've already started decorating inside for Christmas. So when my stepson, his wife, daughter-in-law, I hate saying stepson, but you know what I mean, and little beautiful grandbaby came over, my stepson goes, "You're decorating inside for Christmas, but outside is decorated for Halloween." I'm like, I know. Can't make sense of it either. Okay, I've had it with that part. I'm not going to watch her decorate the bathroom. I can't with the music anymore. I'll just watch her put up more skeletons for a second. No, it says live court is on lunch break until 2 p.m. Eastern. Well, it's 1:03 here. So it sounds to me like the court TV people are taking their time eating their lunch. Baby Kisses said she'd rather watch this. Okay, they're making noise in there.
Could you bring?
Yep, they are making noise in there. Well, okay, their sound is off. Oh, they have beautiful lighting on the judge's face. I just really wish they would quit panning to lie lazy. Man.
We're back on the record in SPCR 22-03364J6, the state of Georgia versus Leilani Marie Simon. Let the record reflect that Ms. Simon is present at council table with her attorneys, Martin Hilliard and Robert Purse. The state's attorneys are present, AUSA, Tim Dean, and ADA, Jenny Parker, along with Detective Lemons. The jury is not present at this time. So we are going to resume. The state is going to resume with Detective Lemons. And just to give an general idea, is Detective Lemons going to take you out the rest of the day?
Yes, with one caveat, Your Honor. We have, they're either here or they're arriving soon, 2 FBI agents from the Augusta office. They've driven down here with the hope of testifying this afternoon. And if we don't reach them, they're going to drive back. They don't have lodging in Savannah. In order to prevent their having to drive down from Augusta again tomorrow morning, I might ask at some point, probably will ask at some point, to break during Detective Lemon's direct examination, probably between interviews, and take testimony from them just so we can get them up and down, and then resume her direct examination after that. Doesn't seem like it should be a problem from my perspective, because I imagine the cross-examination might extend into tomorrow anyway. But that, I've talked to Mr. Hilliard about it. I don't think he has an objection, but I'll let him speak for himself.
I don't really object to it, Judge. I kind of expected Lemons to go the rest of today, right? So if we stop and break and do these 2 little, what I call kind of administrative witnesses along the way, I don't see where it's going to change anything. And if it, the only thing I would ask is if it goes a little bit further into the day, I may want to continue my cross-examination tomorrow with Lemons rather than have to stop and then resume again tomorrow. So we'll deal with that when we get to it. That's the first question. The second question was, I just wanted to check and make sure, because I know tomorrow's a judge's meeting. So are we going to resume at 9 tomorrow or 10? 10? Okay. That's all, just for scheduling purposes.
So I think it's a good practical consideration for us to resume with Detective Lemons, stop where we need to for the 2 FBI agent witnesses that you have this afternoon.
Thank you.
And if cross-examination needs to begin tomorrow, then we'll deal with that. But as these things go, they have their own flow. So we will see what that is. All right, please bring in the jurors. All right. All right, please have your seats. Welcome back, jurors. Ladies and gentlemen, were you able to follow the court's instructions? Okay, there have been no discussions about the case. Okay, and you have not done any research or looked at any media? All right, very good. Resounding no. So with that, we'll resume. Mr. Dean?
Detective Lemons. Now, when we left off before lunch, we had come to the end of what's in evidence as lactation room first video.
Yes.
How many video files did you film on your phone from that single interview in the lactation room?
There's 2 separate ones.
And why are there 2 separate files?
So at the end of this first video, I got a phone call on my phone that was recording it, and I took that phone call.
Okay. And how long were you gone? Did you leave the room for that?
I did.
How long were you gone?
Probably less than 10 minutes.
Do you remember what the phone call was about?
It was someone from the scene. I don't remember the details.
Okay. Somebody from the scene was calling you about something.
Yes,
Did you return to the lactation room?
I did.
And were Special Agent Snyder and the defendant still in there?
Yes,
And did you resume recording?
I did.
When you resumed recording, what was being discussed at that time? Do you remember?
When I walked in and started recording, they were talking about the smell of vomit that was on the pillow.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, I would publish the second videos on the thumb drive introduced as State's Exhibit 13 as lactation room second video. Give me 1 second.
Now, subject to the redactions, Mr. Dean, I discussed, no objection.
Okay, thank you. You may proceed, Mr. Dean.
All right, I've displayed on the monitor the opening frame from lactation room second video. Whose feet are we looking at here?
Leilani's and Agent Snyder's.
Okay. And I will play. I begin the playback just from the very beginning here.
I would have been, so last night would have been Tuesday, so Monday night.
Yeah.
Gave him a cookie.
Yeah, we have a cookie and then play, Tyler would play good or whatever, and upchecks, we wipe it up, and it looked like a whole bunch. I didn't change the filters yet, I was like, change it tomorrow.
What kind of cookie was it?
It's the vanilla, with vanilla
Vanilla
cookies.
wafers.
Yeah, the country house milk.
But you recall that's nothing else that he's gotten sick on or anything in the past 2 or 3 days? Nothing at all?
Anything about sickness at all would have been like,
So pause the playback at 37 seconds. And Your Honor, may I remain seated for this portion of the question?
Yes.
Thank you. Was this agent, Special Agent Snyder, asking her some questions designed to get at the origin of the apparent vomit on the pillowcase?
Yes.
And what did she say there about that?
That it had been a cookie that she had given Quentin prior to this day, and that she thought she had cleaned it all up, and that he must have vomited or spit up on the pillow.
She was saying that that was something that happened on Monday night.
I believe so.
But let's just play that bid again. We'll take it from the top. First of all, what day was this?
This was a Wednesday.
Wednesday, October 5th.
Yes.
Okay.
So that would have been, so last night would have been Tuesday night, so Monday night, gave him a cookie.
Yeah, we have a cookie in the plate, towel and playground and whatever, and I'll check something, we'll wipe it up. It didn't look like a whole bunch. I didn't change the filters yet. I was like, just change it tomorrow.
What kind of cookie was it?
It's the vanilla, with vanilla
Vanilla
cookies.
wafers.
Yeah, the great house now.
But you can call that nothing else that he's gotten sick on or anything.
I'm going to pause it again in 30 seconds. I'm sorry to belabor the point, but I just want to make sure we're clear on what is being said here. Did we hear her say that he had spit up some of that cookie on Monday night, that she had wiped off the pillowcase, but had not yet changed it?
Yes.
Resuming playback at 30 seconds in.
Past 2-3 days. Nothing.
Anything about sickness at all would have been like a month ago. We had ear infection.
Okay.
I know that Zane has an ear infection now. Now, if they were passing it back and forth, if he did throw up after I went to bed last night, I don't know. I got this morning. There was nothing there for me to look. I don't know.
So, just to kind of rehash some of this stuff, you know, in summary, there's no one that has any sort of motivation to do harm to you or any of your family. You don't have any sort of financial debts, you know, related to drug use. No one that wants anything done to you or any of your family as a result of something that you've done. Correct?
No. Nobody that should at all. Now, I can sit here and look at you straight in your eye and say, at the top of my head thinking, I do not think of anybody that would actually want to hurt us, or Danny, or my kids, especially Quentin. You know, understand how sweet that baby is.
And your mom, I mean, your mom, upstanding lady, doesn't
She
have.
is an upstanding lady. She has a long, drawn out criminal history. A couple weeks ago, me and her did get into it.
I'm going to stop the playback at 2 minutes in. And I'm going to advance to 2 minutes and 6 seconds in. Skipping 6 seconds of the file there, Your Honor. And I'll resume playback at 2 minutes and 6 seconds into the file.
She said, well, laundry basket went everywhere. Both the kids were there, so I just got the kids and I went to my room. Tried to distance herself. She followed me to the room. She pushed me again. I called the cops and everything. Y'all called me and pull up that police report. Or whatever. She pushed me again, so I called the cops again. I wasn't calling the cops to get somebody in trouble. I was calling the cops to prevent the negativity and violence around the children. Okay, so that was the most recent.
What did we just hear her describe there? Was that an altercation with her mother that had happened recently?
Yes.
Now, it was the case that everybody was saying that the defendant's mother was out of town during the period of October 4th, October 5th, correct?
Yes.
I'm going to advance to 5 minutes into this file and resume playback from there.
No chance that you will cause your wisdom tooth and whatever that you were taking, and it's just ibuprofen is what we're thinking.
No, that's what they prescribed me. I don't know what shots they gave me. I don't know if they gave me different shots on the side. My whole side of my face was numb even like 6 hours afterwards. It was still not really here.
Did you, in your sleep, as you're sleepwalking, did you grab Quentin and let him go to the store with you because you were concerned about him and you left the house at midnight to go to the Circle K? Do you have a history of any sort of sleepwalking or anything with your mental health?
No. The last time I sleepwalked, I was like 8 years old, maybe. Sorry, just nursing. I was like 8 years old, and somehow I ended up outside of Brooklyn.
That hasn't happened.
It hasn't happened since
3 years old.
Yeah, since I was, yeah.
So So there's no possibility that you, without knowing, took one in the car, took it to somebody else's house, or where, nothing like that could happen.
No, at all.
I want you to know that there's a lot of things going on behind the scenes right now. And we're doing everything feasibly possible. We're going to have more questions. We're going to continue down, whatever path, that these interviews and what we find in the house, what we find off the cell phone records, whatever leads us. So if at any point, we come back and have follow-up questions, it's just to get some clarity and some guidance on what the next step should be.
To be honest with me, I have nothing right now, do you? You have nothing to do to my baby right now, do you?
There's a lot of people working, and we can promise you that. And there's a lot of resources that are in play. We're doing everything that we can.
So my little monkey back.
So if this one, we have
She does respond to monkey a lot. If somebody does see somebody reversible, say, like, if he responds to monkey a lot, he don't really respond to Quinn. He don't respond to monkey. His little comments that he was born, he looked like a little hairless monkey.
Victim specialist, her name's Nancy Yavides. I'm going to walk out here now, reach out to her. But unfortunately, we're going to get you back, to your house whenever we can. That's going to be a long time. So if it's okay with you, just let us know what you need. We're going to get you some water. But if you just hold tight, we're going to get as comfortable as we can while you're here. Is there anything you need like right now? Anything we can do for you? We're going to get you some water.
I can really just step outside and sort of stare. It's fine.
Yeah, we can do that. Anything else that you need right now? Okay.
There's definitely an officer. Her name is Sam. So if you need anything, just call her.
Anything else you have right now?
But do you have any issues with us kind of just going through your phone to get messages and any more contact info?
Yeah, you have no problem with it at all.
If you
download, we have to copy that whole phone for like here.
If you have any issues, just let us know.
We have like a car, so you can send forms.
I may have one of those. Yeah.
How do you say your name?
Leilani.
I can imagine, what you're going through. But you just, at this point, you have to trust the process. And we're going to do whatever we can to get you the assistance that you need. But truth be told, we just have to, work through the process, the steps, whatever you need. And we'll do everything we can. In the same respect, though, you got to understand, you got to be completely transparent and honest with us. And I think you have to this point. So if there's anything, that you think of that could remotely lead to something as, horrendous as this happened, you need to let us know. So if it's something that you're not proud of, that you're ashamed of, that you've been involved in, that you've done, like, we're not here, to judge you. We're here to find one and bring one down safely. So that means exposing something that you've done.
I don't have companies out there. I know that. I don't literally want to go this big that will work. If I gotta do to have the custody back there.
I'll stop the playback at 10:42, 10 minutes and 42 seconds. You were gone from the room for a moment there,
It was.
and then we just saw you return.
Yes.
What were you doing?
Grabbing a consent form.
for a consent to search the phone,
Yes,
which she had just orally agreed to that,
she did.
but you wanted to make a paper record of it.
Yes.
Resuming playback at 10 minutes and 42 seconds into the file.
So, L-E-I-L-A-N-A, right?
L-A-N-I.
L-A-N-I. And all this is just a form for us to get your consent. So we'll put the phone, okay? S-I-M-O-N.
Yes.
All right, so did you turn off the recording at that point?
Yes.
Okay. I want to just go back to one thing in here for clarification purposes. At 5 minutes in, when there's a point where Special Agent Snyder is asking her about the possibility that she sleptwalked somewhere or something like that. And we hear him ask if that's something that could have happened at midnight or 12 a.m. when she went to Circle K, right? That's what he asked?
Yeah.
Now, at this point, I just want to be clear. She had not described a midnight trip to Circle K, and this was a reference by Snyder to the 1-something a.m. Chevron story. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So he was just kind of getting the time and location wrong?
Yeah.
As to
What
what
it
she had
sounds
said?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll just briefly play that bit again, starting at 4 minutes and 59 seconds.
No chance that you will cause your wisdom tooth and, whatever that you were taking. It's just ibuprofen is what.
That's what they prescribed me. I don't know what shots they give them. I don't think any different shots on the side. My whole side of my face was numb even like 6 hours. It's still not over here.
Did you, in your sleep, as you're sleepwalking, did you grab Quentin and let him go to the store with you, or you were concerned about him when you left the house at midnight to go to Circle K?
He was talking about Chevron word gel there. Is that right? Am I understanding that correctly?
That's the way I took it.
Okay, thank you. And I stopped the playback there at 5 minutes and 32 seconds. All right, so then that first interview in the lactation room ends with you all getting her consent to search her phone and her signing to memorialize that.
Yes.
Okay. After this interview that we just watched, did you all go through the phone?
Yes.
All right. And how did you do it initially?
So the other teams had also asked their people, Paul and Daniel, the same questions if they would go through their phones. So we had all planned to do a extraction of the cell phones in our system. I believe at that time I just manually went through the phone.
Okay. I know you're not a forensics
No.
person, but what is involved in doing an extraction of the phone?
So it's a big computer system, and you plug the cell phone into the computer system so you can make a copy of it. And it's a one at a time system, and it usually takes at least an hour per phone.
Okay. And who was doing this at the precinct that day?
Sergeant Coleman.
Okay. Did he do that with all 3 of their phones?
He did.
All right. So at the time that the defendant consented to your looking through her phone, are you saying the machine was occupied with one of the other phones?
Yes.
Okay. And so you went through it manually, meaning what?
I just actually took the physical phone and went through it myself.
And while you were doing that, did you see in there a text that the defendant had sent to Daniel Youngkin the night before, saying something about I'm turning on to 204 now, or I'm about to go to 204?
Yes.
Okay. And was that something that, was that a trick that she had mentioned to you in this initial interview in the lactation room?
No.
Did you and Special Agent Snyder then go interview her again specifically about that?
Yes.
Okay. And where did that interview take place?
In the interview room.
Did you ask her about that text during this interview?
We did.
And what did she say that text was about? What was the initial story about that text?
She said that she headed to 204 was the text, and that meant that she was going to the drug dealer's house or their location to meet up to pay off a drug front.
Did she say how much the drug front was for?
$20.
Now, in the lactation room interview, she had given an account for the 1-something a.m. trip, correct?
Yes.
And what was it again?
That she went to meet Misty to get Orangel at the Chevron.
Now, did that story involve her making any phone calls?
She had mentioned that she called Misty, and I believe she also said in that interview that she tried to call the Chevron or the Circle K.
Okay, called the Circle K to see whether they had it.
Yes.
And which call was she saying had come before first? And second?
She tried the gas station before Misty.
Did you look through her phone between interviews after the lactation room interview, but before the next one?
Yes.
To see whether you could see any record of those phone calls in her phone?
I believe I did at that time, or it may be one of the later ones.
Okay. In any case, whenever you looked for that, whenever that might have been, did you see any record of those phone calls in her phone?
No.
Okay. Now, you've talked about going through the phone manually, like with it in your hand, scrolling through it.
Yes.
And seeing the 204 text, right?
Yes.
Did you later have an opportunity to review the full Cellbrite extraction?
I did.
Okay. And Cellbrite is the machine that Sergeant Coleman uses to do this?
Yeah, it's the system they use.
Did you find any record of it, of those calls there during that more in-depth review of the phone?
No, there was no call to the gas station or Misty.
Do you see in front of you 3 exhibits marked as states 14, 15, and 16?
Yes.
Can you tell us what those 3 exhibits are?
Yep. 14 is the consent to search form for Leilani Simon's cell phone. 15 is the consent to search form for Paul Simon's cell phone. And 16 is the consent to search for Daniel Youngkin's cell phone.
And those consent forms, were they all completed that day, October 5th?
They were.
By these 3 different individuals?
Yes.
With the interviewers that were interviewing them?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would move these in as states 14, 15, and 16.
Objection, Your Honor.
14, 15, and 16 are admitted.
Now, returning to this, the next interview, in the interview room that you've been talking about. So you asked her about the 204 text, and she said she was just going to pay off a $20 drug front.
Yes.
And for what type of drug did she say that was?
Marijuana.
Who did she say went on that trip?
Just her.
Was she asked who exactly it was that she met?
Yes, she did.
And how did she identify this person?
She referred to him as Red.
Red?
Red, like
Did
the
she
color.
Oh, like the color, you said?
Mhm.
Sorry. Did she give you a description of Red?
She described him as a light-skinned black male.
Did she say when she had left the house? I mean.
Around 10:30 p.m.
And did she say where she had met Red to make this payment?
By the Flacco's Tacos.
And did it later turn out upon your review of the phone that this payment was actually made via Cash App?
Yes.
Now, what is Cash App?
It is a kind of like an online baking application.
Do you have to be physically present with someone to make a Cash App payment to them?
No, you don't.
Can it be done remotely?
You can?
Like if I'm at home and I owe you money and you're at your house, can I make a Cash App payment?
Yes.
To you? At the time that she was saying this, though, did you know that this payment had been made via
No.
Cash App?
I did not.
Did she explain in any way why, if the drug front was to be repaid via Cash App, why she had to go meet the guy to do it?
I believe she said that she gave him cash, like
Okay.
physical cash.
Oh, is that right?
I believe so.
Did she give any particular reason in this first interview in the interview room for why she left the house at this particular time to do this thing? Like, what was going on that caused her to decide to go do this?
I think at this point she had mentioned that her and Daniel had had an argument and she wanted to get away from the house for a while.
Was she asked during this first interview in the interview room whether there had been any sort of accident that caused Quentin to be injured or anything like that?
I think we asked her that in every single interview.
And what was her consistent response to that, if it was consistent?
That there was not an accident that she knew about.
Was she asked in this interview whether Quentin was okay before she left to go see her drug dealer?
She was.
And what did she say to that?
That he was asleep in his playpen.
And was she asked whether he was okay when she got back from this trip?
Yes.
And what did she say to that?
That he was still in his playpen, perfectly fine.
Did she describe actually going up and interacting with him at either of these times?
Yeah, she kind of showed us Quentin's reaction to her petting, or I guess brushing his hair across his face.
What did she say about that?
She said that he kind of reacted and nuzzled up in the blanket.
Was she asked whether Danny was behaving abnormally in any way when she got home from the drug dealer? As though something might have happened while she was gone?
Yes.
And what did she say about that?
I believe she said he was still in bed watching a movie like normal.
Was she asked whether Danny was behaving abnormally or suspiciously the next morning when she called him to tell him that Quentin was missing?
Yes.
And what did she say about that?
That he was normal.
And was she asked whether Danny ever displayed any violent tendency toward the children?
Yes, she was.
What did she say about that?
That Daniel was scared to even pop the kids.
Now, in this first interview in the interview room, was there a period of time where you and her looked at her Life 360 application on her phone together?
Yes.
And she was at this time saying that she had met Misty for Oragel at the Chevron, right?
Yes.
Where is the Chevron in relation to Azalea Mobile Home Plaza?
They are right next door.
Can you tell me what it looked like on the Life 360 application? Could you, as you're looking at the phone, could you tell whether her phone had been at one or the other location?
No, it was too broad of a picture frame.
So to you, it just kind of looked like she had been in the general area, but you can't tell whether it was Azalea or Chevron.
Yes.
And was the investigative team later able to get more precise location data from the phone than you were able to see on the screen during that interview?
Correct.
And at this time, I would publish what is on State's Exhibit 13 as interview room 1542 to 1639, something shy of an hour.
All right. We'll proceed with that. Let me just turn to the jurors. So this next tape is gonna, this next video is gonna go for about an hour. Is this audio and video?
It is, Your Honor.
Okay, so it's gonna go about an hour. We just got back from lunch. What I anticipate doing is that we'll see this play and then we'll take a break. But if y'all need to stand and stretch right now, feel free to do so. Let's buckle in. I'm going to say, punch it right there to say. Okay. All right. All right. Mr. Dean, you may proceed.
Once again, navigate to input HDMI 1 on the TV at the front of the courtroom, and I will publish interview room 1542 to 1639 from State's Exhibit 13.
But is it helpful at all to dim some of the lights? Yes. Okay.
May be helpful for people falling asleep.
Oh,
I don't know.
Thank you. We can leave it. We can leave it at this. How about that? That's okay. All right, Mr. Dean.
No, you're good. Hopefully all this is working.
Every feasible possible, angle. I know you talked a little bit about, using drugs, using marijuana. So last night, was there any chance that you were having some issues with your wisdom teeth and needed to go get something to ease the pain last night?
I did. I went and met up in that orange out. That was right up there. I met her like at the end of Buckhalter Road, a friend of mine, because I don't have money to go and get some expensive over the counter. I don't have it.
And what time was that?
That was like, I got home at 1:25 a.m.
1:25.
I was gone for 12 minutes. You go on my 316, look at it right there.
There's some text messages in your phone. You use consent with the phone.
Yeah.
And there's a message in there. It's an outgoing message from you that says turning on 204. And that's at 10:40.
Yeah.
10:40 p.m.
Yeah.
We didn't talk about that before. So what? 10:40 p.m. Where were you at 10:40 p.m.?
If I was turning on 204, I was probably going to go payback or something. Payback from him. To be honest with you, I was going to go pay back the $20 from for him. For Danny. Daniel, that's who King is. That's Danny. Whatever. He had $20 a week. I went and paid it back. Whatever. But he was awake at that time. He was up. He was awake at that time. Quentin had just went to sleep. He had stopped all the crying and all that stuff. And that's why I left, because he went to sleep at 10:30. And it only takes him 12 minutes to get to a 4. If he takes 16.
So that would have been important for us to know before. So that's what we have to understand everything. And you just, you have to be kind of open book.
I wasn't
good or bad.
Yeah, it's not like I was trying to be, but I'm trying to replay everything over and over, and I've been doing it all day. All day. I forgot about that. That was not on my mind. My mind is, this is where I went, this is what I did, this is the last time I see my son, and he's in here now.
And you mentioned he was crying a lot.
Yeah, he was done.
Was that abnormal?
No, it's not like crying. Like, it's like crying. He just, talking to himself, a constant baby talk. It's almost like he's singing to himself. There you go. But he's always done that. He's always done that from the time he started crawling and actually saying mama or dada or drink or eat or anything. He's always done the la 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 when he's asleep.
You gotta understand, there's a lot of resources being expended.
I know it is. I kind of figured that for as long as it's been, you've always had to expand the search, which means something's popped up.
But you have to help us. You understand that.
I do. Again, anywhere that we went after we picked up the kids at 4:30, me or him, none of the kids went with us. I can verify that 100%. After we picked them up at 4:30, all three of their babies were at that house. The room was home alone. They showered, ate, went to bed. I made 2 runs, orange out, and then 204 or 204, and then orange out.
Just talk about that. Let's look at 204. What time did you leave the house?
The time, I texted him and said I was turning on 204. I had already been gone. That means I was literally turning on 204, so I've only been gone like 10 minutes.
So what would have been your route? You left your house off Buck Culture.
If I went off Buck Culture, I took 17. It's possible on the way. Yeah, it's possible on the way back. I may not have taken 17. I could have taken 16 because there's been road work on 204.
So you went south on 17 from Buck Culture.
Yep, and I think I took the highway back.
And then when you said on this text message, you said you turned on 204.
Like, okay, so if I'm on 17.
Heading towards 95.
Yeah, like when I say I'm turning on 204, if you have to turn 17 before Walmart and you have that bridge, that's me turning on 204. That would have been my location right there by that bridge, turning on 204.
But turning on 204 going what direction?
Going toward
to Savannah or south out to 95?
South towards 95. 95. Like over there by the Flacco's Tacos and Harley Davidson shop. That's where I met the person I paid back $20 to.
Okay. And who was that person that you?
He goes by Red.
Red.
He goes by Red. I don't know his name. He's a tall, light-skinned dude. Tall, light-skinned black dude.
You met him so if you sent that at 10:40, it's a 5-minute ride.
Yeah, and I was already heading back by the time that.
So at 10:40, were you texting him that you were turning on 204 to go meet Red?
Yeah, like I'm turning on 204 now, like I'm about to meet him. That's what I was.
And at that point, you didn't get anything.
No, I just paid him $20. I gave him $20 and I left. And it was a friend from a couple days ago. A few days ago, I think we got that 8th. We paid $10 on the 8th. And we owed $20.
How much more money did you owe Red?
Nothing. That was it. That was just that $20. Just when you would have seen messages, otherwise somebody blowing up my phone or Danny's phone about us owing money.
You don't know anybody else anymore. Because I asked you this question.
Yeah, no, we did. I don't. Like that was handled. That was got a front 2 days later, paid you back. That's what that was. So it's like I don't do fronts like that. That was on his name, on his front. I didn't like doing that. I went ahead and paid it back.
Was last night, was it abnormal for Quentin to cry as much as he did last night?
No, he, like I said, he wasn't trying. He was like, Lou. So he did that and it got quiet like 10:30. About 10:30 and looked over there and he was knocked out. Little cheeks pink and snuggled up in the blanket. So.
Where do y'all keep the weed when y'all do have it?
Outside. We got it outside in a safe box.
Is there anything else that would be inside the house?
No. We don't smoke cigarettes inside. We don't smoke weed inside. We don't take it inside. We don't do that.
What about Paul?
Paul, no.
Is he into any of that?
Yeah, he smokes, but I don't think, as far as I know, he keeps it in his truck.
His truck?
As far as I know, he keeps it in his truck. That was one of the rules that my parents allowed him to move in there.
But it's just weed though?
Yeah. Just weed. Nothing else. Like, listen, my mom's a convicted felon. There's no way I'm going to sit there and continuously push the buttons of these people.
Yeah.
You can't do that.
Okay. But you were in substance abuse for...
I've had other things I used to do, other things I have for this own coke, or at one point I was on meth, or whatever. I got all that stuff on my own. And then when I had that and I had mental health issues, I just went ahead and told the counselor that sometimes I just want to go back to feeling that numb. So now I got substance abuse counseling. So.
Did either Paul or Danny ever have issues with that too?
Paul, I don't think so. Danny, I don't think so with that either. I remember Danny's a very petite
instead of Danny?
I was the only one with money, and I wasn't giving Danny the money to do so.
Why is that?
Because there's times that he would go and spend it on alcohol versus what we needed to do it on, spend it on.
Okay.
That's
How
how
often does that happen?
He drinks daily.
Does that ever become a problem?
No, he doesn't get drunk. He's not like a belligerent, angry. He doesn't do that. He was like a 6-pack of beer a day. That's what he does.
How much did you have last night?
Last night, he had a 6-pack as normal. I think he had a few shots of Fireball too.
But it wasn't anything abnormal?
Nothing out of the way. He was laying down before I was.
Did Paul know that y'all were leaving, or you were leaving for a second? Or was he already upstairs?
He was already upstairs. When Paul got home last night, normally he does come down there and, come in my room or whatever and hang out. He didn't last night. He just came in there for a minute, said, hey, got his dog, and went upstairs. So,
Is Paul here Quentin crying and he's upstairs?
No.
He can't hear him cry?
Not from upstairs. I can't hear nothing. Like when we used to be upstairs, you can come and bang on my door as hard as you wanted to. I couldn't hear you. So I can't hear you bang on the door. It's only when you hear Tyler. Not from that. That's why we moved from up there down there. So we're not constantly worried about stairs or stuff like that.
How old are you?
I'll be 23 in November.
She's been through a lot as a 23-year-old.
I don't understand how there's a lot of reasons why they can't sleep. My mother's been in and out of my life. I watched her OD and get buried in fucking leaves in the ditch with her friends, and this love is there. I've been in so many situations. This is what people don't understand, that I would never cause any harm towards any of my kids the way I have been hurt. I just won't. I sit here and I do have issues with this because I take all the blame on me. Anything that goes wrong, I take it in. I wear my heart on my sleeve, and I really shouldn't. That little boy last night, he was so sweet in that bathtub, and said there's only bubbles. He wanted to play with the bubbles. That's all he wants to do is play with bubbles and go to the park and play with the ball and the tablet. People just want to come and take your happy baby. Remember that surgeon Saturday or whatever really hurt my feelings out there, saying you don't think that your mental problems could have made you do something and you completely not know about it? No, I do not think that is. I don't think that there's anything like that. That would, like, I don't care how many different personalities somebody says I have. Every single one of those kids the same. I gave birth to Quinn alone in the hospital room. Alone, I had nobody there. I was in the hospital for 2 days. That is my boy. That is my baby. And let me my baby back home. Okay. Is that right? That is right. I'm trying all the hardest. The more I try to get back on track so I can be what these kids need. The more life has to get me. And this time I wish my kid just blew me up. I can't. Like, I'm really like, I'm flying out of the country with the mental hospital after this. I ain't gonna lie to y'all. I think I'm more of a danger to myself. No, you're right. Right now.
Take some deep breaths right now. Do you need water right now? Just take some deep breaths. Deep breaths.
Now, paused it at 15:54 and 43 seconds on the timestamp in the top left corner. I'd like to ask you a couple questions about the defendant's demeanor in this and other interviews, okay?
Yep.
Was her demeanor consistent throughout any given interview?
Absolutely not.
Can you tell us why you say that?
I mean, as we saw in this interview, she would kind of get into these hysterical yelling rants.
And would that happen in response to any particular lines of questioning?
Sometimes when it kind of questioned her statement or her timeline, it would start to escalate into this.
And when she got like that, was it then difficult to get an additional question in?
Yeah, we would have to calm her down before she would engage back with us with a back and forth conversation.
Is it fair to say that during these interviews, when pressed on certain things, she would become histrionic and just kind of fill the room with noise?
Yes.
Resuming playback at 15:54:43.
I passed around from house to house, and that's something I don't do with my kids. So when I found myself in our situation, I just did one thing I do. Mom, I call my mom. Help me with my kids. So she has them. Until I start getting myself back together and come back here and get a decent job, got a car for myself on Mother's Day. Just trying to build myself up for these kids. And I'm still going to try my hardest no matter what. But I can't. And I don't even know if what's okay. I just want to know if it's okay. I want some type of traffic camera to just something to tell me he's okay. And nobody knows it by the time it hits tomorrow morning. It already be past the time when you're most likely to find a missing person. It'll be past it. After that, you're less likely, right? After the first 24 hours.
We got people out there. Everyone's looking right now.
I'm just gonna bulldozer over it. I don't care. I'm just gonna find a baby. I don't think everybody's freaking out now right now, but good.
I'll just get you some water. You want some water?
Breathe. I got water.
You've been through an entire lifetime of hurt in 23 years. You know, we can't sit here and even begin to think about the pain that you've experienced. So I'm sorry. I wish there was something we could do to help ease that pain, but the truth be told, there's nothing that we can do. We're going to do everything we can to get you, the assistance.
Whatever we can do to get my baby back. I gotta use my pain.
But that's where you got the help. Okay. When we initially talked to you, there was some stuff being disclosed in that initial conversation. And now we're back in here, kind of talking through, you and Danny going in debt, to Red. And those are the kind of things that we as law enforcement really call that a piece of the puzzle. But we have to know stuff like that. So anything like that, and you have to understand, there's so many other things going on besides what's going on in this interview room right now. There are people, looking at cell phone data. There are people doing additional interviews. There's search warrants taking place. When it comes to a child and a child abduction, there is absolutely no stone, no leaf that's not unturned. So I can 100% tell you that between the FBI and the Chatham County Police Department, we are going to find out what happened. I promise you that. And if we find that out, an hour from now, or we find it out a year from now, we are going to figure this out. I can promise you that. Because there's nothing more important to us than finding, Quentin and bringing the person to justice that's responsible for taking him out of your life. Okay? So I want to look you in the eye and tell you that. But I need you to look me in the eye and tell me from this point forward, there's absolutely nothing.
I believe that is the 100%. I believe that is the only event that I did not disclose. And it's only because I didn't think about it. That's not what I was thinking about at the time. I'm just like, that's like, no. When he was in bed, he was asleep.
This is going to be hard. I'm going to ask you this. It's going to be hard. And you can't get frustrated with me because you got to understand we're doing a job. But when we first talked to you in the initial interview, there was no mention of crying a lot. You You mentioned that he was a bad boy.
Yeah, he babbles. He doesn't
Just here 15 minutes ago in this interview room, you know, before you took off and this text message, hey, I'm turning on 204 now, you mentioned that it was, I made that trip, you know, before he was crying. You know, and you described crying to the point where he was crying maybe abnormally. I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, but that's the way I interpreted it, that he was crying abnormally. But
No, I think I said I left before, like, he was asleep. I left before, like, it's not like I left and he was still awake. I left after he fell asleep. He was babbling. And when I came back in, I checked on him again. He was still asleep. And I cried it? No. He does a little fuss. Did you cry? No. When I say crying, that's babbling, fuss, or fussy noises. You know, it's the way I explained it for Zane, Quentin. It's not. None of my kids cry and fuss. It's trying to fit. And every kid cries. No, let me take that off. I'm not trying to mean that. By no means. Every kid cries. Okay. But no, he wasn't crying normally. It was just so very loud. Like he was trying to get somebody to come over there and give him the attention, even though it was bedtime. Yeah. He had a tablet with him too. It could have been, he could have been looking at something and thinking it was funny. It's a kid-approved YouTube for kids TV thing. You can't get on nothing at all that's, bad for kids or anything like that. Whatever. So he could have been laughing at something like that, just like my oldest does. Or looking, I don't know. He was just babbling, fussing, crying. I don't know. But when I left the house, he was asleep. He was quiet. He was curled up with a blanket. He was quiet.
And what time did you say? 10:40, you're turning on 204. What time did you get back to the house?
To the house, 10:49, 50. That's probably 20 minutes. 20 minutes, 22 minutes. Something like that.
What was Quentin doing when you got home?
He was still asleep.
And what was Zane doing?
He was laying on the bed with his tablet on his chest.
Okay. Was he asleep though?
Yeah.
Okay. And then your fiance?
He was laying on the bed with a fire stick TV in his hand.
Anything saying weird about him?
He was just laying there. Besides the fact that he was still fully dressed, and that's not normally him. But then again, there was a lot going on. We left work early. I had to get the wisdom teeth taken out, come to the house, clean up stuff, get dinner going, get the kids. So it was just, he just didn't have time.
Does he have kids himself? Your fiance?
No, my little girl. That's his daughter.
Besides her though. Okay. How's he doing with her?
He does really good. She smells at him before she does me. I don't know when I carried her.
He just stepped straight into the
and almost died giving birth to her.
Okay.
Yeah.
But she's still his favorite. Or she's still whatever.
She's a daddy's girl all the way. Zane is all about his papa. Quentin was my baby.
Yeah.
He was the one that come off my lap just like Sky does. Sky does Danny, or Zane does that, and I didn't get that this morning.
And you said Paul had a pretty good relationship with him too?
Yeah, he's very good with my kids. If I need help, he's right there. No, is he like, I'll do it all for it? No. But you be watching for a second? Yeah. You be taking those notes, playing on the for a second? Yeah. You be teaching how to play soccer? Yeah.
So is there anything else of any sort of relevance that you want to talk to us about on the phone at all?
No. There's nothing there at all. Like I said, y'all can go on my 360 if you want to. It's on there. And it shows you my exact route that I took. The way I came back, the time that I left the house, the time that I got back home. It shows everything. And it shows Danny's trips and everything too. The times and all. And dates.
So like you said, we got people working everywhere right now.
Well, you've been through a lot in your life. Now is not the time for us to. There's a lot I think that we can talk about, and we can get you in contact with folks that can provide you assistance, free of charge, to help you through everything that you've been through. But right now, I'm not going to make light of that situation because there's any chance that that happened. No chance at all.
No. When I put him down, nothing. Unless something happened when I was not there, and I had no knowledge about, he was fine. When I got home, he was fine. He was asleep. He was curled up in that blanket. I touched his little hair. He moved and rolled over. I'm telling you, he was fine.
So just help me understand, like, what type of accident could have happened? Do you think that Danny may have done something? Because we have to agree that Quentin was crying. We have to agree to that. More than just that. Is it possible that you left the house because Quentin was crying so bad, and he came back, and there was an accident that took place?
I think the only time Quentin actually cried is when he took that towel from him. And he's laying in there. Then he's not just no towel. When I left the house, he was asleep. He was already asleep. Now, is it possible that Zane could have woken up for a second when something to drink, not allowing him to cry because we wouldn't turn the TV back on for him and woke up with Quinn? Yeah, that's a possible thing. Danny doesn't know if I'm going to have patience, though. Not like that, not easily. Not to where I think that he would finally just get fed up with somebody crying and do something to make him shut up and not realize that they did do something too much. You know, he's not that type of person.
There's no idea that can happen.
Yeah.
We're adults, we're grown adults.
Yeah.
But a small child, it doesn't take much.
Yeah.
You just get frustrated with a small child and just grab them the wrong way.
Yeah.
And an accident happens. The next thing you know, the child's unconscious. And it's the natural thing to do, to panic. Instead of, because you're not thinking logically at that point. You know, all you're thinking about is, you know, what has happened. And you don't know what to do, and you panic.
I don't think that he would. I don't think he would at all. When I get back to the house, I reached over that thing, and I put his little hair in his face. And I was all in there, and he turned. I was like, no, it's good. He was fine. I was a happy baby when he went to sleep. When he was asleep. I don't know what to say. I don't know what something could have occurred. I don't want to think about probabilities, even though there's a million of them. But I don't know. And I don't want to think that he would do something like that. And like you said, the people snap, people break. I don't think he would though. Daddy was not acting out the way when I got home. He was not acting like antsy or nervous or mad or concerned or anything weird at all. He was not.
What about this morning?
This morning, I didn't see him.
Since y'all have been together.
Sam, he's been very calm now. It's probably because I'm not.
Is that a normal thing for him?
If I'm freaking out, he tries his hardest to stay calm. And then if it's the other way around, he's normally freaking out. Yeah, I called him screaming about him. I said, I can't find Quentin. I can't find him anywhere. The door is open and I can't find him anywhere. I said, did you drop him off on the shelf or something? Did you tell me that you were going to do that? Did you not tell me? Like, did I not remember? He said, no, he was there when I left this morning. I said, you're 100% sure? He said, yes. I said, it's not here now. And there was a 3-hour difference between when he left this morning and when I woke up.
Do you think something could have happened in those 3 hours with David?
I don't know. On Life 360, it shows that he left at the time that he says he did, and then he got to work at the time that he said he did, and then he left and came home when I called. So, I mean, I don't think so. I got my boss's numbers as well if you would like that to confirm that Danny was there.
We can pull it up on here.
Danny's your fiance.
Mm-hmm.
He's lived 23 hard years. You got a lot of life left in front of you. You're the mother of 3 beautiful children. As you described. Nothing is more important than you being available and being the mother for these 3 children.
Yes.
So don't let any sort of motivation to protect Danny stand in the way of you being the mother that you need to be.
I would. Like I said, he was not. The only thing I thought was weird is that normally he goes off work, goes home, takes a shower, and immediately dresses because he's that type of pretty boy. He didn't do that yesterday. But I was in pain. Causes in the mouth. He was helping me in and out of the car and into the house because I was a little loopy. You know. So I really don't.
And your kid then starts crying and you're not there to be the mother because you're suffering from having your wisdom teeth pulled out.
Like I'm telling you, like when he was asleep, when he would lay down, and when I took that tablet away, yeah, he did cry. That might be what I was talking about earlier. Yeah, he did scream. He screamed. He's TV on, as he says it. But by the time that I had smoked a cigarette, got dressed, and was getting ready to leave and checked on him, he was asleep. Eyes shut. Completely. Left, kicked back, checked again. Moved his hair in his face. Still, it was good. He did a little. It was good. Same, he was good. I wasn't touching that tablet. That would be better than that one. Throw the tablet at me.
And you don't think there's any chance that an accident could have taken place? And Danny just did something that it just.
There was. I'm not going to say no because you never truly know anybody. Y'all read about that. But if there was nothing at all that made me suspect anything was wrong when I got up. Or even when I got up this morning, besides my front door being open. That's the first thing that threw me off. Front doors open. Okay, got up, shut it, checked to make sure every single kid's there. And Quinn wasn't there. But everything was good. Minus that, I normally wake up when Danny gets out of bed. I normally wake up, and he normally tells me bye. I do not remember him telling me bye. I do not remember him getting out of bed. That's probably the weirdest part right there. You know, but I was up throughout the night.
Is there any reason that y'all have been up and in and out of the house throughout the night?
No. And the last animation I left in that house would have been me, and that was when I went to that ordeal. And that was just the end of a culture back that was on my street.
So none of the doors in the house would have opened or closed at any point after you got back home?
Nope. I had the back door locked. I know I looked out the front door. I pushed up against it, and I knew that was locked. But Andy went outside this morning and grabbed some cigarettes off of it and locked the door and didn't push it all the way. They wouldn't have caught. They wouldn't have latched. He could just push it over. So he said, or he kept on swearing up and down that he locked it, that it was locked. I can take better information than that open the door. Just how down. That's how easy it is to get in that house. So I don't think he would, and I don't want to believe he would. He wasn't acting up the way. There is nothing at all that I could think of with the way he was acting, talking, looking, reacting, behaving, or anything for me to think, yeah, he probably could have done something. There's nothing for me to think that at all. It was just really baffled right now. What is? I don't know. I don't even know where to begin to look. What am I supposed to do when I go home? What am I supposed to do? Act like everything's normal? Sleep in the room that I normally have 3 babies in, and now I only have 2?
Just one last thing with the messages on here. You're saying something, or he's saying something about, I guess when you're meeting up with this dude, Greg, about him being threatened.
No, that's about my brother. Paul showed up and is going to bed. Wow, okay, he said something about Tanya. He was on the way, and he was being threatened to run over. That was my brother leaving work, and somebody threatened to run him over at work.
Can you tell us about that?
I didn't elaborate on the situation. Like I said, Paul normally stays on there and hangs out, but he didn't. He gave me that's all I wanted to say.
Yeah.
So I still haven't asked about that situation yet. I got up and I didn't have the time.
Does Paul ever have issues or anything?
Like that? No. He is autistic, and sometimes he runs his mouth, and if he runs it to the wrong person, he just hesitated to. person decided they were trying to run me over.
Does he have people coming over to the house?
No. But then again, I'm gone 6 to 2, and he works 2 to 10.
Yeah.
So if there is, I don't know, and I don't see. And nobody in my room because I lock my door when I'm not home.
Yeah.
So, I don't know.
What about Danny? Has he got people coming over?
He has one friend, and his name is Marvin, but he doesn't hang out or anything. Like, they might stop by and talk for 5 or 10 minutes and then go on. They used to work together.
Yeah.
Other than that, when he moved down here, Danny didn't have anybody.
What about Paul having a girlfriend? He does not have a girlfriend.
That's news to me.
Okay, I'm just asking if he does.
That's news to me.
Okay.
I don't just got self-desires about anything. No girlfriends. We question he's gay.
Our boyfriends, do you have boyfriends coming over?
Yeah, but no, none of that. I haven't seen nobody come over. Thomas, when he's home, he doesn't have company come over unless it's his sister or his really old friend of his named Roger.
Thomas is your other brother?
It was my stepdad. My other brother's Joe that was here earlier. I had 6 brothers, I'm sorry.
When was your mom, when was she scheduled to be back here?
A couple weeks. We talked to her last week. She said she should be coming home in 2 to 3 weeks. And then we told her a couple of days ago that she got laid off. And when we called her and asked if she was coming home, she said she doesn't know if she's coming home quite yet. So maybe that she was maybe trying to set up another job, or maybe she was just going to go and hang out with Thomas at his job on her way home and then just come home with him this weekend, since he comes home on the weekends or something. But I didn't really get into big detail about it because the last incident we did have with the pushing and the kids and the cops calling and all that stuff, we have been very distant since then.
So given your mom's situation as it relates to her travel and her job, and given your situation as it relates to your mental health and use of drugs, and you saying that you're not in a position to take care of the Clinton at least, so you feel that given your mom's situation and your situation, she was still the best person for you to have custody to.
Yeah, she from the time that I first gave her custody to until now, no matter what, I gave her the custody to. She hasn't had custody over them for not even a year yet. Not even a year.
But you see, I'm trying to understand that she's away. She's maybe out of town for a month, 2 months at a time.
Sometimes 3. Sometimes
she has full custody. So really, it's just call it a paper drill. Call it what you want to.
Yeah, it's pretty much just paper talking. Or whatever. She got custody, but I was the one every day. I was there every day. I took him to his doctor's appointments. I got his clothes set up just like they're set up still on the counter next to his bed every night. They had put their bags together with their toys and their diapers or pull-ups and snacks for throughout the day because Michelle handles that. She knows how to send snacks. It was me. He was with that baby every day, all of them. When I was finally mentally and everything stable enough to come and be there and to be good for my kids. Whatever I did, it was there all the time. I set up the appointments. I made sure everything was good. Then, like I said, going into speech, and Quinn was going to have an appointment to see if he was autistic coming up pretty soon to go ahead and just start a little test on that because he was autistic and I wanted to help it if he didn't see him progress.
You've been through a lot. You're talking about that. You've been through a lot. We can't imagine what it is. Through all that, trials and tribulations that you've been through, you get what I like to call just street smarts, just an inclination, just a hunch. That you know something just doesn't quite smell right.
But you don't know exactly what it is.
And that's what I'm asking for you right now, because I know that you know something's just not quite right.
I don't know what it is.
But it goes back to what we talked about earlier. Bad news doesn't get better with time. Accidents happen. Things happen. Things that we regret, after it's done. So that's what I'm looking at you in the eye right now. Because it goes to the fact that there's probably no less than 40 to 50 people right now that are doing nothing but grinding away to do everything humanly and feasibly possible to find Quinn. So going back to that sense, that sixth sense that you have, 23 years old, young lady, but has a whole lifetime experience in 23 years. That's what I'm leaning on you for right now. Accidents happen, and I need you to help me figure out what happened. What happened last night?
I'm trying. I don't think nothing was out of the ordinary with Danny. When I left, and when I came back, nothing out of the ordinary at all. Even though he was talking, like his movements and body language, all of it, nothing was throwing me off. Nothing. And normally it does. When he's sitting there talking to some other female on his phone and won't tell me about it, and I have a feeling or a hunch, I'm right. And I can tell because of the way he's acting, the way he moves. He's very secretive. It wasn't like that last night. This man was like on the couch like this. Well, on the bed, his couch on the bed. And on the bed like this. Nice thing. Just click it on it.
When you saw Quentin last night, when you came back at 10:40,
about 10:15, yeah.
You know 100% certain.
He was okay.
He was okay.
He was 100% certain. Okay, that baby was moving. That baby was breathing. And that baby was curling up inside of a blanket, getting comfy. Last time I laid my eyes on him. That was the last time I laid my eyes on him. Snuggling up. I was scared.
But you gotta agree that it's possible. I mean, we've got to figure out.
I can't throw it out because I don't know if the person that I never thought would hurt me. Okay, so I'm not gonna throw it out. But do I think that he will? No. Will I put it past anybody? No. I don't put it past nobody. There's a possibility that it could. Something could have happened. Maybe something happened after I went to sleep. Maybe Quentin woke up and started crying because I was so tired and doped up on medicine I didn't hear it. Maybe he got frustrated. But if it happened, I don't know, and I don't want to focus on maybes. Because it's just lays down to a dead end normally.
And if that happened, and you know that happened, we're going to do everything we can to protect you. So you got to understand that.
That's like the only thing. When I sit there and I'm thinking how everything went last night when I left and I came back both times, how he was. That's the only thing I can think of. I'm normally a light sleeper. I normally, when the moment this dude's alarm goes off and he's crawling out of bed and he's still got his nothing but drawers on. You know, I didn't hear nothing. I didn't see him. I didn't feel nothing at all. I mean, I didn't hear Sky when she woke up at 3. I'm guessing he did. She normally wakes up about 3:30. So that's if I can give you a time frame of when possibly something could have, I would have been after 1:30 in the morning when I went to bed. And I was like laying down at 12. My mouth couldn't get comfortable when my mouth was hurting. Got in contact with my friend, went and got some forehead gel, came back home, applied it, checked on the wall again, and I went to bed. I went to bed next to Danny, and I was against the wall, and Danny was on the outside.
And you didn't get anything else from Red? Nothing else?
No, I handed him a $20 bill.
So when we go talk to Red, Red's going to tell us that.
Yeah, he's going to hand me a $20 bill.
That's it.
Yeah.
And was that important for you last night to get up at 10:40 at night?
And I was getting irritated with Danny because my mouth was hurting, so that was an excuse for me to go ahead and just get out of the house for a minute and have a reason to do so too, besides just running. But I was getting aggravated with him. My mouth was hurting and kept on trying to offer me food and this and trying every time he would put his hand on me, he kept on touching right here repeatedly, and I was just aggravated. My mouth was hurting. And one period that shit didn't help either. Then a girl got in the car and I was like, hey, pay back $20, right? He said, yeah. Like, yeah. And that and I have been on and off right in the past few months because of him cheating and things like that. So that has
that has turned into my way of handling things with Danny before it escalates to the point that it is yelling and screaming and arguing and throwing stuff. It's just walk away. When I feel like it's escalating, just walk away. When I say escalate, I don't ever think that the man will put his hands on me. No. But do the kids need to sit there and watch us constantly screaming and yelling in each other's face? No. So I just leave. There's been times that I went inside that Salt Creek Park and then got told to leave by an officer because you can't be there after dark. You know? So it's just escape. That was the excuse last night. It's the escape because I'm sitting there feeling like he's talking to other people because he doesn't want to do anything with me today.
Pausing at 16:27:16. What was it that she just said there about why she left the house to go visit the drug dealer?
She thought Daniel was talking to other women.
And did she also say because he didn't want to be with her in bed?
Yes.
Resuming playback.
So, again, life is tough. And there was nothing that gave you any inclination that Danny did anything to harm.
No, nothing at all. Nothing out the way. Nothing.
There's a lot of stress.
Yeah.
You're
Nothing.
feeling some things.
Nothing looking out the way. I mean, quitting. I mean, when he was awake and was around Danny, was not acting no type of way towards Danny. Wasn't acting scared or frightened. Didn't flinch when we picked him up and spin him in the air. You know, nothing. So, and even afterwards, when he was in bed and asleep, I remember said Danny wasn't acting funny. Animals weren't acting funny. The house was exactly the way it was when I left it. I mean, exactly. Straight down to the dog's turd out the back door. Yeah, that was all I said.
I'm just looking to give you every opportunity to recollect and think through exactly what happened. And I'm going to disclose some things to you that we're going to be doing, so you understand. So if the doors were open and shut anytime after you got home at 10:50, we're going to find that out. If any cars, if Danny's car left, if any cars associated with that house left, we're going to find out. You have to understand that. Like when it comes to situations this much gravity, with this much weight, there is no expense spared to figure this out. Okay? Well, we can easily sit here and talk to you, get everything in your mind, and you tell us what you think happened. And it saves a lot of time, right?
And then I say, I wasn't going to put past nobody because I know how much people trust the people who watch me. And I was like, whatever. And I trust anyone following me. I trust him. I trust him with the kids more than I trust him with myself. Because he's so cheated and hurt me about many times to that extent. I mean, he's never done wrong with the kids that I could see. Never. And he's scared to even pop them. So, like, if he did mentally stop, if he did, it was after I was asleep. That was after going and picking up my orange out. Because after I got back, I did lay down for a minute. I tried to sleep for a minute. I did. I tried and I couldn't. And my mouth hurt. And got in contact with my friend. And got some orange juice, which is why it was at 1:25 when I got back in the morning. And not immediately after going to 204. He didn't act no type of way. Nothing looked out the ordinary in the house this morning when I got up either. Besides the door being open. It might not be there. Those are the only two things that got out the ordinary.
Do you have any other way of tracking anyone else's Life 360?
I used to have the location thing, but Danny doesn't have my phone anymore.
What is SoFi?
So it's a bank app. There's a lot of those in there. I was trying to get $30 sign-up bonus.
Yeah. to go ahead and do this?
No, let's do it, man.
So if you would, I'm kind of new to Life 360, so if I start.
So this will be all the most recent ones. The farther you go down, the older they get.
Gotcha.
Alright. And if you click on money, and you want to see where I left this morning, this will show, because my phone battery was low, which is why it's showing like that. And it's showing phone up here. There's the Chevron gas station.
Yeah.
To get that, and then walk back home. Okay. Okay, red. Looks like I took 17 there and took 16 back, or 95 back.
So how do I see Danny's?
His name, click on it, and it says send. Unable to connect.
Oh, we have it on airplane, but you can take it off. It might be why. Do you need Wi-Fi or do you already do it?
I have data. See?
This precinct's kind of a dead zone.
Saying unable to connect.
Is it trying to do a live thing, or is it just trying to show the history?
It's trying to do both, and right now it's not showing anything, and that's weird because I seen this stuff this morning. The only reason I be doing that is if Life 360 is on this phone anymore. And it says you guys been home since 9:55, so it's been on there.
Would it not work if his phone was off right now?
No, it should still show up the history.
His most recent location.
Yeah, it should still show that up.
4 hours ago.
But it's not showing the history.
Yeah, if the phone's off, it won't talk. If his phone is off, see how it's cycling, so it's not connecting. So it relies on his phone and the app to push you the data. So that's what that is. And there's nothing else that you think of. So there's no chance. And this is going to sound crude, but you got to understand we got a job to do. There's no chance.
There's no chance at all that I think that I would do anything with my mental, no matter what, to hurt my children.
And
Danny, no. I'm going to put this way. I 95% believe that there is no possibility that that man would hurt their children.
Something can happen.
Which is why I said I'm 95%.
It could be an accident.
Exactly, because there's nothing that can make if something did happen to my baby last night that I did not know about, and it was probably an accident. I'm not thinking somebody would intentionally, or Danny, or anybody would intentionally that I know, or that was in that house, hurt the children. I don't think they would. You don't be ready to fight over the babies just for calling them, or referring to them as these little effers. Just then I want to fight you.
Is there any places that when y'all went outside, when you go outside and play with coins, is there anything that attracted him? Like, did he like to follow dogs? Did he like water? Did he like
Water? He loves the water and balls. I love balls. I didn't really, if we went for a walk, it was only from like my house to the stop sign, but we always played in the backyard. In the backyard, we go out there and there's a clear area next to the cardboard where I can like kick the ball around with him, and he can run and follow me, not be too worried. Yeah. We would play out there. He would always be attracted to that old rusty truck behind the carport. So,
but we know that, the playpen, the pack employee, he wasn't strong enough, tall enough, big enough to crawl out of there on his own. So whatever has happened to Clint at this point, he was picked up out of that pack employee.
I wasn't on any type of medication yesterday when I was asleep. I would have heard that. I would have heard my door opening. I would have heard all of that. I would have been prevented from whatever happened to my child happening to my child. Whether it was him or a stranger, I would have been able to prevent it.
Have you had anybody, when Clinton was playing out in the yard, when the kids were playing out in the yard, any passersby just randomly come up and start talking to you? Hey, how you doing?
There was a white male that's come up and knocked on my door and passed him off about 3 times randomly. One time was at like 12 o'clock at night saying, God told me to come bless you and your kids. And he left. And he came back the following week again. About 1 o'clock. Knocked on the door.
And you answered the door 1 o'clock in the morning.
And I said, who is it? Whatever. And he said his name. And I was like, do you need anything? Are you okay? I didn't open my screen door. That was still shut.
Any sort of like ring doorbell camera or anything like that?
No, but I had that. So I didn't open the screen door part. I was like, what do you want? What do you need? Are you okay? Do you need assistance? You call somebody. He said no, and then he left again. And the last time I seen him was, I think, 2 days ago when I had all the kids, including Scott, all of us were outside in the front yard kicking the ball around.
Did he ever try to engage or interact with the kids? Like, hey, buddy, how are you doing? He was saying like that.
Every time that he knocked on the door, came to the yard, he's always, hey, how you doing? What's up? My church is this, and God bless you, and give me a hug.
Did this man give you any sort of bad vibes? Did you think he was an upstanding person, legitimate, or there was something?
There was something off about him. I mean, one person comes up and knocks on somebody's door at that time of night to say, God bless you.
So what else? You have no idea, like a car or anything?
I've never seen him in a car. I've never seen him in a car. He's always just come walking open the road. I can tell you he's probably about 5'11", black blue eyes, 160 pounds, maybe around 19, 20 years old. He looked young. He's younger than me. He looked young. Other than that, that's the only person that's popped up recently at all that's been random out the blue. Completely unexpected and at very odd times. That's it. Give me a piece of food in there.
Yeah, you get a dry socket with that. You're probably a lot of pain right now still, aren't you?
It's all it hurts. It's the whole area. They took, do not miss that. They took this tooth. They took this tooth, my wisdom tooth, the one in front of it and one right here.
Just hold tight for a minute. We'll step outside. And if you could just sit in here. Okay, do you need anything while we're out? We'll come back in. You want anything?
To let me know when I smoke a cigarette.
Yeah, I'll let you know.
Now, that last line of questioning from Special Agent Snyder was about whether there had been any suspicious strangers around the house anytime recently, right?
Yes.
And in that nearly hour-long interview, is it fair to say that most of the questions focused on whether Danny might have been responsible?
Yes.
There were also questions about whether there could have been an accident.
Yes, several times.
And there were questions about whether Quentin could have just gotten out of the pack and played himself and walked away.
Yes.
And she denied that that was impossible.
Yeah, she said he wasn't capable of doing that.
There were questions about how Paul treated the kids and what his relationship with the children was like.
Yes.
And she said that he treated the kids well and that their relationship was good.
Yes.
As she had said for Danny.
Yes.
Who was, in her words, afraid to even pop them.
Yes.
Is it fair to say then that you all as an investigative team kept an open mind about what might have happened?
We did.
One moment, please, Your Honor. I think this might be a good time for the break.
Yes. So ladies and gentlemen, let's take a break. It is 10 after 3. Let's come back at 3:25 for a 15-minute break. Again, don't discuss the case and don't do any research. All right?
Yours, exiting.
Thank you. All right. See you back at 3:25.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm back. You won't even believe what happened. I'm sitting here trying to do some damn crime fighting. Fucking Linda thinks one of the Amazon people is a pedophile. Okay, so let's take it back a little bit. Looks like I'm on a 30-minute delay because of Linda's ass thinking that the Amazon people are pedos. This histrionic behavior of hers is driving me nuts. If I was Billy, I would have turned my back the minute she was awarded permanent guardianship. I'm telling you, I would have been so done with her. I'd have been like, nope, I'm taking care of Zane and Quentin, and I will wait for you to lose custody of Sky, because it will happen. And I will make sure that those 3 babies have a chance. I obviously messed up with you. Obviously, old Paul isn't worth a titty on a boar hog. Obviously, your older brother that's in jail for murder isn't worth nothing. Plug nickel. But I'm gonna make sure my three grandbabies are gonna be taken care of. But she did the opposite. And how many times in that interrogation do you hear them say that she has custody? That makes you the babysitter, their girlfriend. Doesn't matter who birthed who. That makes you the babysitter. So we have a problem here. Do we go after your mama? Did she pay you to watch her children? Because according to the law, they're her children. You told Michelle Diana McCarta that you didn't need her that morning. How many times in that interrogation did she say, he went to sleep, he went to sleep, he went to sleep, he went to sleep, and then he was asleep. And then he was asleep. That's all she could say. Then he was asleep. No. Sleep equals dead. We need more understanding, which will come out. OJ, get down. Which will come out about the vomit, the blood. I'm not too tinged in the head anymore. Well, a lot of things get me in the head, but about the Cheeto stains on the pack and play, just that they're nasty ass people. I mean, goodness forbid you get out a wet wipe and you clean up after your kids. Look at that pigsty. Billy acts like she lives in the Taj Mahal. I've got a pool. I've got a big house. Hey, look. You might have things, but you don't take care of any of them. Hell, look at Don and Candace Wells. They have 11 acres, and yeah, they have a sizable house. They don't take care of it. So it's not worth anything. I want to know who on earth helped them get that shack put back together in order to sell it. Now, we had a long conversation about this when they sold the house. In Georgia, you do not have to disclose when the big S happens in a home, the big M, the big R, and they sold it for almost $400,000. But I can tell you why. That's what happens in the South when you have an in-ground pool. Hell, you can have a storage shed and an in-ground pool. And somebody in the South, when it's hot as hell and they got sweat dripping off their tits and balls, they're going to buy it. For sure. All right, let's go through a couple of things before they come back from their break. OJ, don't make eye contact out the window. Please, OJ.
66 days. That is how long it's been since anyone has seen Quentin Simon alive. Hello, everyone. I'm Ben Singer.
And I'm Tina Tyus-Shaw. This is a WSAV special report. Little boy lost. Justice for Quentin Simon. It's been just over 2 weeks since Quentin's remains were found in a southwest Chatham County landfill.
The 21-month-old little boy, his story, and his case have broken the hearts of people all around the world. Tonight, we share with you every bit of this case that we've gathered.
Here is our lead investigative reporter, Brett Buffington.
October 5th started as a quiet morning in the neighborhood where Quentin Simon lived. The story that Quentin's mom told the police is that Daniel Yunkin, her boyfriend, went to work around 6. Leilani Simon slept in. According to Quentin's babysitter, Quentin's mom texted early that Quentin nor his siblings would be coming over. At 9:42, the quiet morning in this neighborhood was shattered.
Dispatch chat on 7 Alpha 2, 7 Alpha 1.
At not even 2 years old, Quentin Simon was gone.
This little boy's 20 months old. How could he get that far?
Quentin was last seen wearing a light blue Sesame Street t-shirt.
But the thing is, the story that Quentin's mom was telling the police simply didn't make sense.
Okay, someone's told this story. I don't think police bought it that first day.
It was just a matter of hours before we knew police had poked holes.
Look at how beautiful he is. Look at those little cheeks, those big eyes. Look at that. They didn't buy Leilani's story from day one. Of course, they're going to investigate when she makes a 911 call. But as they start talking to her, they're like, the math ain't mathin'. No.
Holes right through the story Leilani Simon's own family says she told.
His daddy come and got him, but she hadn't had contact with her daddy and with his daddy and since he'd been born. He's never.
Who in this family doesn't specialize in rug sales, if you know what I mean? Look at Tommy. We already saw Leilani. She looked like she was going to jump through that window. She looked like she was crawling out of her skin. Look at Tommy. What is going on with these people?
Matter of hours before we knew police had poked holes right through the story Leilani Simon's own family says she told.
His daddy come and got him, but she hadn't had contact with her daddy and with his daddy and since he'd been born. He's never even seen his youngin.
Grandpa.
Tommy's flat out saying he's never even seen his youngin. Never laid eyes on him. Never had contact with him. So that doesn't make any sense. And he's sitting there telling the news. I guarantee Billy was coming unglued when he told him that. Doesn't make any sense. Bubba's never been around. Well, except for one time. And that was to knock her up.
Called Leilani Simon a liar on day 2 of this search.
I don't know. It's just bad to say, but she just likes to lie.
Your first concern that next morning is, could this little baby have had to sleep in the woods? Or could this story be something way worse?
On October 6th, the FBI started its search, focused on the trash.
As we continue our search for Quentin Simon, I want to update you on our aggressive efforts to find him.
The WSAV investigative unit has uncovered court documents showing Quentin.
As the search for Quentin became more specific, those close to this missing little boy became more of a spectacle.
This is my baby, not yours. That's your right, but that's my baby. I touched you and I
That's Quentin's grandmother, caught in a screaming match with his babysitter.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I did.
Leilani Simon was essentially in hiding.
Leilani, tell us what happened to Quentin.
But then Chatham County Police broke the news that Quentin had not wandered away.
We begin with breaking news tonight, and it's a tragic end to a story that we've been following closely for a week now.
The evidence that we have so far, based on multiple search warrants and interviews, has led us to the conclusion that Quentin is deceased.
They did name Mulaney the number one suspect. She was already on the police radar. They believed something bad had happened to Quentin. They had evidence that they believed that Quentin was no longer alive. And all of a sudden, we find out that this whole family is out on Tybee Island at a beach bar.
According to the people who served Quentin's mom, Leilani, along with other family and friends, were taking shots and being flirty. This picture from the beach bar was taken the same day as this photo from the landfill. The same day the search for Quentin turned to a dump.
But there was someone who cared about this missing little boy, someone who told police about how Quentin was treated before he went missing, before he was killed.
When we come back, our exclusive interview with babysitter Diana McCarta and the brand new audio you have to hear to believe.
I'm Diana McCartan, and I used to babysit Quentin.
Tell me about him.
He's precious. He's smart and loving and just cute as a button.
It's got to have been tough. I mean, not just the fact you've lost him, but there has been so much attention in this neighborhood with his family, with you. Something you're probably not used to.
No, we're not used to it at all, especially so much negativity.
What's that been like?
It's been horrible because me and my girls have been threatened. People ride by and take pictures of us, yell at us.
Are you heartbroken?
Yes, I'm heartbroken. We've been heartbroken. My daughter's heartbroken. But he's on my mantelpiece. I have so many pictures of him with my grandkids and my kids. He'll never be forgotten.
Go back to October 5th. You were one of the people who was questioned by police. What did they ask you?
They just wanted, they come in, one of my camera system asked me, what he was wearing, when I last seen him, when he was last here with me. Check my phone.
You checked your phone?
For the text.
What did it say?
That I would not be keeping Quentin, that Leilani would be keeping him.
What time?
Around 5:29.
And then, when did you find out something was wrong?
I got up to go get food for my girls before I left for work. I got a text from Danny asking me had I seen Quentin, and I said no, and I instantly called him, and he said that Quentin was missing.
Your first thought?
I jumped in the truck, me and my daughter, and we went over there to help him look.
What did they say?
I hate the word missing as opposed to can't find or have you seen. Now listen, there's not one character in this story that is salt of the earth, and that goes for Miss Babysitter too. All right? None of them. Have you seen? Do you know where he can be? We can't find. When I hear the word missing come from someone involved, it means they're directly involved or they know. They know something more. I think Danny had a really, really bad inkling as to what happened to Quentin.
They were standing there, and I
This was
said,
they. They is Leilani and
Danny and Leilani. And I said, well, he's little. He hides in closets at the house. I said, he's somewhere in your house. And I asked, could we help him look? And they did not want us to look.
As a mother, to hear that, what was your thought? What?
Now, I hope and I pray nothing changes between what she told the news and when she takes the stand. They, as in Danny and Leilani, did not want us to help look. I think they were passing out a few proffer agreements, and I wouldn't be surprised if Billy, Danny, Paul didn't get some. Do you think they're going to put old Red, the drug dealer, Mr. 204, on the stand? They didn't want us to help look.
Said that Quentin was missing.
What's your first thought?
I jumped in the truck, me and my daughter, and we went over there to help him look.
What did they say?
They were standing there, and I
This was
said,
they. They is Leilani
Danny and Leilani. And I said, well, he's little. He hides in closets at the house. I said, he's somewhere in your house. And I asked, could we help him look? And they did not want us to look.
As a mother, to hear that, what was your thought? What? It had to be shocking.
If that would have been my child or my grandchild, I would have wanted everybody to help me look for my baby.
Let me ask you about the relationship that you witnessed between Quentin and his mother. What was that like?
It was loveless. To the other kids, she showed love. She showed concern. To Quentin, it wasn't concern and love.
Why?
I don't know. She had stated that Zane was her favorite.
She said this out loud.
Yes, she said Zane was her favorite, that she didn't bond with Quentin, and you could definitely tell it.
Let me ask you about the audio recording that you shared with us.
And I told him, I said, no, you think that we've had problems before? Watch. Because all it takes is one person with one picture to make one phone call, and I probably just lose all of them.
Tell me about it.
The audio recording that I shared was from my daughter's phone. It was a recording of us finding the babies in the pool. And my daughter calls me from work, and I come straight home. We try to get Leilani to the door. There was nobody that answered the door. We didn't know if she was gone or what. Brought the kids back to my house. A few minutes later, Leilani calls wanting to know if we had the kids. We said yes.
Let me get this right. Which kids were in the pool? Because Zane is what, 5?
Zane, yes. Zane
Quentin
and
is
Quentin.
2?
Mm-hmm.
She's not even 2.
Right.
And these kids were in the swimming pool alone.
Yes.
Wow.
We always recorded some of the things that she said, and my daughter happened to record it that day, and then she found it.
Did Billy Joe know that you were recording Leilani? You had shared those recordings with her?
No, I hadn't shared them, but she knew that I was recording. I told her I was.
Okay. I don't know about the recording laws in Georgia. I know in Oklahoma, it's a 2-party state. So if I'm talking to someone, I have to have permission. Well, unless it's like someone like a Stacey Wanderer. Anyhow, why would Billy be okay with Diana recording Lazy? Why? What was she wanting to know that she didn't already know? It's her house. It's her house. What did she, what are you doing having Diana do the intel for you? You can't speak to your own daughter? She's got permanent guardianship, which in time she would have adopted Zane and Quentin. It's like she takes permanent guardianship, but just hands the kids back over to Leilani when she knows what happened. She has to live with this for the rest of her life, my friends. Whatever happens to Billy, she has to live with it for the rest of her life.
Because Leilani could make Billy Joe believe anything.
When you heard that recording, what did you think?
I thought it was horrible.
Okay, so Michelle Diana, we just figured out that Michelle's her first name. She said because Leilani could make Billy Joe believe anything. That's because Billy Joe wanted to believe it. Not because she's stupid, because she wanted to believe it.
I just can't believe that she would be mad at her kids being in the pool when she's the mother. She should have been with her kids up, taking care of her kids.
Is there something you would have changed in that process going up? Would you have called DFACS more? Would you have called the police? Or did you do everything you could?
I believe I did everything I could. I talked to DFACS. A lot of people did. So I think that a lot of us around here did everything that we could do.
What do you say to all those people on the internet? Which essentially were just trolls. They had nothing to do with this case. They were from all over the world.
Yeah.
And they would nitpick anything you said. Anything. What do you say to them?
Get a life. Stop doing this to people. Stop harassing them. And until you know the situation, don't harass people.
Well, don't harass them, period. It's like when I see people cheering on this craziness that goes on, and they're like, whatever gets the answers. They always say that. Whatever gets the answers. For who? You or the police? You don't friggin' count.
All right. Please bring in the jurors. Thank you, Williams. All right, please have a seat, jurors. Ladies and gentlemen, please have a seat. Thank you. Welcome back. And were you able to follow the court's instructions?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, very well. So at this time, Detective Lemon was on the stand when we broke for the break. Detective Lemons has now rejoined the state's table. The state has two other witnesses, and for time scheduling purposes, we're going to break from Detective Lemon and move to these two witnesses, and the state is ready to call them now. And I'm offering that so you'll understand why we're doing what we're doing at this point. All right, Mr. Dean, the state may call its first witness, or the next witness.
Farah Rajabi.
Clerk, will raise your right hand. The evidence you shall give the court and the jury in the trial of this issue should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God. Yes. Thank you. Step this way, please.
All right, good afternoon,
Good afternoon.
Mr. Dean.
Good afternoon. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, my name is Farah Rajabi, and I'm a special agent with the FBI in the Augusta office.
Could you spell your first and last name for the jury and for the court reporter, please?
Sure, it's Farrrah. Last name is Rajab, B as in boy, I.
And you mentioned that you're a special agent with the FBI. How long have you been with the FBI?
About 5 years now.
And can you tell us a little bit about your education before joining the FBI?
Sure. I attended Baylor University in Texas. I have a law degree from South Texas and Houston, Texas. I was with Homeland Security Investigations before I became an agent with the FBI.
And have you been stationed or assigned to the Augusta office for the entirety of your time with the FBI?
Yes, I have.
And at some point, did you become involved in the investigation into the disappearance of Quentin Simon?
Yes, I did.
And how did that happen?
My supervisor at the time, Brian Osden, received a call from the then supervisor of the Savannah FBI office, Will Clark, and asked if we would help locate Henry Bubba Moss, who was the presumed father of Quentin Simon, and he was located in Burke County, and the Augusta FBI office covers Burke County.
And do you remember what date or what approximate date this was that you initially became involved in the Bubba aspect of the case?
I believe it was October 5th of 2022.
Okay, so that would have been day one then, right?
Yes.
And after that, did you conduct some interviews relating to the whereabouts of Henry Bubba Moss Jr. on the night of October 4th?
Yes, that day we went down and located him.
Did you yourself interview Henry Bubba Moss Jr.?
I was with Brian Osden, my supervisor, and a task force officer with our office named Lee Belmer.
And were you present for that interview?
I was.
And did it occur?
Yes, it did.
Did you all, as a team or individually, interview anybody else in relation to Henry Bubba Moss Jr.'s whereabouts on that night?
His girlfriend, Christian Black, was also present, so we interviewed her as well. It was kind of a joint interview.
And did anybody speak to his boss?
Yes, Lee Belmer spoke to his boss on the phone.
And that's the task force officer you mentioned?
Yes.
So it sounds like there was an effort to follow up on the whereabouts of Henry Bubba Moss by your office.
Yes, absolutely.
Did you all have some kind of ongoing contact with him during the investigation?
Yes, we contacted Mr. Moss several times. After that initial interview, we went back and obtained a DNA sample from him, and we also let him know that Quentin was likely deceased.
What was the date that you collected a DNA sample from him?
I believe it was October 13th.
And was that, did he agree to that, first of all?
Yes, he did.
So you did not need to obtain a search warrant for his DNA or anything like that?
No.
He just willingly allowed you to take it?
Yes.
Okay. How do you take a DNA sample in any case?
We have a kit that includes a swab, and usually you just open the kit and the person swabs each side of their cheek for about a couple seconds or so, and then you seal each swab and submit it to the lab for testing.
Are they swabbing the inside of their cheek or the outside?
The inside of their cheek.
Okay. And is that what happened with Mr. Moss?
Yes.
And did you seal those swabs in an envelope?
Yes, we did.
And was his name and identifying information written on the outside of that envelope?
Yes.
And was that swab, or I guess it sounds like maybe more than one swab in there?
Well, there's one swab for each side of the cheek.
Oh, okay, I see. So 2 swabs total?
Correct.
Was that envelope containing those swabs provided to the Savannah FBI office?
Yes, yes, it
And
was.
is that because the Savannah FBI office was essentially like the lead office for the FBI of the case?
That's correct.
Do Do you see in front of you a document marked as States Exhibit 34?
Yes, I do.
Do you recognize that document?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It's the consent form that Mr. Moss signed. It's a handwritten consent form. We didn't have one with us, so we just hand wrote, I, Henry Bubba Moss, consent to providing a DNA swab to the FBI.
And is that a fair and accurate copy of the original handwritten form?
Yes, it is.
Does it include a line for Mr. Moss to sign?
Yes,
And did he sign?
he did.
And does it include a line for a witness to sign?
Yes.
And who was the witness?
The witness was Brian Osden.
Your Honor, I would move this document into evidence in States Exhibit 34.
I don't use Judge. I don't have any objection to it.
Okay, States Exhibit 34 is admitted.
And what does this document reflect as to the date that this DNA sample was collected?
October 13th, 2022.
Okay. Does it look there like somebody initially wrote October 23 and then
Yes.
corrected it to 13?
Yes, that was my mistake, and I corrected it to the 13th.
Okay. Thank you very much. One moment, please, Your Honor. No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Hilliard.
Just a couple, Judge. Grab the microphone. Good afternoon, Agent Rajabi. How are you?
Great, how are you?
Good. So you were contacted, I guess, on October 5th, and it seems like it was October 13th. You had already contacted and collected the DNA sample from Mr. Moss, correct?
Correct.
And then turned it back over to the Savannah office.
Correct.
Did that include everything that you did as you were asked in this case?
I believe, I'm not sure if it was after the 13th. I think it was. We went back and collected fingernail and hair samples from Mr. Moss as well that were submitted for some testing, but I don't remember what that testing was.
Was that sometime later?
Sometime later, yes.
And again, but I guess I should ask a better question then. So with regard to the collection and the interviews, that was basically all you were asked
Yes,
to do.
correct.
And you've turned all of that back over to the Savannah office,
That's correct.
That's all the questions I got. Thank you.
All right, any further questions for the agent?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. You are excused. Okay, the state may call its next witness.
Brian Osden.
Please declare to raise your right hand.
The evidence you shall give the court and jury in the trial of this issue shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am. Step this way, please.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, my name is Brian A. Osden. I'm an Assistant Special Agent in charge of the FBI Atlanta Division.
Do you Brian with an I or with a Y?
With an I.
Okay. And how do you spell Austin?
It's Ozden.
And how long have you been with the FBI?
For about 21 years, a little over 21 years.
Have you been assigned to the Augusta office the entire time?
I was assigned to the Augusta office in 2003. I worked there until 2015, where I did an overseas tour till 2018. I came back as the supervisor for the Augusta and Statesboro office. And then in 2023, I was promoted to Assistant Special Agent in Charge, which covers all of the offices outside of Atlanta, which includes the Augusta and Statesboro office as well.
Now, can you tell us a little bit about your education before joining the FBI? Where did you go to school?
Yes, sir. I went to the University of South Carolina. I have a degree in business management science, concentrating in operations, production management, and information systems. Following my graduation from college, I went to work for IBM Corporation, joined the Air Force Reserves, and then following September 11th, 2001, I joined the FBI in 2003.
Now, at some point, did you become involved in the investigation into the disappearance of Quentin Simon?
Yes, sir, I did.
We've just heard testimony from Special Agent Rajavi that your office became involved on day one on October 5th. Is that what you recall?
I was made aware of it on day one, yes.
And how did you become aware of it?
There was an individual that was related to the case. We called him Bubba. Henry Moss. He was the biological father of the child. So the Savannah office contacted me to try to locate him and ask him some questions. In addition to that, I was also contacted because of my involvement with having involvement with the Child Abduction Rapid Deployment Team. So I was also asked to assist for that reason.
So initially, were you involved in the effort to conduct some interviews regarding the whereabouts of Henry Bubba Moss Jr. on the night of October 4th, morning of October 5th?
Yes,
Okay. And did you and your team conduct those interviews?
we did.
Okay. You mentioned something about the CARD team, I think.
Yes.
Can you tell us what the CARD team is?
So within the FBI, because I've worked a number of cases, crimes against children, I requested, applied to be, and was put on the Child Abduction Rapid Deployment Team. It's a group of FBI agents and support employees that specialize in the recovery of missing children. I was put on that team in 2014. I took a small break when I was overseas, and I was put back on the team when I returned to the United States in 2018. At this particular time, I was designated as a team leader for CARD and had been on numerous deployments for this type of case. So these were not unfamiliar.
Had you had any training in the area of child abductions by the time October of 2022 rolled around?
Yes, we have annual conferences, training, best practices, a number of specialized trainings and numerous things that may help to locate. I also teach and have taught numerous times on the recovery of missing children.
And, we've talked about these interviews pertaining to Henry Bubba Moss Jr., but those did not occur in the Savannah area, did they?
No, sir. They were in the AOR that I was responsible for at the time, in the Augusta AOR, which is area of responsibility.
I'm glad you clarified the acronym because it's going to be my next question. In your capacity, though, as a team leader with the Child Abduction Rapid Deployment Team, did you in fact come to Savannah?
I did. I was asked by the supervisor of Savannah. He and I had worked together because we're peers. He knew of my involvement in the CARD team, and he asked me to come and assist them with their investigation.
And what sort of assistance did you provide initially?
So the first thing I did was just had everybody we met in the conference room. We had a briefing, what they knew up to that point. The CARD team has a very specific process that we follow. What we wanted to do is, because we were still very early on in the investigation, we just kind of wanted to look at what they had done and then kind of reset, starting with the CARD process, not to overlook anything they'd already done, but just to go back and do it the way that the CARD lays it out and does it from start to finish. So I started to put some of those pieces in process and help the investigative team with some of the things that I knew from my experience in working a number of these types of cases, how they could maybe go back and start from that and use that process to try to locate Mr. Quentin Simon.
Now, we've heard testimony that the 911 call was on October 5th, 2022, and that was essentially day one of the investigation. When was it that you came in as the CARD team leader to provide the consultation services that you provided oversight?
I learned about it from both Agent Snyder and Supervisory Special Agent Clark on day one, but I don't think I arrived there until it was either late day 2 or early day 3. I can't remember specifically.
Maybe the 6th or the 7th?
Very close on, yes.
Did you all establish a command post?
We established, so there was multiple command posts throughout the course of the investigation, but there was one. Initially, I was doing all my work from the FBI's Savannah RA, and then we moved the command post out to, I think it was Chatham County's Sheriff's Office training range.
When you say Savannah RA, what do you mean?
The Savannah Resident Agency, that's the sub-office. It's part of the Atlanta Division, but it's got a group of agents that work and cover the area of responsibility, the counties that are responsible from Savannah.
If I've been calling the Savannah RA the Savannah FBI office, is that more or less accurate?
It's the same thing. It's just, yeah, resident agency is a technical name for them, but most people do just call them the Savannah FBI office. It's easier.
Did you advise on the proper conduct of neighborhood canvasses involving questionnaires?
Yes, sir. One of the first things that we look at from the card process is a good neighborhood canvas. When we talk about neighborhood canvas, where the child, in the area where the child went missing, we have a very thorough process. We interview every single resident within a specified area, and that area is basically determined based on looking at a map and a logical distance that a child may be able to wander off or travel away. So, or anybody might have seen something suspicious. So I help set the parameters for that area, and then we set a team out to do a neighborhood canvas in the area around the missing child's residence.
Were you involved in providing oversight and advice on the proper conduct of a neighborhood canvas in the Buckhalter Garrard Avenue area, location of the residence in question?
Yes, sir.
And were you involved in providing oversight and advice in reference to a neighborhood canvas at Azalea Mobile Home Plaza?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And how did Azalea Mobile Home Plaza come onto the radar from your recollection?
Because we were aware of the fact that the mother had traveled to that area, that becomes part of the area of where we're looking. So we assigned then a specific parameter around that particular mobile home park, and we conducted the very similar neighborhood canvas that we did around the home with that area in the mobile home park.
And what is, I've mentioned questionnaires, and I think you said you had questionnaires were involved. Can you tell us about these questionnaires that are used for neighborhood canvases?
Yes, sir. The questionnaires are something that the FBI has spent a lot of time and research on. They're in consult with our behavioral analysis unit. These questions are designed, and it's a several page. We identify everybody in a specific residence. We ask them to try to refresh their memory. Did you see any vehicles? Do you have any cameras at your house? There's a whole series of things that people that don't work child abductions may not necessarily think to ask. So these questionnaires assist our law enforcement partners and the team that's out there doing the neighborhood survey. They give them a series of, it's like 3 or 4 pages worth of questions that help to stimulate and provide us then investigative leads, whether that be video or somebody saw a vehicle or something. And we try to make sure that we hit every single house and every single adult resident in the house to ask them these questions so that we're making sure we catch as much data as we possibly can. So in this particular case, we did both the residence where the child lived and the mobile home park. We can also customize those questionnaires if we have something specific. We can add 1 or 2 extra questions, and I believe in this case we did that as well.
And is all of this part of the FBI's best practices for investigating reported child abductions?
Yes, this is all part of the Child Abduction Rapid Deployment Team's handbook. It's provided to state and locals. It is considered best practice.
Now, from your perspective, did the investigative team comply with best practices and follow the advice that you're giving in this case?
Yes, sir, they absolutely did.
And that starts with calling you all in the first place, I suppose.
Correct.
Now, at some point, were you involved in making contact with an outfit called Team Adam?
Yes, sir. Because of my involvement on the card team and my I've worked a number of these kinds of cases. One of the things that we bring to the table as the CAR team is the outreach that we have through the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. One of the resources that they have is a group called Team Adam. Team Adam is a group of retired volunteers, former law enforcement. They have a number of services. They'll come out and help do neighborhood canvases with you. They'll come out and help do any kind of search. But one of the very specific resources they have is a landfill team, and they're experts. It's a couple individuals that are really experts on landfill science. And if you've worked in these kinds of cases, that is definitely an area of concern when you have missing children is landfills. So after being briefed on the case and kind of seeing where some of the data was going, I reached out to our CARD headquarters at FBI headquarters, and then we reached out to Team Adams landfill team to bring them on as part of our assistance team.
And did anyone from Team Adams landfill team respond to Savannah and to the Savannah area and assist in this case?
Yes, sir. Two individuals who were experts in that field came down to assist myself and the investigative team over the course of that weekend.
Where and by that weekend, are you referring to the first weekend of the investigation?
Yes, sir.
So talking about Wednesday, October 5th. So we're talking about like the 8th or 9th of October.
Yeah, and I don't remember the date specifically, but I know that Monday was a holiday, so it might have been Monday, the holiday day that they flew down. But I want to say they flew down on Sunday, and we met at the landfill that Monday morning on the holiday.
And by this time, a specific landfill had been identified?
Yes, sir.
And had a specific area of that landfill further been identified?
It had been. So we had, using the data that we had kind of uncovered up to that point, we were able to provide the Team Adam experts and the landfill folks some of our initial findings, and they were able to identify an area within the landfill that was most likely to contain the garbage collection from the areas that we were most interested in.
And then going forward from that, once you have an area of interest at the landfill, what service is it that Team Adam then provides? What do they do?
So Team Adam they speak the language of the landfill experts, and it is, I've learned, a very technical science, if you will. The way that garbage collection is brought into a landfill, it goes to a transfer station from the trucks. From the transfer stations, very specifically put in an area that they designated for that particular day or days, whatever the length of time it is. So that these experts, they can communicate with the landfill engineers, so they can tell you that if this particular garbage truck, if you will, collected from this area on this date, it went into this particular section of the landfill, which then gave us, it's still a needle in a haystack, but it's a smaller haystack. So it's still very difficult to find, but it's a much smaller area than before.
And do they perform calculations designed to kind of guide you in estimating how much garbage you're going to have to search through and how long this might take and how many people it might take and so forth?
They do landfill searches, and I've been a part of several of them. They're very difficult. They're personnel requirements and hazmat requirements. So by having these experts tell us exactly where they feel and drawing the box and narrowing the scope of the search, because we also talk about compression rates as the truck pushes garbage down. So even though you may be looking at a small area, you may have thousands of cubic feet of trash to go through. So they help us with all those calculations. And in this particular case, they were instrumental in finding an area and then helping us decide what resources we would need to logically be able to go through that area.
What do you remember about the estimate that they provided you as in terms of how long this might take and how many people it might take?
It was long and it was going to be expensive, but it was not undoable. It was short enough that we felt like if we wanted to find Quentin Simon's remains, that would be it was worth the efforts to do.
Was it on the order of weeks?
Yes, sir. I believe it was more than 3. I can't remember exactly, but it was definitely not going to be more. It was definitely going to be more than a couple weeks.
One moment, please.
Yes, sir.
Now, I want to just briefly go back to the Henry Bubba Moss aspect of the case. Did you have ongoing contact with him for a period of time?
I did.
And how did he communicate with you?
We communicated through text, through phone calls, and through in person.
So he provided a phone number with you, or to you, I mean?
We got it, I think, first, but then he confirmed that was his, and I talked to him. Mostly, he was very difficult. He works, and he's a laborer, so he's often out doing stuff and doesn't have immediate access to his phone. So I would sometimes text him, and he would get back to me later to meet up. There was several meetings that we had through the process.
Do you see in front of you a document marked as States Exhibit 82?
I do.
Do you recognize that document?
I do recognize that.
Is that a screenshot of a portion of your text messages with Henry Bubba Moss?
Yes, sir, it is.
Does it fairly and accurately depict that portion of the text messages?
It does.
And more importantly, does it contain his phone number on it?
It does contain his phone number.
Your Honor, I would introduce this into evidence as States Exhibit 82.
I don't have any objections, Judge. I've already reviewed it.
Very well. States Exhibit 82 is admitted.
Now, can you read from that exhibit and tell us what his phone number was?
His phone number is 706-526-1970.
Text messages from during the investigation, not recently, right?
They were during the investigation from my phone to his phone.
All right, thank you. One moment, please, Your Honor. No further questions, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Dean. Mr. Hilliard?
I don't have any questions for this.
All right. Very well. Thank you. And there's, I presume, no reason to not excuse him.
No, he may be excused, Your Honor.
You're excused, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You can, are those documents, hand those off to Mr. Dean. I think Mr. Dean is probably going to give those to the clerk. Okay, Mr. Dean, who would you call next as a witness?
I'm ready to resume with Detective Lemons, if I can remember where I left off. I'm ready to do that. I don't know whether anybody wants a break before we do that, or if we want to carry on.
I see lots of motions that say keep it going. You're not the only one, everybody doing it. Okay, so Detective Lemons, come back and take your place at the witness stand. You are under oath. You remain under oath.
So I'm just going to read this out. I'm going to read this piece of paper with you, and you can read it again, but I want you to completely understand kind of the purpose and the thought process of the statement. So just read along with me, okay? Before recording any of your memories on today, take as long as you need to picture in your mind where you were, what you saw, what you were thinking, how you were feeling at that time. Why should you do this? Thinking about the event before writing down your memories will help you remember more details. So don't just look at it, just don't start randomly write things. Take a minute and figure out how you want to put your thoughts to paper. Okay. Give yourself plenty of time to concentrate. Visualize what happened in your mind. Think about the following things: where you were, what you were doing, who you were with, how you were feeling, what was happening, what was involved, what you could see, what you could hear. It may help sometimes to close your eyes and kind of process this and think about it. And there's a lot of things you talked about. There's some things that, I don't want to call them lies, just things that we got to come back and readdress. So I encourage you to take the time to reflect, and anything that we haven't talked about, feel free to put that in there as well. And then once you're satisfied you've managed to fully remember the event, turn the page and continue. So right here, this is just, limited, lines here, and space provided, and today's date, write down the things you remember them. It doesn't matter if if you remember the things out of order in which they happened, don't leave out any of the details. Write every detail you remember about the entire day, no matter how insignificant it may seem. You know, you know, the time that you remember when you put the spaghetti, on the stove to cook the noodles. You know, that's the type of detail that we're looking for.
Did anyone besides myself and Angel hear him say, need you to close your eyes and relive what you did? And as far as the volume, we're all in the same boat. They don't really have a great technical quality there. That's very telling.
Welcome to read through that again. Your next chance gets this one goes on. We're going to step outside. If you need anything, just knock on the door. And we'll be more than happy to come here and accommodate you. Okay?
All right, after those instructions that we just watched, the defendant proceed to complete a written statement in the interview.
She did.
And did she eventually come to the door and let you all know that she was finished with it?
She did.
And did she give it to you?
Yes.
Do you see in front of you a document marked as State's Exhibit 17?
I do.
You recognize that document?
I do.
What is it?
So the front page is the instructions that we had given her, and the following pages is her statement.
Is it a fair and accurate copy of the original written statement that she completed?
It is.
I would introduce this into evidence in State's Exhibit 17. Okay.
State's Exhibit 17 is admitted without objection.
Now, those instructions that we heard Special Agent Snyder reading on the video, is that what he was reading from the front page of that?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to publish this to the jury now by having you read her written statement. Not all the instructions, because we just heard this, but what she wrote.
Okay. My fiance and I picked up the kids from the babysitter, Michelle McCarta, around 4:30 p.m. When we got home, I started cooking dinner. I was cooking the sausage and the hamburger meat for the spaghetti while Daniel, my fiance, was getting the kids settled down and cleaning the room. After we ate, I put Zane, Quentin, and Sky in the bath to start getting ready for bed. I then took them all out of the bath, dried them off, put pajamas on them, and gave Zane and Quentin both a cup and their tablets. It was probably around 8 p.m. I decided to put a movie on and played with my kids for about an hour and a half. So no, it's about 9:30 p.m. and I just laid Quentin in bed with his cup and Mickey Mouse stuffed animal. I gave him his tablet to help him lay down and started to relax for the night. After I laid Zane down with his cup and tablet, Quentin was very talkative when I finally took the tablet away around 10 p.m. But it didn't even take 20 minutes before he was fast asleep. During this time, Danny was cleaning up from dinner, doing laundry, and laying on the bed with Sky. After Quentin fell asleep and Zane fell asleep, which was no later than 10:25 p.m., Danny and I started to get into it. And because I had just gotten my wisdom teeth removed earlier that day, I was already aggravated because my mouth hurt. So I decided to take a quick drive to 204 to pay back $20 we owed on a front to a guy named Red. Before I even left the house, I checked all three kids. All three of them were fast asleep. I left at 10:33 p.m. Arrived at 204 at 10:44 p.m. and arrived back home at 10:54 p.m. I then checked on all the kids one more time before I crawled into bed with Daniel. I then attempted to get some rest, but my mouth was keeping me awake. I stay in bed for about 2 hours until 1 a.m. until I finally had enough of my mouth hurting. So I got up, called Circle K to see if they had any Orajel, and they didn't. So I got in contact with with a old coworker of mine named Misty, and she did have Orajel. So I left the house at 1:13 a.m., rode up to the Chevron at the end of Buckholter, and got some Orajel. When I got back home again, it was 1:25 a.m. I went to the bathroom as soon as I got home and applied the Orajel. I then checked on all the kids again, and they were all perfectly fine. Zane was asleep in his little race car bed with his tablet on his chest. Quentin was asleep in his playpen with his cup and Mickey Mouse stuffed animal. I moved his hair out of his face, and little man moved a little, grabbed his blanket, snuggled up to it. Sky was asleep on the couch, and Danny was laying on the bed. I then crawled back into bed after double checking the locks on the door at probably around 1:45 a.m. I go to sleep. When I wake up, it's 8:59 a.m. on the dot. The very first thing I noticed was my door was open. I immediately closed the door and checked to make sure all the kids were there, but they weren't. Zane was, Sky was, but Quentin wasn't. I start to panic. I searched the whole house, top to bottom, inside and out, and my baby was nowhere to be found. I called Danny because he went to work at 6 a.m., asked if he'd seen Quentin or took him to the babysitter. He said no, that Quentin was in his playpen when he left and that the door was closed, not opened. So at 9:17 a.m., and I called 911 to report my son missing. After I called 911, I called Michelle, the babysitter, to urgently come help me look. Danny was at work when I called him and came straight home. He was home before the cops arrived. All I could keep saying was, I need my baby. Where is my baby? Note, please, please do everything possible to bring my little man, my monkey, my Quentin home to me, please.
Now, in the instructions that are on the front of that form that we heard Special Agent Snyder read, is it fair to say that the defendant was urged to be thorough?
Yes.
Fair to say that she was urged to be truthful?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that she was urged to include every detail?
Yes.
So if she had wanted to revise her story about what she was doing at the drug dealer, would this have been a good time to do that?
It would have.
If she had wanted to say, I wasn't actually at the Chevron, I went next to the dumpsters at Azalea, would this have been a good time to do that?
Yes.
Let me ask you this, was there any mention of throwing trash away at Azalea in this statement?
There was no mention of her going to Azalea.
Any mention of throwing trash away anywhere at all?
No.
Would these instructions have called for that detail?
It would have.
Now, while she was sitting in the interview room between interviews, what was she doing?
She was eating a few times, talking to some of the officers walking by or the ones that were sitting there watching everyone.
Now, at some point, did she make a disclosure to an officer out in the hallway about anger problems, behavioral issues?
She did.
And was that captured on camera?
It was.
Your Honor, at this time, I would publish from State's Exhibit 13 a file entitled Interview Room 2057 to 2103.
You may proceed.
Now, what time is this at?
So the timestamp on this is 21:01.
So 9 p.m.?
Yes.
I'm going to keep asking you.
I know.
And who's she talking to?
I believe she's talking to Officer Carlson and Agent Solomon.
Okay, Savannah Solomon?
Yes.
Yeah. And what are we going to hear her say, more or less?
She's talking about her anger issues and how she can snap into anger very quickly.
And I'll publish this now, Your Honor.
There are days that I wake up or days that something so little just might happen. And it's like a trigger. And it's not. And it's almost like I'm a completely different person. The way I talk, the way I move, the way I look at you, everything, even my tone of voice. Can you feel that happening? You know? Where like when it happens, I have finally reached a certain level of anger or stress or whatever it might be at that moment that it's like a switch. Yeah. I don't even realize it until after I've calmed down that I just seriously tripped on you and treated you like that for no reason. You know, and then I'm left apologizing to everybody. Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm crazy. I don't know what happened. I don't even know why I did that. And half the time when it happens or randomly happens like that, and it's not like a slowly transition or whatever, it's it's because I don't even know how to explain it. If I'm doing pretty good throughout the day and I've had a good day overall, and then something might trigger, it's slower. Okay. I can feel it. I can feel myself changing the way I talk, the way I think, the opinions I have, everything. I can feel the difference. But when it happens, like a day like today, with the amount of stuff going on and stress and emotion or whatever, that's just not.
Now, sometime after that, did you and Special Agent Snyder interview her again in the interview?
We did.
Okay. And before that, had you further searched her phone?
Yes.
And had you seen messages in her phone about buying using Percocets?
We did.
And is that, at least in part, what you wanted to talk to her about?
Yes.
And did you all talk to her
We did.
about that?
Yeah.
What did she say about the Percocet messages?
That she was buying them for a friend.
Friend named?
Cheyenne.
And did you ask her whether she uses any drugs other than marijuana?
We did.
Now, she had mentioned smoking marijuana earlier, right, but hadn't mentioned any other drug use.
That's correct.
And in this next interview, when you asked her whether she does any drugs other than marijuana, what did she say?
She said that she had in the past, but not currently.
Your Honor, this next interview is something close to an hour long. I'm ready to play it, but I will just float that to the court and the jury, I suppose.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is 4:25. I think we should take a quick break. We're going to fit this exhibit in. We're going to hear it. I want to give you guys a quick break before we sit you down for an hour, okay? So let's take a quick break. Let's make it 10 minutes. It's 4:25. We'll be ready to go at 4:35. We're in recess. Thank you, Williams. All right, let's take a break. See y'all in 10.
goodness with the breaks. And between WTOC and Court TV, I don't know what we've already heard before. I feel like I'm losing my mind. I've already got the damn plot. You don't have to tell me anymore. What I cannot get out of my mind, well, besides Leilani with the thumb ring on, where the hell did she get a thumb ring? It looks like someone's wedding ring, like a grandpa or something like that. And she's sitting there with that on. But I mean, they're at the end of the day. They're like, we're going to hold you for another hour. Now, what happens if they go home and forget all this? I feel like I'm in school. I really do. All right, I'm going to put the link down to see if anybody wants to come up and just say, this is what surprised me. This is what really confused me. This is what really screwed me up. Because at this point, it is beyond bonkers. They have spent a lot of time with this bitch. And I mean a lot. Knowing what she's capable of, her anger issues, how she snaps. But the person most aware is her mama, Billy. Now, I understand she's got some fans out there, people going, oh, grandma's do all we can do. We're not talking grandma. We're not talking grandma. We're not talking going to the movies. We're not talking about watching the baby overnight. We're not talking about that. She had permanent guardianship. She had permanent guardianship. I need some permanent guardianship. This is from Glue Guns and Roses. I told you all, this Dollar Tree shit drives me nuts. And I'm going to get it down like a gnat's ass.
Welcome back to the channel, my friend. In this video, we are doing outdoor Halloween DIYs, and we're getting started right now. And for this first idea, all you got to do is just pick up 2 broomsticks along with a pool noodle, and the color doesn't matter. Then
The minute they bring up broomsticks and pool noodles, I'll lose my shit. But okay, I'll play along.
Then you need to grab 2 large planters. I'm using 2. I already have on hand. And then cut down 2 pieces of the pool noodle to be about the same height as your planters. Hot glue your pool noodles to the bottom of your planter. Add something weighted like rocks or potting soil. And that is it. Then remove the handles from your broomsticks, both your broomsticks, and place your broomstick down into your pool noodles. These Dollar Tree pool noodles, it's like they're made to wrap perfectly around these broomsticks. Just stab them into your planters.
Hold on. Did she just not plant some mums? Why do you need a pool noodle and a broomstick for that? Why? You get some dirt, you get your planter, and you put the mums in there. Tell you what, these freaking DIY people, they're going to be the death of me.
Then you'll want to snatch up one of Dollar Tree's hula hoops. I'm using the larger size, so the 28-inch or 30-inch if you're purchasing from Dollar Tree. And just remove the little plastic sticker that's all the way around the hula hoop. Pop that bad boy open and slide it right into the broomsticks. You'll secure your hula hoop just using some duct tape and add some lights. And bada bing, bada boom, that is it, my friend. We have a gorgeous, beautiful Halloween arch that would look great behind any of your DIY decorations or decorations. This technique would really work for just about any season. And I really wish how beautiful and gorgeous this was.
Oh, shut up. You didn't do the hula hoop. Lex, look at this. Lex Luthor is back. About time. We have missed you, Lex.
Showed up on the video and camera. It looks so much better in real life. But if you want to take this arch up to the next level, all you have to do is pick up 1 pack of Dollar Tree's plastic bats. They come in 15 count. They aren't window stickers. That's what I thought they were when I originally saw them. They are plastic cutout bats, safe for outdoors. And a pack of their spider webbing. All you have to do is just spread the spider webbing all over the arch. This is no, it's foolproof, not no fool. It's foolproof. You can't really mess it up. The spider webbing is just kind of messy to work with. Then hot glue your bats to the spider webbing. I'm really happy with the way this turned out, y'all. This is my first time using that spider webbing. And as I was messing with it, I thought I was making a mess, but I realized it's just a mess to work with. I love the way this turns out. This is a cozy Halloween fall vibe to me. I really don't do spooky Halloween for the most part. I just love cozy Halloween vibes, and this is it for me. Pick up 1 of Dollar Tree's stackable pumpkins in their Dollar Tree Plus section. These pumpkins are $5. Now, if you cannot find these in stores, no worries, my friend. You can check Five Below or Pop Shelf. They'll sell something very similar for the same size and same price. We're using another pack of their bats, and we're going to add some foam mounting tape to the back and just stick those all over your pumpkin. Now, what I really love about these Dollar Tree pumpkins is they're like the old school blow molds where they light up in the most gorgeous way possible. I just stuck some flameless candles that are made for outdoors. They also have a timer inside my pumpkin. And just wait till you see the way it looks at night on my patio. Once again, this screams at cozy Halloween vibes to me. I love it. These pumpkins also come in orange. They have the candy corn style. Oh, I'm in love. And we're on to the next one, my friend, where all you got to do is pick up 1 of Dollar Tree's 3D wreath forms. I'm using the smaller 10-inch wreath form. I also want to let you know these wreath forms do come with a little metal thing to put your wreath together. But those mamma jammas are super sharp. I've actually cut my fingers trying to put one of these wreaths together before. So I just use a tinsel tie or zip ties to secure my wreath form. Then just glue a piece of floral foam to the bottom of your wreath form and cover that floral foam up just using some Spanish moss, brown moss, but you could even use spider webbing, really whatever your Halloween heart is desiring at the moment. Then grab 1 of Dollar Tree's skulls and you're going to use a box cutter to cut out the bottom. Be careful. You know, these skulls, some part of it was super thin, some parts were super thick. It wasn't hard. It was just inconsistent to know how much pressure to put on the box cutter, if you know what I'm saying. Then fill up your skull with lights where we cut out the bottom, and you can use one of Dollar Tree's garden chains to hang that bad boy up. Now, like I said, I really don't do spooky Halloween. And to be honest, this is pushing it for me. Now, I didn't make this for me. I made this for my sister. She does do spooky. She'll do cemeteries and like hands like reaching out of the ground. So I think this is great for spooky. Now, she said that it wasn't spooky enough. She's going to add some spiders and some blood coming out of the eyes. That's wild for me. But maybe, hey, if you like spooky, that DIY was for you, my friend. If you're looking for quick and easy, this next idea is for you. All you have to do is pick up one of their candy jars. These come in jack-o'-lantern or skull designs. Grab a Sharpie marker and fill in the eyes. Now the cool...
Yep, that's another thing. When they say, just grab a Sharpie marker and get one of these solar lights from the Dollar Tree. You ought to see it. You ought to see what happens when I do it. My Easter bunny, I don't even want to say it, because I'll have a ton of people coming after me what that Easter bunny look like. Y'all remember that show, Life Goes On ABC back in the 80s with Corky? That's what my Easter bunny looked like. Cute as could be, but not the way it was supposed to look.
Cool thing about these candy jars is Dollar Tree solar lights fit perfectly in the top of these candy jars. No hot glue is needed. The only thing that is needed that I didn't think about doing, which I should have, I don't know why I didn't think of this. You do have to poke holes in the bottom. I didn't show this on camera, but I just realized it as I'm watching this back. I need to go poke holes in the bottom of this container so it won't fill up with water. You can do that with a hot glue gun or a drill, by the way. All right, for this next idea, y'all, we just need some Halloween colored duct tape, along with a Halloween colored pool noodle. It doesn't matter what colors, whatever your favorite Halloween colors are. Then you'll want to cut your duck.
You're back.
Please bring out the jury.
The judge has a Band-Aid on her neck. I wonder what happened. Did she get stung by a mosquito or something? She's yawning. She might as well snuggle in with that one juror who can't stay awake. Sarah said probably a hickey. You know, you keep that mess over on next topic with CLL. You see, Diana and Walking Dead take care of comments like that. How dare you say beautiful Judge Tammy Stokes has a hickey? Walking Dead, you and Diana, your people are getting out of control. Can't find good help anymore these days, I'm telling you. Ever since COVID and they opened up the fucking border, can't find good help. Look at Sarah running amok and Walking Dead not giving a shit. Where's Diana? Oh, Diana, not even paying attention.
Welcome back once again. Were you able to follow the court's instructions not to discuss the case? Not to? Very good. Have a seat. Ladies and gentlemen.
Eyeballs, what do you mean free her? Have you not been listening to the trial? What do you mean? All the evidence points towards her killing her son.
I just had with Ms. Hinchy, a staff attorney. Mr. Dean, you can go ahead and proceed with the showing of the video.
Thank you. So when we left off, you said that you looked through her phone a little further and seen some messages about Percocets, I think.
Yes.
and you were going to go in with Special Agent Snyder again and ask her about those messages and ask her about her drugs.
Yes.
Of which she had told you to this point that all she'd done the night before was
Marijuana.
smoke marijuana. And did this interview start at about 9:26 p.m.?
Yes.
All right. I'll go ahead and publish from State's Exhibit 13 a file entitled Interview Room 2126 2229.
Anything? Before we sit down and get the phone?
My brother's ordering food. Yeah,
Okay. All right. Thank you so much for being patient with us. There's just a lot of things we're trying to work through and figure out. So, thank you so much. I appreciate you.
Gotta do well.
Yeah, I appreciate you.
As much detail as I could, and I was being like, this is who.
A lot of good detail in here. So we appreciate you taking the time.
And I was trying my hardest to think about exactly what Danny was doing when I was in there getting the kids ready and all that stuff for bed. I couldn't get the timers on, but I do know that he was cleaning up the dinner too much.
Yeah, I mean, your memory is it's impeccable when it comes to the exact time. Yes.
There's a lot to do with that 360. We're trying to keep a schedule. I guess. Trying to. I can barely get up in the morning at times.
Now, anything in particular you can remember when you went to meet Red at any area of Flacco's Tacos? Is there anything you remember about that? Any cars that you saw? Anything that stuck out?
No, I can tell you this for a fact that I watched Red pull off and go the opposite direction of where I went before I pulled off.
Which way did he go?
He went up towards, not towards.
Opposite of 95.
Opposite of 95. There you go. That direction.
Was there any other cars in the parking lot?
No, none at all that I could see. Not in that parking lot. There's a rideshare across the street, but there's always a whole bunch of cars there, so I can tell you about that.
And how about the Orangel?
The Orangel?
Yeah, how did you pay for that?
Oh, I didn't. I called my friend Misty. She already had some. Okay. When I called Circle K and they didn't have any, I got in contact with her. And I had to do that off of a text now because her phone's not on. Whatever. So I did that. I met her right there at the showroom. She walked up there. She handed it to me. To remember how. So not Orangel, you will find it in the bathroom.
Did you notice anything in the Chevron? Any cars there at all?
Just the U-Hauls that they normally have parked there.
Okay, help me again. Is that the Chevron on the corner of
Buckhalter?
Buckhalter. Yeah.
So when you get to that light, if you're coming from my house, heading towards 17, you would go right, and it's literally immediately on the right-hand side. There was only one time, and I really didn't think this was relevant because it was months ago, that I left that Jasmine's food mark about 9 o'clock at night. Oh, thank you. It's my little brother's food.
Looking after big sis, right?
I left there, and I'm pretty sure I was just picking up a couple of beers for dinner. And there was this little tan car that followed me almost all the way past the school. But by the time I had passed the school, it was pulling into the driveway. The car had stopped and turned around, so I didn't think much of it. But they did pull out for Jasmine's the moment I did. And followed me all the way down that road until I passed that school. What time was that? It was about 9 o'clock that night. I can't tell you exactly what day it was. I don't even when I know it was about 9 o'clock at night. I had work at 6 o'clock that next morning. And I was working 12-hour shifts. So it was probably on a Wednesday. I think that's when I first started. It was Thursday, Friday, and Saturday shift. It was probably a couple months ago that happened. Yeah. But that's the only time that I can ever remember anybody following me, and the person looked like he was probably like skinny little Mexican. So.
And the time that you got home then you made the, you woke up at 9.
Yeah, it's
You
fine.
woke up at 9. Did you wake up at all before that? Were you lying awake in bed, or was your teeth just hurt so bad you were out until you woke up?
I was out until I woke up. When I finally was able to get enough relief to actually go to sleep, I was out until I woke up at 9. Like, I didn't feel Danny get out of bed. I didn't hear no alarms. I didn't hear any doors shut. I didn't hear the car crank up. I didn't hear the pool filter come on just right next to the corner of our room where the bed is. So, I didn't hear anything. When I got up at 9, that was it. So between about 1:45 and 9 o'clock, I was asleep the whole time.
And then just walk me through again. Look down here, I just want to have a good understanding. Exactly when you woke up, what was give me step by step what you did.
So the way the room is set up, my bed, as soon as you wake up, you can see the front door. So as soon as I woke up and I sat up, I seen the door was open. I got up immediately, went and shut the door, and went and made sure all the kids were there. And when I noticed Clinton wasn't there, searched the whole house, up and down, in out, front yard, backyard, side yard, everything that I could search. Couldn't find him. So I called Annie.
What makes you know it was exactly at that time? Did you have your phone with you, or how did you know what time it was?
Just like when I woke up, the first thing I did was look at my phone. Like, first automatic reaction, just look at my phone and got up, making sure, because like, if it was like 7 o'clock, I went back to sleep because the kids weren't going to be up yet. You know, if it was 9, these kids were going to get up pretty soon. So I got up and looked at it, immediately went to shut the door. Looked at the couch. Scott's right there. Looked at the bed across in front of the playpen. Sam right there. Looked at the playpen. Clayton went there. I called Danny. And I searched the house inside.
When did you notice the door?
The door, as soon as I woke up, like I got up, looked at my phone, seen the time, looked at my door was open.
And what door was this exactly?
The very front door of the house. And that door is normally always locked unless somebody is awake. So.
And then tell me the call pattern. So who did you call? Did you go see Paul first upstairs, or did you call Danny?
I called Danny first. Called Danny first, and then I ran upstairs to Paul when he said no. Whatever, I ran upstairs to Paul, and I said, for some reason, is he in your room? Because he's not anywhere else in the house, and he's not outside. No. All right. So then I called 911, and then I called Michelle. And I called Michelle to come over and to pretty much try to help me look and search more while I got the other 2 kids in the house. So, and she came over right away. She was there before the cops got there.
So was Danny with you?
He was at work.
But when you called 911?
When I called, no.
He was not with you?
No, I think he was. I think he had called me as soon as I got off the phone or something like that, saying that he was about to be home. So he was on the way. So I called him, and he was there like 17 or 20, something like that. And that's good timing. It was being a 20-minute ride to work.
Right. You mentioned that you and Danny had some sort of argument. You were frustrated.
Yeah, I was frustrated, and it wasn't like an argument. It was more like a, I don't understand why you don't want to touch me type stuff. So once again, I was feeling worthless over there pretty much. And the only way I could make myself get away from that and to try not to get 100% into that type of mindset was to take off for a minute.
And so when you left the house last night at roughly 10:30. So you left the house at 10:30. Was it kind of one of those situations where you leave and you slam the door and like you're not on good terms with Danny?
It was more, I looked at him and I was like, yes, looked at him straight in the face and was like, before this escalates and gets to where we're arguing and yelling and keeping everybody up in the name, I'm just going to go away for a minute and I'll be back and we'll talk. And so we left, went there, 204, Flaggers, living in my Flaggers, gave him $20, went back to the house, and we talked. Don't talk about it. I crawled into bed. I crawled into bed with him with my bed and all the kids. I got back or whatever and played paper and we just talked. Did you talk about the problems you were having? Yeah. We were talking. He was talking about how he doesn't know how to explain that becoming a father. I think it had a lot to do with his stress, his
Essentially. It's extra. Okay. Has it changed some? It's not bad. It's not at all. So it's changed a lot, and that had a lot to do with the way I've been feeling about myself too a lot lately, because I'm starting thinking that it's me. Maybe it's just something about me. We just don't want it anymore. Real. Were you trying to do something before? No, it was like I couldn't hold things in. So what I was talking to him about was a few days ago. What happened? Like it started, and then he lost his time in less than 2 minutes. He didn't try again. Yeah. So I didn't say anything about it for a couple days, and I finally said something less. And I didn't want it to turn into an argument, which is why I didn't say something about it when it happened. Yeah. So when it started getting heated with us just talking, I was trying to avoid it. Left, went to go pay rent, we came back, and we were able to lay there for a minute talking about it. And I finally stopped talking. My health is hurting, and I told him, I was like, we got to the end of the lake that we're good. And whenever I laid there for a minute, and he went to sleep pretty quick after we finished talking. Me, I kept on laying there tossing and turning because we can't.
Did Percocets help some?
If I had a Percocet, he didn't prescribe me 800 milligrams of ibuprofen.
See, you didn't get a Percocet from Red out there?
No. I just gave him $20. And even if I did want to get a Percocet, that'd be $35. When's the last time you got some? Last time? I was like 6 months ago. I don't do pills like that. Like, if anything, anybody got to worry about anything with me is smoking weed. Because I was smoking hell with weed. I'll be honest about that. Everything else, no. My mom's a drug addict. I watched her OD. I see her always get covered up in leaves in the kitchen. So I stay away from that. Anything that's not homegrown or bought at a convenience store, I don't want. When I mean homegrown, I don't mean cooked on the stove. I mean grown out of dirt. They're homegrown and grown, not created. Yeah.
There's some things that you just you have to answer for, so we have to get a better understanding as to, what went on. You know that you gave us the authorization to go through the text messages. There's text messages in there about you purchasing Procedural as recently as within the past 24 to 48 hours. So did you mind talking about that? Is that dated, or help me understand that?
Is it dated? So,
what's your story?
sometimes when you'll ask me if I've done it, I haven't done it recently. I do have a friend named Cheyenne Crosby, who lives on Gerard Avenue. She will call me from time to time. I'll place a call log. She can call me not long ago, asking for perks or whatever if I can get it. And I'll get it for her. I'll drop it off. Whatever. Or I'll get it dropped off. And she come pick it up. So, but no, we haven't been messing with the Percocets.
So when's the last time that you actually exchanged a text message with somebody about using Percocets or buying Percocets for somebody else? When do you think that was?
It's been a couple of times the past couple of weeks. Okay. So I can't tell you exactly the last time. It was probably day before yesterday. I want to say it probably was.
So we got to go back to that accident taking place at the house. And what happened at the house with Quentin? And I'm looking at you in the eye, and I'm being as passionate and as serious and as genuine. And I hope you see that.
I do. I do. I do. I really do.
All we have to do.
I want you to know that there was no.
It's fine, Quentin.
There was no accident. There was no plane in somebody's head. There was no, the TV fell over or something like that. Nothing like that at all happened. When we got home, Danny took them to the room, started getting them settled down, out of the car seat, taking their shoes off, getting their tablets and toys going on as I started cooking. The night went like a normal night. This is what I don't get.
We know that from 11:40 until about 9:22 that the door didn't open. You have a pretty sophisticated ADT alarm system.
I'm sorry to interrupt the playback, especially at 5 till 5. But what Special Agent Snyder is saying right here, we know that the front door didn't open until 9:22. Where had y'all gotten that information?
From Leilani's brother, Joe.
Okay. Had Joe come into the precinct as well?
Yes, I drove him there.
You drove him there, and had he sat down for an interview with a different detective?
Yes, Detective Noble.
Okay, and Detective Noble will talk about what Joe was able to show him on Joe's phone in the way of ADT records?
Yes.
So we know the door never opened. You told us that the door was open.
The door was open. When I woke up, the door was open. That door was 100% open. And like, the reason why I can tell you that for a fact, no matter what you say about that camera system thing is, since my cousin William was staying at that house, and when that camera is to the front of the house, whatever, he unplugged it the moment that he moved in. You know, so the security system is not a security system if it's not being used properly. The door was opened about that far. From here, when it shuts, it's about that far. It was open for a fact. I was just like, it's hard not to wake up and see the sun shining right in your face. Life was normal night, food, bed, bath, movie, everything that we normally do, TV on, laying down, we had a bath, you know?
At least you want it to be normal, but something happened that night that was not normal, and that's all we're looking to do. You've been through a lot of trauma in your life.
And that's the thing is, like, if something did, was not normal. I was not aware, or made aware, or it was when I was not home, or was asleep, because not one thing went weird or wrong or out of the ordinary after we got the kids at 4:30. Not one thing. At all. Not even when the kids were acting or behaving. They were doing just fine. I really do mean this.
Were you both home until you decided to go out and talk to Red? You and Danny?
Yeah, both home. Danny was the only one home when I left. That's how we got Pat Paul. So.
And it's just y'all that drive the cars too?
Yeah, us three. We drive between the three of us, we drive the truck and the Dodge. That's all we drive.
And then Paul's the one that drives the...
He drives the truck. No, the truck. He drives the truck more often. We drive the Dodge more often. It's better on gas.
Oh. What kind of car is the Dodge?
It's a 2015 Dodge Journey.
Okay. Is that what y'all went to go pick up the kids in?
Mm-hmm. That's what we picked up the kids in. That's what I used when I went to 204 and when I went to get the order job.
Okay.
That's exactly what I used.
Gotcha. And you just took the normal route down Buckholder for both of those?
Yep.
Okay.
And what time was that again when she picked up the kids?
4:30.
4:30.
It could have been way earlier, but we wanted to get loose and try to like.
Anyway, could have been later.
No. Like I'm saying, we would have picked them up way earlier if we didn't have to go and pick up my mess and then go to the house and want to clean the house and straighten that stuff up. So it would have been earlier because we did leave work earlier that day because we wanted to go get this stuff. But we left at like 8 or 7. 7:30 we left work yesterday. And when we got to the office, the doctor's office, or whatever, they had me in there by 8:30, out by 9:32, something like that, 9:32, whatever. And then we went and dropped off prescriptions. We went to Kroger's. We went to the house. We straightened up the house down, or whatever. And I relaxed for a minute, some more salt water, and watching Netflix, not Netflix, HBO Max. I don't got Netflix no more. And then I told him that text Michelle, make sure it was okay if we picked them up at 4:30. Because that was still okay, let her know what was going on. Like, yes, we are home, but this is what's going on. And that's what we did. And we picked them up at 4:35 to be exact. Told them that. I can show you that too.
Well, I don't doubt your memories are impeccable. I mean, some of the exact times you have on here, to a certain extent. And yeah, it goes back to the trauma that you experienced. And you've got to understand that bad news doesn't get better with time. Okay. And so.
And that's what I'm freaking out the most about. It's busted in a cereal bag when we were shopping. That's baby cereal.
Mine's the Dodge journey with your tag up in north and south on Ogeechee Road at 6 o'clock in the afternoon, 6 o'clock in the evening, yesterday.
Yesterday, if it was at 6, he was probably going to go get beer.
So that was him driving.
That was most likely him trying to go get beer. I don't remember leaving at 6. I don't think I left at 6. No, I didn't leave nothing at all.
What kind of beer is he drinking?
Natural Lights.
Where does he put the cans when he drinks?
We have a bag that we normally tie in the closet in our bedroom for him to put them in there. And then I'm like, I might find 1 or 2 in the car. And he just tells me up and down, and he doesn't drink in the car. But I've done found bottles of little Fireball and cans before. So that I don't know. I don't know.
Well, just help us out. Like we have a combination of a lot of things here. We have you told us the mental health issues that you're going through. You had the wisdom teeth pulled. You're a heavy sleeper. We have Danny, who you told us is a drinker, combined beer with Fireball. And we have the door that we know with a pretty good degree of certainty. I mean, again, it's not what you believe, but the door didn't open between basically 11:54 last night and 9:20 this morning. And then your sophisticated security system.
Yeah, and that's crazy because you keep on saying that. But after I got back from getting the order gel, I walked out on the front porch and smoked a cigarette before I laid down. So that door has opened between those times, and when I woke up, that door was open.
But you got back home at 10:55.
That was after I paid rent. I said after I went and picked up the overgel. That would have been about 1:30 that I stepped outside on my front porch in the morning. So, but no, nothing out of the ordinary.
Would you get up any other times throughout the night?
No. I didn't get up any other time after that.
Is anybody else coming or going from the house?
No, they ain't went to work. That was the last time anybody should have left their house after I got back.
Well, just help us help you, okay? This isn't going away. Like, we are going to get to the bottom of this. If we have to stay here
You need to understand.
all night.
I don't want anything to go away. walks out, that's the only time the other door would be opening up.
I'll just sleep upstairs. He doesn't come down until you call him.
Yeah.
Danny is sound asleep because when you get home, you guys lay in the bed together and you go to sleep. So, the front door, I'll give you that. Okay, maybe it doesn't trigger, when it opens, one time.
Yeah, and you're talking about that thing on the top of it? That hasn't worked since I've been in that room. That little white band, that has not worked since I've been in that room or since I've been in the house. That has not worked. Anytime you open that door, it does not talk. Does not make a noise at all.
So, do you think when you came home from Red that you brushed Glenn's hair? Was he alive at that point?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Absolutely, 100%. He was warm, his cheeks were pink, and I touched his hair, moved it. He moved and curled over like this. Grabbed a blanket, curled over. So yes, the baby is alive. Don't say you're making me think that he's dead. Please don't do that. He's not. Whoever he is, he's not. I can't live with that. I can't live with that. He was alive last time I seen my baby. He was alive and he was moving and he had color in his face. And he was my happy baby.
I can see the joy when you talk about Quentin.
He was a happy baby. He was my happy baby.
What's she saying there?
He was my happy baby.
Was, not is.
Was.
Pause it at 22:08:01 to ask that question. Resuming playback now.
I need him to come home. I need him to come home. I need him. I gotta make sure he's okay. He could come home.
That's all we want to do. We want to find him wherever he is. If he needs attention right now, that's all we want to do is find him. Bring him back to his mother.
And I don't know. I'm
If
trying
an
to.
accident happened, we have to do some sort of accident.
Why would any parent, babysitter, I don't care if you're a 12-year-old Girl Scout babysitting, check anyone's color? He had color in his face. She has mentioned over and over, he was asleep, happy baby. Now she says he had color in his face. It's because she knew she had done something that could not be repaired. When she talks about letting the dogs out and how busy she was, remember earlier, she just went to sleep. But now she's so busy. She's so busy. She's so busy. He had color in his face. He had color. He had color. She was a nervous wreck. I have no idea where Danny was in the house or where Paul was and how no one did not hear this commotion. And I know people have argued with me about this going, well, people sleep with headphones on. Yeah, we've heard it before. Look at the Idaho 4 case. They heard everything. They heard it all. Paul and Danny knew something was going on. They just didn't give a shit. They didn't care. They know she's crazy cakes. They know the whole thing. He was alive. He had color in his face. Nobody checks to see if their children are alive or to check their coloring. It's like, oh, they're sleeping. Thank goodness. I'm going to tiptoe out. Danielle said, and she said, he was my happy baby. Well, the investigators already know.
to my kids. I have never came.
Do you think he takes care of it when he's...
Yes, he does. He'll take care of him, that man.
What if I told you that if you're not home by the time that you say you're supposed to be home, and Danny's there with the kids by himself, that he just leaves. He just leaves the kids there unattended. Would that be a surprise to you?
Yes. That would be 100%. That is something he would not do.
That's something that he does.
Huh?
Yeah.
I don't. Did he say that?
We told you we're looking at every possible.
Somebody's left my kids unattended before when I wasn't home.
And that's what we're trying to get to. What else has Danny done? What accident happened?
I don't know if there was an accident.
What did he talk to you about?
He
say anything?
said nothing at all about the kids when I got home. Nothing. He just laid there and he was just talking about my anger issues, my mental problems, what makes him turned off about me. And I did the same and told him about what turns me off about him. And we went to bed. So I'm not understanding. Not understanding. I don't think he would do anything, but then again, I didn't think he would leave my kids alone. I don't understand this, man. Now I have no leads on my babies. No lead on them at all.
And when we were working nonstop, and we're not going to stop. I can promise you, when you leave here tonight, there's folks working throughout the night and tomorrow until they find them. We really are leaning on you right now. Based off everything that we know at this point, I think we'll both agree that something happened. Quentin was crying. Somebody got frustrated. Maybe something happened that you weren't expecting. And Quentin fell unconscious. And you're 23 years old. You don't know how to handle situations like that. Danny didn't know how to handle situations where, you said you don't remember him falling, but you said multiple times throughout the interview, we've gone back and forth, he was battling, and there were some times he was crying, and it can get frustrating. I've got 3 kids myself.
But he's not like ever since he's been able to walk or crawl. He's always been a battling thing, and it doesn't frustrate me. I'm used to it. And then I got Zane, and then I got him, and then I got Scott. Whatever. And there was something that happened. I don't know what it was, and I would not. I want y'all both to look me in my eyes. I would not pick somebody over my children. Never would I pick somebody over my children. I would not. I don't care how much I love them. Okay? I have never once seen him hurt my kids. I have never seen marks on my kids. And nothing out the way last night made me feel like he would have done something or was acting some way like he was trying to hide something. Nothing at all made me think like that. And I am an overthinker. Okay? I am a serious overthinker. So even one little thing that would put that thought in my mind, I would have been thinking about it. I would have been questioning. Nothing though. He was just being Danny, being normal. Everything was being normal. Everything is good. So something is not fucking normal. I don't understand anything.
What's that?
Why? I went to bed thinking that I was gonna wake up just like any other day and make breakfast for all of my kids. I didn't think I was gonna be waking up, calling the cops because I need to find my kid. Okay? I don't know where he is. I don't know if something happened to him. I don't know at all. Okay? I don't. I've written down everything I know. I've told the cops. I've told y'all. I've told everybody everything I know or could possibly think of. At all. My routine, what we did, what kids did, what I did, what Danny did. I just did everything that I could have wrote down. But again, I feel like you. This is what I want. I don't want to stop being questioned like I'm sitting here trying to protect somebody for doing something to my baby because I'm not that person. I'm not.
Lauren, I understand. You have to understand that we're doing everything we can. And does it happen this day and age? It does, but very rare. That a 2-year-old, a 21-year-old young man, young kid, just at random, somebody comes into the house. There's things that cause that to happen. There's
when he pops them. Not even a red mark, not even a pink one. Quentin had this thing about outlets. Trying to take things and poke them in the outlets. Or climbing up on counters into the pantry. That was Zane. He climbed up on the counter one day, turned to sink one, had a sprayer thing in there, and it was like a water park in the kitchen. Yeah. Okay? So there's things like that, just the everyday typical things that people get onto their toddlers about. Getting too close to the pool, getting too close to the stove, you know? Playing in the toilet, putting the toilet paper and stuffing it down the toilet. I'm gonna have a thing. Does Paul ever discipline him? Yes, Paul will pop him too. The only people that are allowed to are their immediate family. So Paul is uncle, he's allowed to get on. Daddy's allowed to get on too. And my mom and Thomas, anybody else has to get me or to get on. How often does Paul watch? Not often, maybe once, twice a week. And it's normally like for an hour or two. Yeah. Like we can go pick up food or grocery shopping and come back home. Okay. Type stuff.
Can he just come downstairs, or is there like a different way for him to get into y'all's area?
I know he has to come downstairs. Like there's that door entrance to the bathroom that leads out to the dining room and out back, and then the front door. So he has to come downstairs, walk around the kitchen, through the dining room, just to get to my room.
Is Paul doing the same job that y'all are doing?
Yes, he works at the same place, but he works 2 to 10. He works the second shift.
Yeah.
The same exact place, and if y'all need that address where we work too, I can give that.
Yes, you mentioned the reasons that sometimes, Danny would pop, one of the kids. Getting too close to the pool, playing with electrical sockets. Those are the types of things that I'm asking you to think deep on. And when you touched Quentin when you came home, was it any different than any other night?
The way he moved, the way he did the little size, touch, when people touch your face in your sleep or whatever, everything, it was just fine. It was fine.
Did you change his diaper?
No, I did feel it though, and it wasn't full. Like, I could still pretty much squeeze it like this, No. And then I felt it, he didn't need to be changed. And then when I touched his face, he just rolled over and literally took one hand and then the other hand like this and curled up. Curled up to it just like that. And he had his little Mickey Mouse stuffed animal thing in there with him.
So I didn't wake up again that night.
Where was the Mickey Mouse and the blanket and the pillow when you got up that morning?
The Mickey Mouse wasn't in there.
You didn't have it all?
It was like when I put him in bed last night, it was in there. When I got up this morning, it wasn't in there. I told one of the officers that too when he came in there asking if everything was there. And I was like, well, I can't touch anything, but I don't see his Mickey Mouse. There's a little Mickey Mouse stuffed animal, just like a regular old little Mickey Mouse. They're never that big. He stuffs it almost every night.
Does he usually take it around with him when he's not just sleeping?
Yeah, he'll carry it on him by the foot or by the nose.
And where was the blanket?
The blanket was in the corner of the playpen.
Okay.
Almost like, like someone picked him up and the blanket fell.
This 19-year-old that was around the house, you said knocked on the door random times, about 3 times.
I haven't seen him since the last time.
Has anybody else other than you seen him?
Paul has. Paul can probably give you a description of him for a fact. When Paul answered the door the very first time I heard him knock. So he can give you another description. He's got curly hair, big brown hair, light blue eyes. If I weigh 160 pounds, I may weigh a little bit more than that. I don't know.
Do you get a lot of foot traffic or anything?
No, not normally, but here recently there's been a lot of people walking up and down the roads. A lot of people. And my babysitter can confirm that. I
as well that she had somebody randomly pull up into her driveway and like attempt to go into her house and through her stuff until she had turned the light on and the person ran off. So,
Does Paul usually hang out at night a lot?
Paul works night shift, so if he does hang out with somebody, he hangs out with them before he comes home.
We're gonna step out and let you eat some of this, but I want you to think about a couple of things. One being tonight, don't think you should go back to the house tonight.
No, I wanted to request if I could go to my grandmother's house and that we would keep her phones on. I can give her phone number as well.
We'll come back here and we'll get all that stuff.
Oh, no, we're like, it's too really long. I won't be able to go to sleep at night anyways. At least I can go home to babies. Right? I can go home anyways.
With the search having been done, it's not a good idea for you to go back to the house tonight. Maybe you can have
No. My
accommodate you with a hotel room if you want that.
that would probably be better, honestly. I don't have to drive 30 minutes. But no, my grandma, I'm gonna have her as well to keep Sky over there if we needed her to, and I can pick up Zane and go over there and stay for the night.
At a hotel?
No, my grandma's house. It's right there in Guyton.
Okay.
It's like staying there for the night and then going back to the house in the morning.
If we could find a hotel tonight, would you do that?
If we could find one tonight, I would prefer to be closer and then y'all be able to.
So does what we just watched there pretty much represent the end of that interview session?
Yes.
I think I'll reserve my follow-up questions for tomorrow.
Very well. And at this point, I think this will be a good time to release the jurors for the evening. Just a moment. I gotta tell you a thing or two. So I'm gonna release you for the evening. Obviously, the trial is not over. We have more to get to. So I want to once again reinforce my instructions. Please don't do any research. Don't talk to anybody about the case. Avoid anyone who tries to talk to you about the case. Avoid any news stories or any other media, social media, and otherwise about this case. Right? And I wish you all a good night. Tomorrow we don't start the trial again until 10 o'clock. So your instructions are going to be a little different. I would imagine that you would gather at 9 o'clock rather than 8 o'clock. Okay. So now you are excused.
Jury's exiting. All clear, Judge.
Wow. Okay, Miss Kate.
Is there anything from the state that we need to take up at this time?
Your Honor, I wanted to bring it to the court's attention that the jurors do not appear to be wearing the correct numbers. And if we could remedy that for tomorrow, because, for example, if we have a situation like a juror sleeping again, we need to be able to refer to them by the correct number for the record. And I've noticed that some people that are alternates are wearing lower numbers, and some of the people wearing alternate numbers I know are not alternate jurors. So I just don't think they're numbered correctly.
Deputy Solomon, I'm going to ask you to follow up with the jurors, and you may want to follow up with jury management about making sure that the jurors have on their correct numbers. I know, but I don't think anybody, yeah, it's 1 through 16, but I think the problem is, I think even one of them wasn't wearing their jury number, and they may not have the right number. So if you could just follow up on that. Okay. From the defense?
Nothing good at this time.
Okay. All right, with that then, we are in recess until tomorrow, 10 o'clock. I'll see you here about 9:50. Thank you very much. Have a good evening, everyone.
This was grueling today. And I mean grueling. Listening to her flap and mouth, trying to lie her way into the corner and back out. You've got to be kidding me. And what are they feeding her in jail? Shit, there's people that want to gain weight. Miss Kay said, I think they're just seeing what role the others played. I agree with you 100% because I have to look at it in my mind. It's like if you play chess, okay? If you play chess, they have everything on the state set up. And it's not going to be pretty when Billy takes a stand. Because the truth is, she had permanent guardianship of Zane and Quentin. People will argue and say, oh, she's just a grandma doing the best she can. Oh, she's a grandma doing the best she can. Listen, no, it doesn't work that way. You have custody of a child. You do not intentionally put them with someone that custody was taken away from. But the thing is, she has to live with that for the rest of her life. I'm going to make a community post here in a second. I want you all to tell me what really struck you today. What really twisted your nerve? What really got you? When I heard her say, I checked his coloring, it was fine. It's because she knew he was dying. He had color. And they're trying to bait her in. They threw that rope out like the closet in Poltergeist, and they're like trying to get her back through. Could there have been an accident? I checked his color. Nobody checks anyone's fucking color. There you go. Sunset Gazing said, Leilani stating Quentin was my happy baby. Was. Why would you check your child's color? Why would you? You put him to bed? Hopefully, they fall asleep peacefully. But you don't go back and check their color. She already knew. And when that detective was asking her about the dining room and the kitchen, that's exactly where they taped everything off. Exactly. The day they drained that damn pool. Kathy says this woman was angry at this child because she lost a man over him, and she done away with him and threw him in the trash. She says DP, no parole. Whew, Kathy, I wish you were on that jury. I do. But you know what? There's some people out there still singing their sob stories for old Lie Lazy. Troubled childhood, 3 baby daddies. You name it. Uh-oh. Here's another one of our moderators from the party group. Next topic was CLL, Real Rock and Robin. They do it different over at Next Topic. She says, fry, bish, fry. I'm telling you, this is disturbing shit. I'm doing better, though. Remember how upset I got during the Quentin trial? I'm doing better. So I will see you back here tomorrow. Now, actually, let's take a poll real quick. Do you want to just do it on this channel or both Crime Lines and Lies and Next Topic? Because it seems like a lot of people were having a lot of fun over at Next Topic. Yeah, look at that. Real Rock and Robin said, had to go over and start trouble. You better believe it. Walking Dead, she's running that shit over there. All right, I'm going to get this set up for tomorrow, and it starts at 9 a.m. Central Time, so I will be live and shit, around 8:45 tomorrow. I did hear a little bit of gossip. That Billy is taking the stand tomorrow. All right, so be here or at Next Topic with CLL, whatever you all want to do, because I think we have a lot of stuff to go through. You guys are the best. I love you. Thank you, mods. You guys are the absolute best.